what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can't keep your radio blind. Open your heart and show your eyes that you can change your destiny. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that you can change your destiny. Open your heart. what you want to say, baby, when you're alone in the darkest night. Maybe you can give your radio back.
Weasel!
Open your heart and show your eyes and say you're the sea. And cry out loud, baby, the future is waiting for you. And show your eyes and say you're the sea.
Oh my god. This coffee tastes weird. Chat. I've never been a big believer in those who say that, like, coffee is healthy except that it's riddled with mold. But yeah, this is, I don't know. I mixed the coffees, okay? I don't know if this is a bad thing. I mean, am I in trouble for mixing the fresh coffee with the old coffee? Maybe not the best idea in the world if you want a great tasting cup of coffee, but we're here tonight on Pack Watch. Of all of the cases to actually come to trial, right? This is the Stormy Daniels hush money trial that we're dealing with here. And it looks like this one might actually. This is so sad. This is an Al Capone moment, right? They don't get Al Capone for the obvious stuff, right? They get Al Capone for his taxes. They don't get Trump for the obvious stuff. They get him for something that he's done all his fucking life, which is like manipulate his public image, right? But this time, he may have used the wrong money to do that, and that just might get him in some trouble that. Well, I don't know. What's the effect? We'll have to talk about that. First, I want to update you on the situation. So if you don't know, The jury has, or the trial has wrapped. The trial has concluded. The jury is now in deliberations, deliberating about the fate of one Donald Jameson T. Trump. I added a few extra initials in there, but I hope you appreciate that. I was just, you know, doing my best Norm Finkelstein. You know, you gotta, when you don't take something serious, when you don't take someone or something seriously, right? You gotta add extra names. But yeah, unfortunately, I was thinking that we could get, oh my god, look at how bad that is. Okay, okay. So it's working with Twitch now, chat. It's not working with YouTube. My technology. My technology has failed me, chat. Mr. Trumparelli. Yeah, I can only do Twitch right now. I don't know why that is. Well, actually, I kind of know why it is, right? And it's a sad thing. It's the developer of this program, Eugenius, Mr. Twidget or Mrs. Twidget or Mix Twidget. Whatever your honorific is, Twidget Sama, thank you for making this amazing applet. Could you please, 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 please update it? Because Twitch is the best? Is that right? Oh my god, Twitch is talking shit already. Chat, what kind of night do we have when the chats are talking shit? Speaking of chats talking shit, there's one chat that's usually talking shit and that's not talking shit yet, and that's Shorts. Wait, should I call the Shorts chat Short Kings? Or just like Short Regents or something like that, right? I feel like I shouldn't assume that Shorts. Anyway, chat, this is beyond ridiculous. This is beyond ridiculous. Oh my god, we got people voting already in the Shorts chat. They want Man versus Bear. They want Mooncat. Looks like Mooncat is winning. Oh yeah, what is this? What is this? What are we looking at? Mooncat is winning! What? This is kind of cool. I like that video. I started watching it last night. I don't know how much chat I could actually get through of it, but that's what we need. And go live. And we are now live on all platforms. Wouldn't it be weird though if this Twidget it somehow worked with if it somehow worked with Shorts, but it doesn't work with. No, it's just something with the slash live link, I guess. Like if I could get it to think that this was a video, maybe it would be okay, but it doesn't. Mooncat always wins. I haven't really watched much Mooncat. I feel like I should have. I saw part of Mooncat's live reaction. Oh god, Mooncat, I gotta give you, I don't know, praise. Outright praise. Waluigi salutes you, Mooncat. That's what kind of praise I'm talking about, because you're talking about a 4-hour video. Maybe it was a 3-hour video. However many hours of video that was, Mooncat reacted to Mooncat's video, creating a 7-hour video. Like, hope you like 7-hour videos, because here's my 7-hour video. Boom. And they do. They love it. They like it. They like I know the YouTube algorithm to know exactly why it likes it, right? Oh my god, chat. You know what? Being a YouTuber is kind of like it's kind of like being Neo in the Matrix. Oh my god, chat. Everything's like Neo in the Matrix. Everything. Especially Andrew Tate is like Neo in the Matrix, but it's like the thing where Neo looks at the world and he sees like code instead. That's what it's like. That's what it's like. When I see a video, I am like, I know why that succeeds. Because I have the eyes to see it. It's Donald Julia Trump. Okay, okay. I could buy that. I feel like that would be the best outcome, chat. If we had good ending, you know the meme, good ending? Like where it shows different endings of something? Like that's not really a show, it's like real life, and it's like the, you know, the this ending, the that ending, and there's like the good ending would be Donald Trump and George Santos become BFFs. All right? That's what it's going to take, right? It's going to take him having a new BFF that takes up all of his time, and he finally gets to do like the gay stuff that he really wants to do. I don't mean like gay stuff like I think that Donald Trump is gay or anything like that. I just think that in terms of like his cultural orientation, it's not exactly 100% heterosexual, and so he likes some gay stuff. Does that make sense? I'm not saying he likes gay stuff, chat. I'm saying he likes some gay stuff. YMCA. You know what I'm saying? And like there's nothing wrong with that, right? I feel like if he spent more time indulging that part of his personality instead of hiding it, right? I.e., had a best friend named George Santos, right? They would be, and they lie. They're both liars. They're fabulous liars. If they just sit there lying to each other, they're not really hurting anyone, are they? We can let them go. We can forgive all the sins. We can pardon Santos, pardon Trump. They did nothing wrong. They did everything right. They did everything right, and now they are BFFs. They could have a liars podcast. Wait, wasn't there a show like that? Was there like I remember some Saturday Night Live thing. Geez, Irene, you got my hopes up with the title. Look, I'm gonna get your hopes up a little bit more, okay? I'm gonna get your hopes up a little more. Now, look, I'm not saying how conclusive what we've got is. I'm just saying that we've got something. We've got something that you might not expect. That might indicate something, right? I don't know. I don't want to read the tea leaves too much, especially since I'm drinking coffee. It's like one of those nights when you drink coffee instead of tea, which you probably should drink because you got to get to sleep and you're supposed to stream tomorrow. And you're just a machine, as they call me. An NPC. Wait, I need to, chat, I gotta admit to you, okay? I've never looked at NPC TikTok. I know of its existence. I know the general premise, right? People become NPCs in real life. And they hang out and they film each other and they're like at the grocery store and they're being NPCs. They're being NPCs, right? And I feel like that's an art. It's its own thing now. And if I'm gonna like try to like riff off of that like she's a machine comment, then it's I should watch some NPC TikTok, basically. I don't want to be like Mr. Bonarelli. Mr. Bonarelli is like, oh, Israel Palestine? Here, let me do a little research into that. Okay, well now I can now I know why Israel is based and good and Palestine is evil and always wrong, right? Now I've got my justifications. I'm ready to go. And it's like, no, you're not, Steven. No, you're not, and neither am I, because I don't watch enough. Like those NPCs on NPC TikTok, the one thing I've noticed about them is that they have got their shit down. Like they are really invested in being NPCs. It's not just like a, hey, let me say something kind of off-putting and strange, like an NPC would say. Let me do movements that are a little bit uncanny, right? That's what you'd think it would be. These people really, the NPC TikTok, and I guess there's probably shorts of this too. Are there shorts? There's got to be shorts of it. If there's TikToks of it, yeah, like, by nature, I think it's like automatically copied to shorts. I expect nothing. Wait, G-Tab? Oh, G-Tab. I hope you didn't clickbait me. I wouldn't do that. Does everybody think that I'm like some kind of a weasel? What would give you that impression? Look, chat, I need to get on Weasel Talk, okay? Wait, could we invent Weasel Talk? I feel like it's... No, there probably is a Weasel Talk, but it's people who have weasels as pets. And that's really cute. That's actually really, really cute. Weasel Talk. That sounds so wholesome. I wish I could be a weasel talker. All I would have to do is get a weasel. Yeah. That looks like I got one. It's me, because I'm the weasel. You think I'm a weasel. You think I'm gonna weasel clickbait you. Like a clickbaity weasel. There's an NPC guy with a big Georgia peach. I've only ever seen them on shorts. Where have I seen them? My faith in humanity, humanity, yes, no, not humanity. Humanity sounds like a Greek philosopher that I just made up, but it's not. It's a mispronunciation of humanity. Yo! There it is. There it is. So this is what you got to vote on tonight, right? I brought back Man versus Bear. I don't know why, chat. It's a vibe. I'm running on vibes. It's the night stream. We run on vibes, right? I hope that's okay. I hope you're okay with that. I'm always 6 hours later. Oh no, I'll try not to give you a 6 hour stream. Humanity versus Hubarity. I mean, oh, the Humanity. Like it sounds like a nickname for Huma Abedin. Wait, isn't Huma Abedin like mysterious and stuff? This is somebody that the conspiracy theorists care a lot about. This is a former wife of one Representative Weiner. You know, I feel like I started streaming at the wrong time. Like if I look back into years past, like there was a lot of really cool stuff to talk about. If I had been a streamer during Anthony Weiner's arc of sending his wiener, is that what he got in trouble for, chat? Can you help me remember me? Help remind me. Help remind me to remember. What was the deal with Anthony Weiner? I'm pretty sure I remember it being he sends his picture of his wiener. He literally did post ween. Okay, I'm glad that I'm not just making that up. I feel like I might get sued. I don't know. I don't know what Anthony Weiner's up to today, but you know, maybe it's angrily watching YouTubes when maybe it's name searching himself. I saw Boblax name search himself, right? With some, oh my God, what was it called? YouTube tag. It was something about tags, right? That was the idea. It was tracking tags or something, right? You know, never mind. I'm talking Matrix language again, chat. I'm talking Matrix language. You don't have to worry about what a tag is unless you have TubeBuddy. You won't even see it. Oh my God, chat. What did I say, TubeBuddy? I think he posted his crotch bulge under the name Carlos Danger. He texted it to 18. He's like the tipster of his day. Like, but now we have to deal with tipster. It's like, don't get sued for a wiener. Just say it's allegedly. Allegedly, he sent his wiener. Allegedly, his wiener was transmitted across state lines to somebody. Really, was somebody underage though? That I don't remember that part, but that makes it way worse. Because otherwise, it's just a wiener. Well, I mean, potentially an unsolicited wiener, which is, like, for the record, not the best kind. Not the best kind. That's not the kind that anybody wants to get. Well, okay. There's probably somebody. There's probably somebody that just likes it for wiener aesthetics. They're not even, like, into wieners per se, but they do appreciate the form of the wiener artistically. Could that be a thing? I feel like that should be a thing. I feel like reality is weird enough for that to be a thing. But there he is. Our big special boy. We're celebrating him tonight. Oh yeah, I forgot to tell you. I put something together before stream. I know you don't think that that ever happens, but it does. It's a difficult and arduous process, but this time I was able to put together a tier list, and I will not, Chad, I want to complain to you about the tier list, right? I want to complain to you about a lot of software, but that would be not the best entertainment, and we're trying to provide entertainment here, so we can skip the frustrations with a variety of software. That's just the NCC's boomer hour, right? Just bitch about software. Like, no, because, like, you don't want to hear it. The way that I bitch about software is weirdly specific. Like, right, I bitch as if I were talking to the devs who work on the software. right? And I was trying to convince them of a very obvious change that even I see as an end user who has no idea what the software even really is. I just download it and I use it and I don't think about it. But no, they need to listen to the devs need to listen to what, like, cause I'm like, I am convinced that you are just the silliest devs in the world. I am convinced that your decision making you know capabilities are ridiculous, right? As the end user, not knowing any code at all. That's how I like to bitch about software, right? Of like, why can't you just, like, you did this and you did this and you did this and that was great, but then, like, this one thing, did you not think of? Did you not think that that is like something that somebody's gonna do? Or like, I could figure out that somebody would do that, and I'm not a coder, so what's your excuse? But yeah, it's mean. It's mean. I feel like I would like hurt people legitimately that put a lot of work into choosing the AI to write the no, just kidding. Oh my god, chat. I'm such a bit. Okay, no, no, I'm not such a bitch. All right, this guy Donald Trump is such a bitch. But we got some news when it comes to him. I did get a Trump tier list together though, right? Like I did. Okay, it was a pain in the ass, and I'm not gonna bore you with why it was a pain in the ass or what I don't like about their website, but I don't know. It's a special night. It's a special night.
Everything right, and they indicted me.
They indicted me. It's a night to indict. It's a night. He's a grower, not a shower. Oh my god, you're making me think of Tipster again. Oh no, chat. Not actual Tipster, but like something that Tipster posted. I mean, I got rid of Tipster. Are you happy with me? One in chat if you're happy with me for eliminating Tip Tent, the laziest form of content that a streamer can do. A streamer who has nothing else and just like, it's like, I'm supposed to be streaming and what are we doing? Tip Tent. It's Tip Tent. They go into Tip Tent. They do the Tip Tent. The content relating to Tipster that apparently never runs out because Tipster keeps posting it. You're glad that I got rid of the Tipster. Yeah, I don't think anybody really, like, it wasn't winning. And if it did win, how sad would that be? That would be more like a own on me. Because if the Tipster content wins, that means that everything else I gave you is like, it's like baloney winning. Baloney winning means that everything that I offered you was like worse than spam. Is Tipster canceled? Oh my god. Tipster is Tipster. And yeah, he does constantly cancel himself. I don't know what's up with that. And what, yeah, and Alec Gunter too. Like, what is up with, what is up with like random Keffels and Vosh orbiters and canceling themselves, right? That's what I'm never gonna, oh my god, chat. Speaking of which, you want me to talk to you about some other content that we're not covering? At least not right now. I don't even know if you want me to cover this, right? Do you remember Poppy and Xena? AKA the Wholesome Degenerates, AKA TGT. Can it, oh my god, I'm just asking, I'm asking for too many ones in chat. Well, the ones in chat that I'm looking at now mean that you appreciate me getting rid of Tipster. This is like, this is basically like when, it's basically like when Nick Mullen got rid of Dracula on the Adam Friedland show, right? I mean, you never thought it would happen, right? Dracula's just like a part of the show, but when it came time for, taking care of business, Nick Mullen got rid of Dracula, and the rest is history, podcast history. But yeah, this is like that moment. It's like getting rid of Dracula. Tipster is Dracula. No, like it's bad. It's bad. He posted a bear that was like anatomically correct, like a like some weird little bear toy of a bear, like a plush bear that was like let me just put it this way. Wait, I feel like I'm not giving it justice. It was anatomically and physiologically correct. It was a bear that gets boners, like a stuffed bear that gets, I don't know what Tipster was doing with that thing, and I don't want to find out. I really don't want to find out. But yeah, we're gonna miss that for now. No tip tent tonight. Look at what I saved you from. You would have been watching some really, I don't even know if I could watch. That's probably why I saved you from it, because I was like, Twitch is not gonna be okay with this obscene toy that Tipster is retweeting, bringing into all of our consciousness. Like, what was he thinking? That's almost creepier. Oh god, I think it might be creepier. I don't know. The Matt Walsh diaper baby, or Tipster's bear toy. But yeah, we're gonna miss Tipster tonight. We got Man versus Bear. The what do you call it? Like the eternal battle. Yeah, that's what we're dealing with, the eternal battle of Man versus Bear. We're dealing with speaking of eternal battles, right? You got rid of Tipster, but Sneeko snuck on there somehow, and Sneeko's back. I don't know if you want to see what he's doing with his 1 minute podcast, but it's got to be something. Mooncat wrecks Evo Psych. So there's like a field called evolutionary psychology, and you know how Elon Musk, even if you're not a bully, you like want to bully him. You know, there's something about Elon. It's the Elon factor, right? I feel like Evo Psych is like that field. Oh no, I don't want to talk too much shit. I mean, we are talking about just a field, and like a ton of people are into every field, and it's gotten a bad name for itself. It's gotten a really bad name for itself, just like Elon Musk has gotten a bad name for himself. Do I play Fallout 76? I never have. Donald Trump and his sweaty, clammy armpits? Oh my god, you made me think of Donald Trump. We started off talking about Donald Trump. We're gonna be talking about Donald Trump. But I was thinking of Donald Trump and George Santos, right? I was thinking that they could hang out. And I feel like they have a lot of common interests, right? I feel like there's stuff that Trump never gets to do. Like, who's gonna sing show tunes with Trump? Jared? Who's seriously? Seriously. When he wants to karaoke to YMCA and dance around Mar-a-Lago, who is gonna be there for him? And my answer, the more I think about it, is George Santos. GTA says, I heard Fallout 76 is bad. I heard it was bad. I've heard different things. I've heard people that played it at first and they said it was really bad and they didn't want to play it. But then I've heard other people be like, oh, actually I've played it recently and all of the really bad stuff they fixed and it's actually really cool and based. But it's like an ongoing thing, right? It's like you play Fallout 76 and you're like, what is it called? There's a phrase for this. It's like a persistent world, right? I definitely don't like the monetization. Oh, I didn't even think about that. The fact Pathetic lied about it. Wait, so there's like a weird wait, it's not free to play though, isn't it? I don't think it's free to play. Wait. Are you telling me that it costs money and it's like trying to get extra money out of you? Just like Elon Musk is trying to get extra money out of all of us by tempting us to yap into the void? Yeah, you can write a really long tweet $8. It's a great deal. $8 to write something that nobody's gonna read past the fold. Nobody's gonna. But he's charging you $8. He's charging you $8, just like I'm charging you $5 or nothing at all to get out of the top of the hour ad break if you're on Twitch. Did I do that at the right time? Oh my god, I'm 15 minutes early. Oh well, it's better late. It's better late. It's better early than never. It's better early than never. I should mention, okay, we're not there yet. We're 15 minutes away from it, but at the top of every hour, there's a 3-minute ad break on Twitch. If you want to get out of that ad break, you can get out of it for free or for $5 on Twitch. You can also possibly be gifted a sub. That can happen, but your best bet on that one is to be active in the chat. $8 for bots to read? Yeah, for bots to read. That's probably what's going to happen and respond to. You'll get the PIB. You'll get the PIB all up in your PIB. Fancy weasels? Yo, there's fancy weasels. Fancy weasel, oh my god, is a tier of Patreon. Oh my god, which I have relaunched early because I broke my Patreon by establishing tiers and then making them all private. It's like basically Patreon's like, okay, well, you can't have patrons then. Like, I was thinking it would just go ahead and let people donate whatever, like, till I was ready to launch the Patreon levels. But yeah, that is Fancy Weasels get early access to the unedited, uncut, undiluted versions of my videos. So like the video that just came out about Jessie Gender getting bullied by Brianna Wu, that got sent to Patreon first in its like Snyder cut format. And I don't know if that's better or worse. Some people, I could see people, look, if you like, I could even see people being like, I want to see like what it starts out with so I can see like what happens to it, because it might not be super apparent like what changes like something goes through between being on the VOD and being in the video. I could even see some people that like to like see the, you know, transformation. But yeah, if you like F words, and I don't mean a slur F word, I mean the one that rhymes with duck, that is a word that I'm kind of not supposed to say on YouTube and videos. Like, it's this weird thing where nobody really knows how much you get suppressed for something like that. Like, you know, they're theoretically, right? If you said a bunch of F words, your video would get demonetized, right? I feel like it has a high tolerance for that, but nobody knows. Does it like kind of like slightly demonetize you if you are, or does it slightly like deprioritize you if you've got like, you know, a lot of F words, but not like enough to demonetize? So that's a question that we'll have to explore. Get the anti-material rifle in Fallout New Vegas. Oh yeah, that's something I should also mention. So, like I said, we've got our poll as far as what content you want to watch after the Trump content. The Trump tent. I'm not giving you tip tent. I'm giving you Trump tent. We're doing Trump tent, and then we're going to do something else. And it could very well be Fallout New Vegas, right? Now I didn't... Wait, did I? I did. It's actually on the poll this time. I am giving the Gaming Frogs a fighting chance this time, right? They've always got some chance if they donate enough. They can redirect the stream and force it to become a Fallout New Vegas stream. Force me to play that video game by literally twisting my arm with donations, right? That's always a possibility, but usually they're not on the poll, so they're like at a disadvantage, right? It's like the Gaming Frogs have to really get together and, you know, coordinate a campaign of like, she's playing Fallout New Vegas, and that's just that, right? It's got to be like this resolute, like, fire team of Gaming Frogs that all come in at the same time with a plan, and they execute that plan to the point where I'm like, damn, Gaming Frogs, I have to give you my respect while Luigi salutes you. And you know, I mean, that's a rare Gaming Frog, I think. Fallout 76 is pay to play? What? Oh, pay to pay more? Oh no. Okay, well, I know somebody who plays that. I feel like I know somebody who plays that on Twitch. I don't know, chat. I don't know. But yeah, so let's read it again. Man vs. Bear, Sneeko's back, Mooncat, Rex, Evo Psych, Seinfeld cringe? What? Oh my god, I feel like that got taken out. Yo, Fallout New Vegas, you displaced Seinfeld. I hope you're proud of yourself. I kind of think that maybe chat doesn't want to watch Jerry Seinfeld talk to Barry Weiss, Jerry and Barry, bigliest Trump tent. I should look at the polls, though. I should look and see what the polls are at. Okay, so Man vs. Bear. Oh, wow. Wow. Actually destroying its competition in shorts. Destroying its... Why did the way I said it made me think of a bear destroying its shorts, but... Mooncat, Rex, Evo Psych. Also destroying it. Destroying Man vs. Bear, actually, in the regular... What? Oh my god, Fallout New Vegas is actually doing pretty well. It's actually off to a good start. But yeah, so like I said, you can vote for the choice of the content to follow up with up until the point that I get done with the Trump tent for tonight. But if you want to put your thumb or your finger or your toes on the scale in order to just kind of force the vote. You could force the vote. You could be like Jimmy Dore and you could force the vote. You could literally force the vote to change by donating to, oh yeah, that's right. Because like when you donate, you should tell me like this money's going to Man vs. Bear or this money's going to Sneeko. If you want to put money towards Sneeko, that's a thing, right? This money's going towards Mooncat, Rex, Evo Psych. This money's going towards Fallout New Vegas. Just make it Fallout New Vegas. Like, I'll just say that. Or you could be like a principled weasel. And you want the vote to stand. You want the vote to stand as is. So if you donate and you say Vox Populi, I will put your money actually against the vote changing. Your money will be like reinforcing, oh my god, the German elections thing is still on there. Still there. Anyway, yeah, Man vs. Bear, winning in shorts. Mooncat Rex, winning in not shorts. Yeah, I can't believe they already made 75 of those games. Oh my god. Seinfeld. What? Seinfeld? Seinfeld just got $5. Maybe the Seinfeld, if people are willing to pay $5 for it, maybe the Seinfeld content, I might have to take a look. What is Seinfeld? Oh my god. All right, so I feel like I've been edging you for long enough. And also, Edward, thank you for the super chat. Seinfeld out to an early lead. Wow. Wow, Seinfeld could disrupt the polls. Jerry Seinfeld, of all people. So yeah, we've got Trump talking to Tim Pool here. We've also got De Niro. What is Robert De Niro doing? I gotta know. We got Trump. Well, we should start with this maybe. The statement by Trump. God, is Fox News the best we can do?
Rebecca, excuse me, the former president of the United States is about to speak.
Between the borders, because of the confliction, I would say, in listening to the charges from the judge, who's, as you know, very conflicted, and corrupt because of the confliction, very, very corrupt. Mother Teresa could not beat these charges. These charges are rigged. The whole thing is rigged.
Mother Teresa could not beat these charges. He sounds like a gangster.
The whole country's a mess between the borders and fake elections, and you have a trial like this where the judge is so conflicted.
He really does sound like just an old man yelling at clouds at this point.
He can't breathe. He's got to do his job. And it's not for me, that I can tell you.
What is up with the guy behind him? Who is that?
It's a disgrace.
That's like one of his attorneys, I guess?
And I mean that Mother Teresa could not beat those charges, but we'll see. We'll see how we do. It's a very disgraceful situation. Every single legal scholar and expert said this is no case. It shouldn't be brought, and it certainly could have been brought 7 years ago, not in the middle of...
It's actually looking like it is a pretty open and shut case. It's the kind of case that most people would not take to trial. It's the kind of case that most lawyers would tell you not to take to trial.
Presidential election. It was all done by Joe Biden. This judge contributed to Joe Biden, and far worse than that, but I'm not allowed to talk about it because I'm a...
Oh, but it's okay for you to have the other trials overseen by Eileen Cannon, who you appointed?
Far worse than that, by 1,000
Eileen Cannon, who is actively sweeping for Trump?
times worse than that. The worst I've ever heard, but I can't talk about it. It'll be talked about, but I'm not allowed to talk about it. But it'll be talked about in the history books. What's happening here is weaponization at a level that nobody's seen before, ever. And it shouldn't be allowed to happen. So
Have I just not noticed him wearing gold ties? Is this a thing that he does regularly, and it's the first time I've... Also, the double Windsor knot. Interesting. His lawyer's single Windsor.
stay around here. This is 5
Cool.
and 5 weeks of really essentially, although I took a big lead in the polls over the last few weeks, something's going on. Because I think the people of this country see that this is a rigged deal. It's a weaponized deal for the Democrats to hit their political opponent. For Joe Biden, the worst president
I think 51% of America thinks you're guilty, dude.
in the history of the United States. He's destroying our country.
The only reason you have a fucking chance is because you're running against a historically, like, unpopular incumbent.
Millions of people from jails, from prisons, from insane asylums, from mental institutions. Drug dealers pour in. Venezuela, if you look at their crime statistics, they've gone
Vuvuzela?
down 72%.
Oh my god, because all of the criminals are... They just... and they send you on a first class...
In crime because they're releasing all their criminals into our country because of this horrible president.
I love how he says this shit all the time, and he never has to put up...
And then they have a protest of Robert De Niro yesterday as a fool. He's a broken down fool.
I mean, he may be a broken down fool. But did he shoot somebody? That's the question I want to know.
Out there and he got maggot.
Wait, am I mixing up who shot somebody? Was it not Robert De Niro? No, it wasn't. It was somebody else, right?
He got maggot yesterday. He got a big dose of
Why
it.
did I think Robert De Niro? Who's the person that shot somebody on, like, accidentally on set?
But I just want to say it's a very unfair trial. It should have never happened. If it was going to happen, it should have happened.
That lawyer has... I can't look away from the gaze of the lawyer. He has got the weirdest fucking expression. He does not look right. He does not look right. Either he is... putting on a poker face in order to avoid reacting to some of the more ridiculous things that Trump is saying, or what's going on? Like, why does this disturb me so much, chat? Like, Trump is kind of looking, like, I guess, off-center. You know what I mean? Like, he's looking at Waluigi, he's not looking at me. But this dude's looking at me. And he's looking at me in a weird way. It's like... It was Alec Baldwin. It was Alec Baldwin who did it. Your Twitch... Twitch link is wrong? Oh no. That's bad. Okay, is it fixed, maybe? We got a few Trumpies invading chat. You don't say. You don't say. I'm so surprised. Are you telling me that the fans of Donald Trump are fragile snowflakes that see a stream pack watching their parasocial fave, their parasocial daddy, and they have to come in to say, Trump 2024. I think that's most of what they say. He did everything right and they indicted him. All right, well, let's see what else he has to say. But like, look, oh, wait, oh, no, chat. Oh, I see what's wrong. Okay, here's what I need to do. All right, let's switch to this. Yeah, this is good. I want you to be able to see this lawyer that I'm looking at, okay? Because I feel like he was really small before. Look at this stare. It's bothering me. It's worrying me. I feel like a man should not be able to look through a television camera into my streaming setup, but this man is doing exactly that, and I don't know what to do about it.
7 years ago, as you know, Bragg didn't want to bring it. The Southern District didn't bring it. The FEC didn't bring it. This judge didn't even let us use the #1 election attorney. He's making the rules. He doesn't.
The #1 election attorney? It feels like you're gonna get scammed. If you're going to somebody who's like #1 election attorney, that's their like sales pitch. #1 election attorney.
Think about elections. He doesn't know anything about voting and vote counts. He doesn't know anything about this stuff. That's not his profession. We had the leading election expert in the country, Brad Smith, ready to testify. Wouldn't let him do it. They wouldn't let another gentleman who represented, and you know very well, you saw it. It was the worst I think I've ever seen anyone treated on the stand. Bob Costello, wouldn't let him talk about all of the hundreds of emails that he was sent by a gentleman, another gentleman, who I can't mention because
It was George Santos! Yes! Gotcha.
Gagged. Every time I speak to you, you ask me simple questions. I'm not allowed to give you the answer because I'm gagged by this judge. But we have a very, very serious problem here. I mean, our country's going bad. And remember, and let me just leave you with this. This is all because of Joe Biden and I don't even think it's him. I don't think he's smart enough to think about it. But it's the people that surround him in the office. They're smart. They're fascist. They're communist. But
they're fascist and communist. Yeah, this is like smart. Just...
And they're ruining our country. But we're going to win this election. November 5th is going to be the most important day in the history of our country. We're going to take back our country from these fascists and these thugs.
Fascist.
That are destroying.
Something about that word doesn't sit right in his mouth, right? I mean, like, the obvious subtext is that, like, this is a fascist calling other people fascists. But he says it weird, does fascist? What is that accent?
With inflation and with everything they do, how stupid they are. Allowing 15, 16, 17 million people into our country, totally unvetted, totally unchecked.
Totally invented. What?
We're going to bring back our nation.
They got all the criminals from Vuvuzela. They got the ghost of Hugo Chavez. He's ready to steal another election. For crooked Joe Biden, crooked Sleepy Joe.
Remember, most important day in the history of our country. In the meantime, this
is like the important time on Twitch is the top of the hour when Twitch serves you an ad break every hour on the hour for 3 minutes at a time. And if you want to get out of that ad break, you can get out of it for free using a Twitch Prime. You can get out of it for $5 using $5. Or you could possibly get out of it by being gifted a sub, by someone being nice and doing favors in chat. Although that kind of thing is going to be more likely to happen if you're active in the chat.
This trial is rigged. Thank you.
Hey everyone, I'm Emily Campagno. Catch me and my co-hosts Harris Faulkner and Kaylee McEnany on Outnumbered.
Okay, wow. Okay, gonna make sure to do that. I'm gonna catch you on Outnumbered. That sounds like a great Fox News banger. Who was Eichmann's lawyer? You can have a tax deduction by donating to Trump. Yes. He needs your money. He does, actually. He's not a wealthy man, folks. Not doing so well. And there's that ad break now. There's that ad break now to take you softly into your good night of watching the same ad over and over again 6 times. I don't know if that's really what happens. That's just like in my mind, in my imagination, that's what happens if you have to watch ads on Twitch. So yeah, there is Trump. And here is his arch nemesis, Robert De Niro. Wait, is this all going to be on Fox News? Politico's got this. Forbes has got this. Okay, here's him like arguing with a heckler.
They stood and put their lives on the line for these lowlives, for Trump.
They lied under oath.
They lied under oath. Who lied under oath? What are you telling me? They're traitors.
So wait.
You gotta. I don't know. I don't even know how to deal with you, my friend. I don't even know how to deal with you.
This is goofy.
Stood there. They didn't have to. And there were other ones in there who probably were in with them a little bit too, and they found a way to get around. Not these guys. They stood there and fought for us, for you.
Wait. This is weird. Wait, what's he talking about, chat? It kind of sounds like he's talking about the top of the hour. No, just kidding. He's not talking about chat. I'm being too silly. Okay, no, it kind of sounds like he's talking about January 6th, but that's not this trial. Is this about a fight about who is wealthier? No, Biden takes the train, so he's poor, right? He's Scranton Joe. He's Scranton Joe, and Trump is really wealthy, even if he can't find enough money to scrape together to keep his buildings, right? He's definitely a billionaire. He just you know how things are. It's not like liquid. Which is more than I can say for his stool. Oh. Yeah.
For you.
They weren't fighting for me.
No, they fought for you, buddy. You're able to stand right here now.
They're bringing in Robert De Niro. So he was on a commercial recently for Biden. Is this just all hecklers?
I mean, this is really.
Oh, it's so quiet.
It's kind of crazy.
Oh, wow. I just realized.
It's really crazy, and this.
I mean, they're definitely, yeah, yelling obscenities. I mean, we're okay with a few obscenities, as long as it's not like racial slurs and shit. Which, given the fact that it's Trump fans, I can't guarantee. Oh my god, I'm so scared. I'm so scared.
Crazy, and this thing, Donald Trump has created this. He should be telling them not to do this, but he's just he wants to sow total he wants to sow total chaos, which he's.
So what I want to know is, was the Biden campaign like, I don't know, did De Niro just decide to do this himself? If you don't know, the Trump trial, or like outside the Trump trial, has become this like weird soapbox for a lot of people. There's a lot of like Republican candidates that will show up and say a few words in Trump's defense. Sometimes they'll do the things that he can't do, say the things that he can't say, do the gag order. And, you know, it seems kind of like maybe an audition for vice president. There was even a incident where they were all wearing red ties like his, like the thin red tie that he wears. They're all in those red ties. And, you know, you just basically Trump clones. They're Trump mini-me's, right? But yeah, people are getting attention like right off of this trial. And so I don't know if this is Team Biden thinking like, let's send De Niro, or if this is just De Niro being like, hey, you know, give me some attention. But there he is. He's got the attention of the Trump fans.
Seating in some areas and places to do. Anyway,
is that somebody in a giant freaking foam MAGA cowboy hat behind us?
This is my neighborhood.
Biden needs to get his own merch, right? I feel like half of Trump's game is just the merch, right? He's strong on that merch game. He's got the red hats. They got the red MAGA cowboy hat, the foam hat. We got the MAGA finger. You know, it's kind of like the stuff that you'd see at a football game, maybe, or like what other games? Football, right? It's like a football thing, right? The finger. I think that's a football thing. Anyway, chat. Yeah, you've got all kinds of merch with Donald Trump. And what does Biden have? What does Biden have for merch? Like, there's got to be something, right? Biden's a weird guy. There's a lot of weird stuff about him. I feel like he could have merch of some kind.
Town, New York City. I grew up here and feel at home in these streets. I feel comfortable.
What is he yapping about?
The Twin Towers fell just over here, just over there. This part of the city was like a ghost town. But we vowed we would not allow terrorists to change our way of life. And we started the Tribeca Festival to bring people back. I love this city. I love this city. I don't want to destroy it. Donald Trump wants to destroy not only the city, but the country.
They're starting with the they're starting with the fuck Joe Biden. So this is the chant that eventually got transformed into "Let's Go Brandon" when a bunch of Trumpies were chanting it at a NASCAR event. I don't know why Biden's name got brought up, but right, they were, and a reporter on scene was, as you can hear, they're chanting "Let's Go Brandon," but you know it was fuck Joe Biden. It wasn't "Let's Go Brandon."
Destroy the world.
But that's how he became Brandon. That's how Dark Brandon was born. Oh.
But we vowed we would not.
I feel like Dark Brandon, yeah, like, wait. Is it too late for Joe Biden to announce his retirement and for Dark Brandon to run as the candidate?
I owe this city a lot. And that's why it's so weird that Donald Trump is just across the street. Because he doesn't belong in my city. I don't know where he belongs, but he surely doesn't belong here. We New Yorkers used to tolerate him when he was just another grubby real estate hustler masquerading as a big shot. A two-bit playboy lying his way into the tabloids, pretending to be a spokesperson for himself. He was calling it as himself for himself.
Okay, this is weirding me out, right?
Fool the press into inflating his net worth.
So this case is about hush money that was paid to Stormy Daniels by Michael Cohen in an attempt to keep her silent so that there wouldn't be a Stormy Daniels story to follow up his grab her by the pussy comment. Right, so he very much wanted to keep that out of the news cycle. He did so through this complicated mechanism where his lawyer pays Stormy Daniels. Also, there was like a catch and keep of the story. So we're talking about the National Enquirer magazine. The David Pecker, I think his name is a personal friend of Donald Trump's, and they had an arrangement. They had a catch and kill arrangement wherein Pecker would try to purchase the exclusive rights to any story that implicated Donald Trump. And thus, if he purchases it and then elects not to make a, not to do an article about it, then it's basically caught and kept. It's not going to go out there. Nobody's going to see it. It's not going to happen. So there was that going on too. I mean, these are essentially the two aspects of the case that is at present. But like, it feels like De Niro's talking about other stuff. Like, right? I heard it sounded like he was referring to January 6th earlier. That is a case that very likely may not go on before the election, which is to say, it may not go on at all.
A clown. But this city is pretty accommodating. We make room for clowns. We have them all over the city. People who do crazy things in the street, we tolerate it. It's part of the city, it's part of the culture. But not a person like Trump who will eventually run the country. That does not work, and we all know that. Anyway, we make room for clowns, to each his own. But no one takes him or took him really seriously. They take him seriously now, of course. But around the country, people who didn't know him as we did started to support him. They bought into his bullshit. Trump bought their votes with outrageous lies and empty promises.
You can see it like
evangelicals to applaud a sinner.
You can see it like boiling up inside of him, right? You can see that, like, he notices the hecklers. He hasn't quite made the decision to like address them.
Who bragged about sexual assault, and who, just a couple of blocks from here, a jury found him liable for sexual abuse. Somehow he even got self-styled patriots to support a man who called for terminating the Constitution, and on January 6th rallied an angry mob to threaten democracy, leaving death and destruction in its wake. That's why I needed to be involved and wanted to be involved in the new Biden-Harris ad, because it shows the violence of Trump. And
I feel like we watched that.
Reminds us that he'll use violence against anyone who stands in the way of his megalomania and greed. But it's a coward's violence. You think Trump ever threw a punch himself or took one? This guy who ran and hid in the White House bunker when there were protesters outside? No way. He doesn't get blood on his hands. No, he doesn't. He directs the mob to do his dirty work for him by making a suggestion, an inference. And his gang grovels and follows his obvious order. It's no surprise that the murder rate and other violent crimes peaked under Trump and are falling under Biden. And now he's promising to use...
He really is trying to do a campaign speech. But it's amazing to me that he wrote this. This is just like, it's so rambly.
Our own military to attack U.S. citizens. That's the tyrant. That's the tyrant he's telling us he'll be. And believe me, he means it. When Trump ran in 2016, it was like a joke. This buffoon running for president. No, never could happen. We'd forgotten the lessons of history that showed us other clowns,
like Reagan,
who weren't taken seriously until they became vicious dictators. With Trump, we have a second chance, and no one is laughing now. This is the time to stop him by voting him out once and for all. We don't want to wake up after the election saying, "What, again? My God, what the hell have we done?" We can't have that happen again. Yesterday was Memorial Day. It's a good time to reflect on how Americans fought and died so that we may enjoy the freedoms guaranteed to us by a democratic government. A government that, as President Lincoln said, of the people, by the people, for the people, shall
In
not
his mind, this is like a West Wing speech.
perish from the earth.
He's like owning the Republicans in his head.
Under Trump, this kind of government will perish from the earth. I don't mean to scare you. No, wait, maybe I do mean to scare you.
No, maybe I do mean to
Trump
scare
returns
you.
to the White House, you can kiss these freedoms goodbye that we all take for granted. And elections, forget about it. That's over.
Forget about it. Okay. He said it. He said it.
If he gets in, I can tell you right now, he will never leave. He will never leave. You know that. He will never leave. What does that mean? Is that the country we want to live in? Do we want him running this country and saying, I'm not leaving, I'm dictator for life? I hope this new ad campaign reaches outside the bubble to remind supporters of what a danger he is to our lives. This is not a threat. This is a reality. And that's why I've joined the Biden-Harris campaign, because the only way to preserve
He is going to be a surrogate. Okay.
our freedoms and hold on to our humanity is to vote for Joe Biden for president. Really. We don't have a choice. On January 6th, while Republican lawmakers despicably tried to keep the loser Trump, in the White House, and Trump-inspired insurrectionists stormed the Capitol, brave men and women from law enforcement put their lives on the line to defend this country.
What are they photographing? It looks like they're taking a picture of his ass.
These guys are the true heroes. They stood and put their lives on the line for these lowlives, for Trump.
So he brought like
They lied under oath.
he brought like Capitol cops with him.
Who lied under oath? What are you telling me?
Those two traitors behind you.
Excuse me?
Those two traitors behind you.
They lied under oath?
That's right.
What are you saying?
They're traitors.
They're feds. He's gonna say they're feds. Well, I mean, like they are Capitol Police. Wait, what is that under? Wait, are Capitol Police feds technically? I don't know how it works.
They're traitors. I don't know. I don't even know how to deal with you, my friend. I don't even know how to deal with you. They stood there. They didn't have to. And there were other ones in there who probably were in with them a little bit too, and they found a way to get around. Not these guys. They stood there and fought for us, for you. For you.
Well, they weren't fighting for me.
No, they fought for you, buddy. You're able to stand right here now. They are the true heroes. I'm honored to be with these two heroes today, from former Capitol Police Officer Harry Dunn and former Metropolitan Police Officer Michael Fanone.
All right. Well, that was Robert De Niro. Wow. I'm just blown away with that speech. What's this, chat? What's going on here? What are we doing? What's going on? All right, so here's the deal. I'm going to show you Tim Pool's interview with Trump, and then I'm going to show you something that might be a little bit telling about the possible verdict, all right? So stick around, right? Stick around through this. This is like a short little interview from our best friend at a beating, our bestie in a beanie, Tim Pool himself, interviewing his parasocial daddy, Trump.
President, this is your seat we have for you right here. How are you?
So he has to tell him where to sit.
We met at Mar-a-Lago a couple weeks ago.
I remember.
Yeah, you complimented my face. I really do appreciate it.
So awkward.
Thanks
All right.
for sitting down. I really do appreciate
Here
it.
we go. Here we go. Tim Pool and Donald Trump.
Okay. So I know you don't have a lot of time, so I'll just we'll jump right in.
Okay, good.
We had a couple polls we went over on the show, on our show, IRL. Young people, surprisingly, immigration is a top issue for them now. I was talking to a young guy, he's 26. He says he's watching what's going on in New York. He owns a business. He can't afford to buy his own house. He's struggling.
So this is at the Libertarian Convention. I covered that. It wasn't yesterday, was it? It was like the day before. It was like Sunday. I think did I cover that Sunday? Oh my God, chat, I have no idea. I think I covered it Sunday. Yeah, Trump at the Libertarian Convention. RFK at the Libertarian Convention surprisingly got a lot of applause. We seem to have them eating out of his hand. Trump at the Libertarian Convention, though, not so much. Not so much. He made a big ask, and it was just something that the crowd, the Libertarians, had no interest in, right? He wants them to nominate him for president. No dice. He wants them to vote for him. At least the people at that convention. No dice. There were some MAGAs there. There was like I don't know how much of it was the supposedly the von Mises caucus in the Libertarian Party is slightly more MAGA than the rest of them. So, I mean, like, it could have been something, people involved with that. I get the feeling, though, there were a lot of people there that were not necessarily libertarians, not regular attendees of the Libertarian Convention, and they were just they were there to MAGA. They were there to MAGA, but he still got booed. He still overall got booed, and they didn't do anything he wanted them to. So
Struggles to be able to support a family. And I know that you've said that there's going to be the largest deportation effort in your next term. How do we do it?
So millions and millions of people are coming into our country, and it's not necessarily exactly what we want or had it.
And something that we had as sort of an exclusive was one of the Libertarian mainstays, like one of the people that are at the Libertarian Convention every year, somebody named Starchild, was actually thrown out of, was physically like picked up, and they attempted to throw Starchild out of the event, and that kind of pissed off some libertarians.
In mind.
But yeah, it was the MAGA contingent that was there that was like, hey, you can't hold up a wannabe dictator, sign. Get him out of here. Get him out of here. And then, yeah, the security tried, but it looked like they were confronted maybe by some libertarian officials who were like, you're not throwing anybody out. You're not, like, they're allowed to be here.
They have open borders where people just flow in. And many of those people are coming from prisons. Many of those.
Oh my God, he keeps on doing this thing.
People, frankly,
just based on nothing. Oh no, just trust me. Many of those people are coming from prisons. They're emptying out their prisons, right? These aren't people who just, who are immigrating, right? They were sent, and they're not sending their best people.
Murderers, and they're drug dealers, and they're coming from mental institutions, and they're coming from places that are not going to work very well. It's not going to be very good for our country. So we're going to start with that, and we have to get them out. No country can sustain what we're going through. I believe the number is 15, 16 million, could even be 17 million people right now. That's bigger than almost all of our states.
I think it's freaking out young people. How do we do it, though? I mean, is it going to be new personnel?
It will really be done with local police. The respect has been taken away. The honor has been taken away from our police forces. They're not allowed to do anything. And
oh, hell yeah, chat.
Not libertarian people you have to have law and order.
Do you know what this is? We have a tier list. We have a tier list of Trump's courtroom sketches, which you will remember fondly. I'm going to put them all in a tier list. Did everything right? The best of the best, right? Stable genius, covfefe, low energy, not sending their best, and fake news if I think it's not even a real sketch from the courtroom. But we'll get to that in a second. Let's finish the Tim Pool.
Have 500 people walking into a department.
Oh wait, I gotta check and see what's going on with our I gotta see what's going on with our poll. Okay. In the normal chat, Mooncat is winning with 41% to 25% from Man versus Bear, Sneako's, wow, nobody wants to see Sneeko. Fallout New Vegas actually coming in third, surprisingly. We're gonna see what the Gaming Frogs can do tonight. Other poll, shorts poll, man versus bear. Man versus bear. Sneeko still losing. Fallout New Vegas in second place, yo. Man versus bear is winning in a very fluid poll. Oh my god, chat, it's so close. Wait, let me pull up the donations. The donations might actually decide it. Seinfeld coming out of nowhere to be on top of the donations, right? So you know how this works, chat. Vote in vote in your chat. You can also vote in the other chat, right? If you're in shorts and you want to vote in not shorts, if you're in not shorts and you want to vote in shorts, feel free to go over. There's nothing I can do to stop you from crossing over and voting in the other poll too. And I just want to say it so that like it's not something that like only some people figure out and they end up distorting the poll. I just want to make sure that everybody can do it so that it's fair. And while you're there, go ahead and hit that like button. If you're looking for the like button and you're watching me on shorts, it might be a little bit you see, you would expect it to be like there or there on shorts, right? But it's not. It's actually up here. It's ... right there. You press that ... and then it opens up and you can like the stream or you can dislike the stream. You can give me feedback. You can punish me for being a liberal, Trump hating, for having Trump derangement syndrome. For saying Orange Man bad. You can punish me, right? For making fun of this guy's everything. From his toupee to his diaper.
So, and just walking out with everything they have. And we have to give honor and respect back. And I believe immunity because, so often when a police person does their job, they end up with no pension. They end up with no house. They end up with no family. Everything's taken away from them. They have to get their own lawyer. So we're going to...
Wait, what is he talking about? If a cop unalives somebody? Like, is that... Wait, what? Oh, yeah, and as always, you can put your thumb on the scales. You can put your finger on the scales. You can put your toe on the scales. You can tilt the scales, is what I'm saying, through donations. If you donate, just make sure to let me know what you want me to put your money behind, and I will add that to the total. And that will affect the vote by as much as like 1% per dollar. So if you want to buy the vote, if you want to steal the vote, it's up to you. And I've got some extra stuff on there too, like Seinfeld cringe. And Vox Populi, if you want to protect the sanctity of our elections.
And we have to give honor and respect back. And I believe immunity.
Can you give bits? Absolutely.
Because, so often when a police person does their job, they end up with no pension. They end up with no house. They end up with no family. Everything. So often people walking into a department store and just walking out with everything they have. And we have to give honor and respect back. And I believe immunity because, so often when a police...
Okay, so if you don't know, police generally do have pensions. I think pretty good pensions. The police union is a union that kind of stands apart from all other unions in terms of ideology and, but also the level to which it's like indulged and becomes sort of another layer for cops to give themselves that immunity. Jules, thank you for the 500 biddies. Why do we call them biddies on Twitch? It feels like that like has a weird origin story. Feels like that anyway. Yeah, just if you donate, let me know what you want your donation to go towards, and I will add it to the total.
This person does their job. They end up with no pension. They end up with no house. They end up with no family.
500 bits for Mooncat.
Everything's taken away from them. They have to get their own lawyer. So we're going to give them back their dignity and their strength. The local police know the criminals that we're talking about. They know their first name, their middle name.
This idea, right? The local police, they know about the criminals. If they could just arrest them. He is calling to mind an 80s like cop drama, right? This is an 80s thing. This is they know the criminals. They know that they're the criminals, but somehow the commissioner or the police chief will not let them go and get the criminals. The criminals have political connections, and they're like, don't mess with them. No, I'll take you right off this case, right? They take away his badge and his gun, and then he ends up solving the crime, even though he's been relieved of duty, and he catches the criminal, and so they have to give him back his job. It's that thing, right? That's what he's calling to mind. They know exactly who the criminals are, folks. They're just not allowed to go and get them. I want to give them immunity to unalive anybody in the course of an arrest, right? So that they can, I don't know, dude, he wants the extrajudicial justice. That's what he wants, right? And he does. Remember, this is the guy that took out a full-page ad to try to go after the Central Park Five after they'd been proven innocent. After they had been proven innocent, he wanted them executed, right?
Last name.
He's all about the extrajudicial.
They know everything about him. And we're going to have to let them do that. And they will bring them in. We have no choice. And these are in many cases, and this is from all over the world, not just South America, which is big enough, but they're coming in from the Congo. They're coming in from all parts of Africa. They're coming in from all parts of Asia. And it's an invasion into our country. And no country can handle this. So we're going to have them taken out. Local police, we're going to work very closely with the local police, and it's been done before.
Okay, let's be real. If we're talking about people who are in violation of immigration laws, most of them are not coming from the countries that he mentioned, and most of them are overstaying their freaking visas. And that's how they get in. And that's how you get in if you got money. He's not worried about those undocumented immigrants, right? He's worried about a very specific list of
communist invading radicals.
A very specific list of countries, folks. It's the countries that I call shithole countries. That's where they're that's what he's actually worried about. That's what this is all about. This guy is a one-trick pony, and his one trick is racism. And it's getting old.
Dwight Eisenhower, believe it or not, did the biggest deportation.
Getting kind of old.
He pretty much stopped it. Strange that we mentioned.
That was right. He stopped it with his kite and his. He electrocuted the people trying to come into the country. Right? You remember that when Ben Franklin made an electrical fence around the 13 colonies using his kite and a key tied to the end of it to electrify the. Oh my God! Okay.
Eisenhower, because you don't think of him that way, but he did a massive deportation where people were pouring in.
The next big question that we get a lot is there's two components to this. The first is me.
Yeah, leave it to Ben Franklin to be a secret chud.
Many of the libertarians here, we want to see firings. We want to see in the bureaucracy corrupt.
I agree.
Individuals, the bloat. On top of that,
so what are we really talking about? We're talking about them firing people in civil service and replacing them with Trump loyalists. We're talking about Trump being unsatisfied with his ability to wield the country as his own petty dictatorship during his first term. There were people that he hired that would not go along with his most fucked up inclinations, and obviously there was civil servants in career like lifetime jobs that would not go along with his attempted violations. But they've got a plan. They've got a plan for that. It's Project 2025.
Without getting into the specifics for obvious reasons, the things that they're doing to you with the court system is not just to you. It is to me. It is to everyone who voted for you in 2020.
It's true.
Are we going to get some good personnel in as Attorney General, Deputy Attorney General, and in the CIA,
right,
and see some prosecutions?
So we had some great people because our trade numbers were fantastic. The jobs we did on trade, the jobs we did, frankly, in the military underneath the terrible television generals who were absolutely terrible, but we have incredible people. You know, we defeated ISIS, and we had no new wars because they were concerned with us. I had no wars at all. I finished off a war that we
Wait,
were...
Nepster, are you really saying what I think you're saying? Because I think what I hear you saying is something like,
I did everything right and they indicted me. I did everything right and they indicted me. I did everything right and they indicted. I did everything. I did everything. I did every. I did every. I did every. I did every. I did. 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 I did everything right and they indicted me.
Oh shit! Oh shit!
oh shit.
for 20 years, but we had no wars. And we have to get the right people. It's all about the people. So when I first came here, I was only in Washington 17 times in my life. All of a sudden, I'm president. And I really knew nobody. I relied on people. Some were good, some were rhinos, some gave us some bad advice.
Some were rhinos. Some lived in my ass. Some glazed me up constantly, right? And some did not want to be associated with my self-destructing brand.
And generally speaking, we had very good people. But we had some that we have to do better. Attorney General, we have to get a great Attorney General. And I'd work with the
He
Libertarian.
wants a hand puppet as his Attorney General. That's what he wants. He wants a literal fucking marionette that he can be like, yes, go arrest this guy. He just wants to fucking control. This is a fucking dictator. You're looking at a wannabe dictator.
Party.
The libertarians were right about one thing. This guy is a wannabe dictator.
And I think it's very good because, you know, I view the Libertarian Party as almost a party of common sense.
And the real question, chat, is whose hand is up his butt?
It's largely of common sense. And I say that about the Republican Party, too. We're a party of common
sense. Because this guy, you're looking at somebody who's not financially solvent. Who is holding his ass up?
You want borders, but you want fairness. You want a lot of things that a lot of other people don't talk about. So we will work with a lot of people to get the right people in. The difference is I now know sort of everybody.
Yeah.
And I'm not having to be relying on people that...
He's like, I got my cult now, okay? They believe that I am the son of freaking God, and they will do anything I say. They can see me be the absolute worst person in the world right in front of their eyes, and then they can deny it. They can say, don't believe you. They'll pluck out their freaking eyeballs because they don't believe it. They don't believe it. They know that Trump is the best guy.
That I didn't know very well and listened to
the only guy
recommendations. And I think we're going to have phenomenal people. I know the people. I know the good ones, the bad ones, the weak ones, the strong ones. I think we're going to have great people.
We're friends with Kash Patel. He was on the show just before you, and that gives me a lot of confidence.
Yeah. Cash is fantastic.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's an example of a good one.
Yep.
We have some great people, but Cash was a great example. Devin Nunes, as you know, he's fantastic.
Absolutely.
We have so many great people.
So when it came to foreign policy, I'll be honest, I didn't vote for you in 2016. I was jaded. Obama let me down. I'm from Chicago. I thought 2016 was silly. And then in 2020, with the timeline for getting out of Afghanistan,
right.
When you tried to get our troops out of Syria, my question is, why are we in Syria? Who even knew?
Yeah.
And they lied to you, and they lied to us about the number of troops in there. And so maybe it's a bit blunt for me to say I want to see people prosecuted for the lies of the American people. But in terms of foreign policy, perhaps it's a little bit of a biased interview, but I think you're the greatest president of my lifetime.
Oh, I appreciate it.
And ending the wars that we should not have been involved in. Now the fear is World War III.
Yeah.
What are you looking at when you...
That's the exact fear they sold in 2016. You can't elect Hillary because she wants to start World War III. Whereas Trump, we'll just roll over for Putin and let him do whatever.
Enter your next term to stopping the escalation.
Well, first of all, I'm the only one that is going to stop World War III because this man can't put two sentences together.
This motherfucker wants to bomb Mexico. This piece of shit wants to fucking attack Mexico, okay? Don't blow smoke up my ass, Trump. You are not an anti-war president. You just want different wars. You want war with China, and you want war with Mexico. What is wrong with you?
Yeah, he doesn't know what he's doing, doesn't know where he is. And amazingly, it seems like he's going to be running. You know, it's a lot of people say, do you think he'll make it to the starting gate? Well, we'll see what happens. But if you look at Viktor Orban, because we don't want to see war.
Oh, cool. Fascist in Hungary. Yeah.
I don't want to see wars. I was in no wars other than we finished a war with ISIS and we completed it, 100% complete. But I don't want to see wars.
You got 100% completion.
I think it's so horrible, so unnecessary, so costly in terms of lives and money in that order. And destroying these countries, you know, you're destroying culture. When you look at Ukraine, that would have never happened if I were president.
Yeah, you would have let that. Because Putin would own Ukraine if he had been president. He would have given it away. There would have been no support.
You look at the October 7th attack on Israel, it would have never happened.
I look at your policies, I see secure the borders, bring jobs back. I look at the Democrats and many Republicans, and it's foreign war and foreign expansion.
That's right.
What is that?
I think it's just a failed mentality. It's crazy. You can solve problems over a telephone. Instead, they start dropping bombs. I see recently they're dropping bombs all over Yemen. You don't have to do that. You can talk in such a way where they respect you and they listen to you. Viktor Orban of Hungary, you know, the leader, they call him a strong man. Who cares if
they call him a strong man? They call him a dictator. I mean, who cares about that's just a weird, that's a distinction without real meaning. I mean, you know.
He's a strong man or not a strong man. He's a very powerful guy.
He's a very powerful guy, just like me.
He said the problem the world has is that Donald Trump is no longer president. When he was president, China didn't play around, Russia didn't play around, nobody played around, and we had no problems. Today, the whole world...
Nobody played around because we were under a giant fucking pandemic, which this motherfucker cut funding for. Like the funding that Trump cut hurt the COVID response. It was a ridiculous response.
Is on fire.
I heard that funny.
Yeah, that's right. We were all inside. Nobody was running around at all. That's true. That's true, Trump.
There's a conversation from a phone call where you said that there was they maybe thought there was a 5% chance you'd nuke them.
That's
and so it kept them in line. It's kind of scary to think about.
It's the madman theory. This is Richard Nixon. This shit doesn't work.
But you take a look at the weakness we have now.
Like Nixon thought that he could win Vietnam. He could negotiate his way into, you know, ensconcing like the South Vietnam permanently, right, through the idea that that he was going to expand the bombing into other countries, and people would think that he was literally crazy. Which, I mean, you know, if you know about Richard Nixon, yeah, I guess that's believable. You know, some of the some of his you know, personal you know, interactions are pretty unhinged, right? So, you know, I mean, like, it didn't work. It didn't work. Obviously, you know what happened in Vietnam
with Ukraine and the money that we are wasting. You know, I'll bring it back to the economy. This young guy I was talking to about immigration. Actually, I'll put it this way. There's a viral video where a young man's screaming that we're sending hundreds of billions to a country no one's ever heard of. Right. And young people are hurting in this country. Do you see any direct economic policy that is on your list for 2025?
Direct.
He's actually kind of nervous, like surprisingly so. I mean, I guess he's never... Is this his first interview with Trump?
Economic, but also direct in terms of warfare. We're spending hundreds of billions of dollars all around the world. But when you look at Ukraine, we're giving all of this money. Europe, which is much more affected by that war than us, is spending just a tiny fraction of what we're spending. And you say, does anybody at least get involved in this? But more importantly, I will end that war. I'll get it ended. Putin respects me. Zelensky respects.
You respect Putin. That's the truth of the matter. And by respect, I mean can't say no to.
Me, I know all the players, and I want to get that war ended. It's a horrible war. It's a terrible... There's no good war, but that's a horrible war. And to think it would have never started. It would have never started. If the election turned out like it should have turned out, that war would have never started. I mean, and you know, the number of...
Isn't that funny? Like the one foreign leader Trump actually, you know, just bends over backwards for is the one dude that's more of a fascist than him.
Lives we're talking about is far greater than the numbers that you hear. When they blow up a town, or when they blow up these buildings, these massive buildings, surprisingly, I mean, these are big. That was my business. These are big, powerful buildings. And they come tumbling down to the ground and they say nobody was injured. A lot of people were killed. Yeah. And the numbers are a lot different than you think. You will see that. You will see that happening. When those numbers really get announced, you're going to see it's much worse than people think.
Here at the Libertarian Party National
Yep.
Which numbers are we talking
Number of
about?
lives we're talking. It would have never. Zelensky respects me. I know all the players, and I want to get that war ended. It's a horrible war. It's a terrible. There's no good war, but that's a
So
horrible
you're saying there's more civilian casualties in Ukraine than people know?
war. And to think it would have never started. It would have never started if the election turned out like it should have turned out. That war would have never started.
We would have just negotiated away. We would have negotiated away Eastern Ukraine, and it would have been that. Yeah, it would have never started.
And you know the
You
number.
would have asked Putin what does he want, like, and you ask him to draw a line. Of what part of Ukraine would you like to take over right now? This part, okay, here you go.
Number of lives we're talking about is far greater than the numbers that you hear. When they blow up a town, or when they blow up these buildings, these massive buildings, surprisingly, I mean, these are big. That was my business. These are big, powerful buildings.
And when they blow them up, is he talking about like when?
And they come tumbling down to the ground and they say nobody was injured. A lot of people were killed.
Yeah.
And the numbers are a lot different than you think. What you will see that happening when those numbers really get announced. You're going to see it's much worse than people think.
Here at the Libertarian Party National Convention, they had one of their, I believe one of their presidential nominees said he wants to see Fauci, the heads of Moderna, Pfizer, Biden, and you locked up for what happened during COVID. I don't agree with them, but there is a big sentiment. Elon Musk tweeted, prosecute Fauci. Fauci lied to Congress about the gain-of-function research that was going on, and now we have testimony.
Well, I'm the one that stopped the funding, and this was funding from before me. I'm the one that stopped the funding. Fauci.
There we go. He admits it.
Wasn't a big player in my administration.
Our COVID response was hamstrung because of decisions made by the Trump administration. That these kind of things were not a priority. They were not worth spending money on. And like people are dead because of it. He does have blood on his hands.
He was after I left. I mean, Biden made him.
It's not the way that the libertarian anti-vaxxers seem to think.
The king of everything. And if you take a look at that, Fauci was not the big player with me that he was. And in fact, I did things that he didn't want to do. He wanted to keep it open.
So he is kind of battling. There was a while that Ron DeSantis seemed to want to make a play. And they went out at each other, too, because Ron DeSantis's response to COVID was actually sort of mixed. At first, it was vigorous, right? When it first started, DeSantis was really quick to close everything down. After he recognized that his base was not having that, he switched that up pretty quick and made Florida famously a very good vector for disease transmission. But yeah, Trump had to go at him he's kind of DeSantis has given Trump sort of like backhanded compliments and mentioned that he did Operation Warp Speed, associated him with the pandemic response, and then Trump's come back and associated Ron with his initial response, which was to close everything down. So they've sort of traded barbs. Now Ron DeSantis is on his team now. Ron DeSantis is no longer running for president, no longer an issue, no longer a factor. So he's not dealing with that anymore. But the person that is hitting him for very similar stuff now is Robert F. Kennedy, who spoke at the same libertarian convention to massive applause. Right now, I've seen articles that say that he was booed too. I watched like most of RFK's speech. I didn't see it. And if he's as anti-vax as we all it sort of makes sense, right, that they're gonna be more on they're gonna want a candidate more like that than a candidate like Trump. It's weird though to see a Kennedy being cheered at a libertarian national convention.
To China, I said you got to close it to China because it was all coming out of China. It was coming out of Wuhan, which I said right at the beginning. But the other thing is, and what people don't realize, I believe in federalism. I gave the power to governors. Some governors,
just like I give you the power to decide what our follow-up content is going to be, and it's about time that I check on that. So right now, it looks like Mooncat is winning in the mainstream chat. Looks like man versus bear. Wow. That's a strong showing from man versus bear. Okay, so overall, it looks like as far as the voting goes, and remember, you still have time to vote. You still have a decent amount of time to vote. Vote in, if you're on shorts, go ahead and vote in shorts. And if you're in the regular chat, go ahead and vote in that chat. You could also cross over. I might as well tell you, because there's nothing I can do to stop you from crossing over from one to the other and voting in both. And I'd rather just like everybody know that that's a possibility, so that if you want to vote twice, you can vote twice. That's okay. There's like literally nothing I can do to stop you. So, and also, if you are not satisfied with the outcome of the election, you can. Oh, look at that. Wait a minute. Oh, all together. Yeah, when I take it together, yeah, because like look at this right here. So it would be like man versus bear is ahead in shorts, and it's second place in the regular chat. Mooncat is first place in the regular chat and third place in shorts. So that would be a victory for man versus bear. However, when I look at the donation, it looks like Mooncat has got $5 behind it, and man versus bear has got 0. So we end up making up several percentage. That actually changes things, right? It's always anyone's guess whether the donation tabulation will actually change the outcome of the poll, right? Last time it did not, right? Last time the donators were donating for the same stuff that won in the poll, so that won decisively. The time before that, though, we did have one get flipped. We were going to watch the Rumble video, but we ended up watching Goku Naru's Muay Thai muscle mummies instead, because somebody just like really wanted to see that happen, and they got what they asked for. They got what they asked for. So yeah, if you can get what you asked for too, just make sure that if you donate, let me know what you want me to put your money towards after you donate. So, just tell me man versus bear or Sneako's back or Mooncat or, oh my god, Seinfeld. Somebody wants Seinfeld or Fallout New Vegas. If you're a gaming frog, you can vote for that. Or if you want the winner of the poll to be the winner overall, you can put your money in Vox Populi. So just like let me know where you want me to put your money. Vox Populi means that you're just like supporting whoever wins the poll, and anything else you're going to be putting your thumb on the scale and possibly helping something win, like Mooncat right now, which is winning despite losing in the polls. It's getting flipped. Anyway, let's finish Donald Trump, and then yeah, make sure to stick around because I've got this tier list, right? We're gonna do a tier list of all the courtroom sketches, and I'm gonna rank them. Which ones did everything right? Which ones are fake news? You'll find out.
Did a great job. In all cases, they were Republicans, and some, like in South Carolina, Henry McMaster kept everything open. Others didn't. The Democrats did a bad job.
Ron DeSantis.
Very bad job.
The Sanctimonious did a horrible job. But he closed everything down, folks.
Basically, I gave that power over the states. I gave it to the governor. I gave it back to the states. And I think it's something which, when people realize that, it's something that they respect.
Will there be accountability for the lying to Congress?
Little Rhonda.
When you get to appoint your new AG, deputy AG?
Yeah, and we'll take a look at statute of limitations, because, the statute of limitations are quite long. And we're going to be looking at that very seriously, yeah.
I got one big question for you. So part of my family comes from Korea.
Good.
And you did what I think is one of the most tremendous things. You crossed the demilitarized zone into North Korea with no security as a sign of goodwill and peace with the hostile nation. And I've had people tell me it never happened. So I think people need to know about it. I'm wondering if you can just tell me how did that happen? How did it come to be?
And it hasn't happened since.
Yeah.
And when I met with, with the handoff, you sort of meet with the previous president for a period of time. The meeting lasted for quite a while with President.
What do you think is behind that, chat? What do you like? That one's weird, right? I said before, Putin is the one person that Trump like bows down before. Like anybody else, Trump is always like, wanting to dominate literally anyone else, right? He doesn't like it when people are taller than him. He doesn't like it when people get more attention than he does. He's actually, changed his vice presidential decisions based on things like that. But he's okay with Putin domineering him. And he's got a soft spot for Kim Jong-un. What is that? Because it seems like, is it contrarian? I mean, with Putin, we kind of have some idea what might be playing into that, right? But with Kim Jong, it's really weird. It's really weird, right? He's like stepbrothers with. That's what they did, Chad. If you don't know, right? Trump and he slept over at Kim Jong-un's house. He slept in bunk beds, and they played tabletop games together. It's really weird. It's really weird.
Obama, you sit in the Oval Office and you talk, and the press is outside, and you talk for a little while. He said the single greatest threat we have is North Korea. And I said, have you called them? Have you tried to talk to them?
Yeah, that's right. But Obama just tried to, he was like, no, we know that they're really bad. They're really bad. But we haven't talked to them. We haven't called them. We don't keep regular fucking diplomatic relations with them.
Little things like that.
I guess you could have just worked it out. It was really simple, right? What a weird confusion. It turns out he's not so bad.
And didn't matter what the answer was. He felt that was the single biggest threat in the world was North Korea. And as you know, there was certain hostility when I first started, and all of a sudden it boiled down to something that was very beautiful.
Compared to Trump, who thinks the single biggest threat in the world is TikTok.
The way it happened, and I got along with him very well. And
what I'm saying, Chad, was bunk beds.
If Hillary won that race, you would have had a nuclear war.
She would have never slept in the bunk bed.
And millions of people.
She would have asked for the bottom bunk, and they would have started World War III.
Would have been killed. And you weren't even close to that. It never happened. It was never going to happen. I got along great with him, and it just never was going to happen.
Were you at all scared in any way when you crossed into an enemy country?
Well, I wouldn't say that Secret Service was thrilled. And in those blue buildings, there were lots of people in those buildings that I looked at. The two blue buildings on each side with the windows. And I looked in those windows, and there were a lot of things happening in those. Someday I'll tell you about it. But no, I felt very safe.
Someday I'll share secret intel that I'm sworn to secrecy over with you. Just like I told Kid Rock.
Relationship with him, as you know.
Here, let me show you my secret documents that I illegally retained.
Very hostile. Little Rocket Man and all that. But then all of a sudden it morphed. He respected me. I respected him. And we ended up, once we got to know each other, we ended up very good. A very smart guy, very strong guy. He's the absolute leader of that country.
He's a strong guy. That's what I see when I look at Kim Jong-un.
For those that think he's not, they're wrong. And I got to know him very well. I even did a press conference. He never did a press conference before. I said, would you like to do a press conference? And we did a press conference, if you remember. And then he said, that's the end of the press conference. And boom, everybody was pretty radically thrown out. But it was a press conference, the only press conference he's ever done. I got along with him great. We had no nuclear war. You would have had a nuclear war guaranteed. And you won't if we have the right president.
That is like what he's... There's his campaign promise. No, I won't blow up the world.
If we have somebody that knows what he's doing.
That makes me think he's going to blow up the world.
You're not going to have World War III. If, on the other hand, we don't, you're going to end up in World War III, and it's going to be a war like no other because of the power of weaponry.
He's like, war never changes.
They've actually been saying we're already in it. The Hill published a piece saying we are in World War III and Biden is losing it. And so my hope is... I don't see any logical path for a Biden presidency to fix the economy,
What is the Hill yapping about?
Fix anything.
He can't fix it. He can't fix it.
Who's World War III? What is it, like Israel in the U.S. versus Iran and China? Is that what they're...
Himself.
Yeah.
Can't fix anything.
He had a new one the other day, Pakalaka. I don't know if you saw that. He was muttering on TV. Something
Biden?
Like now, crypto.
By the way,
I mean, it helps if you can remember it.
Just so you know. I know all the leaders. They're at the top of their game. They're sharp. They're tough. They're smart. They love their country, or they do whatever they have to for their country at a minimum. And when they see this guy come in, I think they can't believe it. I know they can't believe it. It's not the right person.
So we'll do a couple quick ones. We don't have much time. You announced you're taking cryptocurrency.
What we're doing is we're backing it as a form of, as a field. And we have to, because otherwise somebody else is going to be doing it from another country. And as you know, they're already trying. And it's going to happen, and we're going to help it happen. And it's something that can be very good.
Wait, what's he actually saying? Chat, is he's not saying that he's thinking about converting the United States' currency into a blockchained cryptocurrency?
I think it can be very good.
No.
Like at first when he mentioned it, I thought they were talking about like taking the money, taking donations in crypto.
Digital currencies.
No digital, no central bank.
And one more big one. Will you pardon Julian Assange?
Well, I'm going to talk about that today, and we're going to give it very serious consideration. And we're going to have a couple of other things to say in the speech that I think you're going to love.
I've heard some rumors.
And you've gotten so much out of me, I should leave a little bit for the speech, don't you think?
Mr. President, it is an honor and a privilege. I really do appreciate you sitting down with me.
And you're very respected, I have to say, when I did a little research.
Yeah.
And some of my...
You're very well respected, not like that Sam Cedar.
I said, and I met you before.
That Sam Cedar, he's on a blacklist. He's not very respected.
But they said just a very respected guy. It's my honor. Even though we're keeping that big crowd, that's the biggest crowd they've ever had. We're keeping them waiting just for this interview. So congratulations.
Thank you so much. Shall we?
Thank you, my friend.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
I love how he turns like a large showing in a opposition party's convention into somehow like a win for himself. But yeah, there he is, Trump. There's our big guy. So I was kind of teasing with something. We've got this, right? We've got the tier chart. I'm going to do this afterwards, but there's been some developments, let's just say. And unfortunately, the people with the goods are kind of like your more like liberal tier of YouTube news channels. Folks, it's a very bad day when I have to watch Midas Touch, is what I'm saying. But there's something that happened. A note was submitted, and it might have broad implications. Jurors have a note, and we can tell because there's a arrow pointing to the note. Anyway, let me take a look once again and see what's going on in our poll. Yeah, Man versus Bear, first place. Fallout New Vegas in shorts, second place. Mooncat, Evo Psych destroying the competition. Man versus Bear second in the live chat, but still overall it's actually the donations that are deciding this one, and they're putting Mooncat ahead. So again, if you want to put your thumb on the scale, you can do that. When you donate, just let me know what you want your donation to go towards, and I'll add it right to whatever topic you want to see me cover, because we're going to do another topic after we get done with our Trump tent. Since we're not doing tip tent, we're doing Trump tent, right? The other lolcow. And you could also vote for Vox Populi, which just means that you want to keep the choice of the people sacred. Whatever gets voted on, you want that to win. So yeah, if Vox Populi gets the most money, then that's what happens. It essentially nullifies other people's votes, but then you can always nullify Vox Populi. So that is still going on. And we'll keep on counting that. So I want to take a look and see what exactly is going on with this note.
Thank you very much.
Wrong button. It's this button.
The buzzer went off during the deliberation.
Oh God, it's Midas Touch.
Michael Popak in the Trump criminal trial. And when a buzzer goes off, it means one of two things. It either means there's a verdict or the jury has a note where the jury asks a question. Lisa Rubin, who's in the court, reports new like a bat phone. The jury bell has gone off at Trump's criminal trial, and now we wait to find out why. In walks the district's attorney's team. This is no accident. In walks Donald Trump and the defense team. It turns out, Michael Popak, it was indeed a note. The jury had a request for some additional information as they deliberate. Ann Bauer, though, reports how here's a Trump trial update. Something might be about to happen, likely a jury note. There's a buzzer. The jury can ring when they want to contact a court officer to send a note to the judge. The bell rang a few minutes ago. The jury had been deliberating for more than 3 hours in courtroom 1530. The prosecution team re-enters the room. The district attorneys, Susan Hoffinger, Matthew Colangelo, Becky Mangold, Josh Steinglass, and some of the paralegals enter. Trump, followed by his defense team and entourage, filed back in. Trump's crew seated in the gallery at the moment includes Don Jr., Alina Habba, and Boris Epshteyn. Justice Merchan then announced, "We have received a note." And then Justice Merchan proceeds to read the note where the jurors have made 4 requests for information.
One in chat, if you remember who Boris Epshteyn is. Do you know who they're talking about here?
They are requesting one.
Oh, here we go. Yeah, this is the note. David Pecker's testimony regarding phone conversations during the investor meeting. 2, Pecker's testimony related to McDougal's life rights agreement. Pecker's testimony regarding Trump Tower meeting. And Cohen's testimony regarding Trump Tower meeting. So this is a request that's been submitted by the jury. What does it mean, though?
Former leader of AMI, which controlled National Enquirer. They're requesting David Pecker's testimony regarding phone conversations during an investor meeting. 2, they're requesting David Pecker's testimony related to Karen McDougal's life rights agreement. 3, they are requesting David Pecker's testimony regarding the Trump Tower meeting where the catch and kill scheme was first discussed. And 4, they are requesting Michael Cohen's testimony regarding that Trump Tower meeting. And remember, at that meeting, what the testimony reflects is that they were speaking about the 2016 election and how if these stories got out, it would be bad for Donald Trump. Now, George Conway stated somewhat cryptically in response to these questions, the famed lawyer, he goes, "Not a good sign for the defense." Roger Sullenberger, reporter, he writes, "Seems that the jury," and this was my take on it, and I'm not really reading whether this is a good sign or a bad sign per se. I agree with what Sullenberger's saying here, though, which is it seems the jury is trying to reach a consensus on whether Donald Trump specifically intended to influence the election with the catch and kill arrangement.
So again, chat, the catch and kill arrangement was a understanding that Trump had with National Enquirer editor David Pecker. I don't remember if it's David or Daniel, but Pecker, right? He had an agreement. The idea was that if anything came across Pecker's desk, which, he's in the National Enquirer, he does, celebrity gossip type news. And Stormy Daniels did indeed go to the Enquirer for and give them the exclusive rights, right? So then when he's got the exclusive rights, he's able to get the exclusive rights to, and then kill, sit on, not do anything with, not publish the story about Stormy Daniels. This was right after Trump's "grab her in the pussy" quote. And there was the reason that Trump seems to have, used Michael Cohen to get hush money to Stormy Daniels, and also with this catch and kill scheme, is essentially to not have the narrative of him being a mega creep, which he is, which people, kind of forget because he's so many other things too. He's a creep, he's a dictator, he's a narcissist, he is a giant baby literally shitting in his diaper all day, right? He's a lot of things. So it's hard to keep your eye on everything, and people kind of forgot about the mega creep aspect, the fact that he's saying weird sexual stuff about his daughter, right? There's a lot about Trump was creepy before Biden was creepy, right? Trump is beyond smelling the hair of, right? He's that creepy. But that's what the catch and kill scheme is, involving David Pecker. And that's what the jury's requesting. So they seem to be trying to come to a conclusion.
Boris, what is the war room? What happens in this room?
This is
Oh God.
If that's correct,
We call them
that
out so
means
people
that
know.
the jurors
We missed it, chat. Wait. Sorry. All right. Who is Boris Epstein? So chat, had Trump lost the 2016 election, there was a plan to go forward with something called Trump TV. There was a plan to go forward with some kind of cable news network or whatever the hell this was, right? And we were denied this, right? We were denied this golden fucking content by the fact that Trump didn't lose in 2016. So on the left is Boris Epstein.
All right, welcome back into Trump Tower Live. I'm Cliff Sims. I'm joined by Boris Epstein. We're here in the Trump campaign war room. Boris, what is the war room? What happens in this room?
What happens?
This guy's name's Andy Sarabian. Sarabies! We call him out so people know.
So anyway, that's Sarabies. That's Andy Sarabian, I guess, was the other one. Anyway, that's Boris Epstein's claim to fame, is that he's the one that said Sarabies. He was the first Sarabies, the only Sarabies.
recognize that there is a crime here that was committed, that too, Trump was involved in it. But the key threshold here, as this is a felony, was this issue of, was it intended to influence the election? Was it a violation of these other acts that make this into...
Is this gonna pause? Yeah, it's gonna pause. Thank you for the gift sub to CJ. CJ, you just got weaseled. Omega Star putting the money behind bear versus man versus bear. Yo, okay, wow. Okay, so now that changes things, right? That's how easy it is. Mooncat was winning because Mooncat had $5 behind it and was winning in one poll, and it's still winning in one poll, but now man versus bear, yeah, is winning because man versus bear is first place in one poll and second place in the other, whereas Mooncat is first place in the opposite poll and is like third place. Wait, no, fourth place actually. Yeah, Mooncat's losing on shorts. Nobody knows who Mooncat is, I guess. Wait, what was that noise? Oh my God, Nepster! Thank you for the tier 1 gifts. This is the oh, you got a sub. That's actually thank you, Firebird. I was like, wow, it's really weird that. Anyway, that is $5 Firebird that you get to decide where I'm gonna put. Right? What do you want to put that behind? What does that go towards? What kind of content do you want to see? Wait, no, Nepser gave the gift sub to Firebird? Nepser gets to decide where that $5 goes. That is Nepser giving us no man bears. Biden's son Hunter Biden. We're not talking about Trump's son. We're not talking about Trump's daughter. We're not talking about anybody in the Trump family here. We're talking about Donald Trump doing a little election shenanigans to keep a story from coming to light, a story that he thought might hurt him, a story that he was willing to pay hush money to Stormy Daniels to keep quiet, right? We're not dealing with anybody's kids here. This is not a bank shot like your fucking Barisma. Like, oh my God, Hunter Biden, do you know he's got a laptop? He's got a laptop. He's got dick pics. He's got like I swear to God, this is what I hear from Republicans is like, let me show you some revenge porn on Hunter Biden. This is his junk. How could you vote for a guy whose son's junk is on the internet? This guy sucks toes. This guy sucks toes, and he sucked Zelensky's toes, and that's why Biden is corrupt. Bang! Got him. The big guy is in the room now. The big guy is in the room. Oh my God. My son Hunter. This is just epic means. It's almost as epic as, do you remember the time when you tried to sell us on the Comet Pizza, the Comet Ping Pong and Pizzeria? Seriously, Nepser, you got to decide. What are you putting your money behind? We might not get a straight answer. Chat, this is the first time that a Trump person has donated to the... I'm not getting anything from Nepser. What do you want? I don't like this stuff. I'm sorry. You know, strawberry ice cream it is though.
A felony. I think that's a fair interpretation. Finally, before turning it over to you, Michael Popok, without me reading this as a good note or a bad note, to me, what it reflects, most importantly, though, is the jury's taking their job very seriously, and they are asking questions that get to the heart of the matter.
If Nepser's not going to respond, then I guess Firebird gets to decide. Firebird 710, what do you want the $5 that Nepser donated on your behalf to what, own you? I don't understand.
And the case right away. Let me pass it over to you, Popok, for your take on this first very important note.
Thanks, Ben. This is a hardworking jury. They told the judge they wanted to work till 8 p.m. Eastern time last night to get through closing arguments and summation. We've been impressed by the approach of this jury, the maturity of this jury, if you will. Remember, these were 12 people who didn't know each other who have been lashed together into a jury, a thing we call a jury. The alternates have been dismissed. It's the 12 that were in seats 1 through 12 that have now retired to the jury deliberation room, away from the prying eyes of all lawyers. And the only thing that we find out to try to a glimmer of what's going on in there, much like a Pope selection process, where we're waiting on the white smoke, is when they hit the buzzer. Two buzzers, two buzzes is they've reached a verdict. One buzz is we got a question. And this happens all the time. So I don't want people to think this is unusual.
Okay, so one buzz, the verdict has not been reached, but they did have a question. They're asking for this evidence. So it means something. You know what I want to happen though? Like, this is how I envision like my perfect jury atmosphere, right? If I were able to determine how the US legal system works, I feel like the jury would be a little bit like Willy Wonka. You know what I mean? There's 12 of them. Maybe the judge like walks them into a chocolate factory, shows them the chocolate river, shows them the world of candy, and you know, as they go along, any moral deficits that are present in any of the 12 jurors become apparent. And like, let's say that maybe they get sucked down a chocolate river. Okay, so now they're not in the jury, and we use the alternate, right? Or and eventually, like the jury, the foreign person of the jury gets to replace the judge. It's like Willy Wonka. It's like how they select the new Willy Wonka, right? They take them on a tour, and whoever is like the goodest kid in all the jury, it gets to replace the judge.
Jury trial where a jury hasn't asked at least one question, usually more than one. And it's the same process regardless of whether you're in federal or state court.
That goes towards Mooncat.
The jury has a question. The judge, without knowing yet what the question is, reconvenes the entire defense and prosecution team, the two sides of the case, brings them back into the courtroom. When the question is then read, it comes through the jury foreperson, who in this case is in seat number 1. We know that because that's New York practice. Then the request or the note is read aloud. Then the judge.
Okay, well, if I go with that,
with the lawyers on both sides.
If I go with that, that means that Mooncat is ahead of again, right? It's very tight. It's very tight between Man versus Bear and Mooncat.
About whether that question is even going to be answered. Sometimes the jury.
Trump's kids were convicted of major financial fraud. Yeah, I mean, like, and you've got look, you've got stuff that they're not even looking into. I mean, like, think about the emoluments clause, right? There's a lot. Look, it's like the most criminal presidency in the history of the United States. If what you want to do is drain the swamp, start with Dirty Donald. Start with the most corrupt president in the history of presidents.
They ask questions that they decide not to answer.
You should be on the jury? Well, yeah, because then you'd go to Willy Wonka's Chocolate World. I should be on the jury too. I want to eat the candy. No, I want the double bubble burpicola. That's what I want, chat. I want the soda. You know what I'm talking about? Willy Wonka soda. It makes you float.
Because it's outside the record, or it is not the law that's been charged by the only lawgiver in that room, which is the judge, or for some other reason. But this one is a request for evidence, because in some courts and in some proceedings, the pile of evidence is sitting in the room, in the jury deliberation room, but not in New York. In New York, they have to actually request, which gives us a window into their thinking, what they want to hear. If they want to hear transcript testimony, even though you and I and Midas Touch Network have been talking about these daily release of transcripts, that pile of written transcripts by court reporters taking down the notes of everything that is said in the courtroom and all the testimony is not in the room with them. They have to say, we want the testimony of a certain witness at a certain time on a certain issue. Then the court reporter has to find it if the judge authorizes that to happen, which they will here, because this is a request for evidence. This isn't really a question. It's we want evidence. Question would be like, can we find a misdemeanor if we can't reach consensus on a felony? And if that hasn't been the charge, the answer to that would be no, but that would be a question. This is a request for information and for evidence. And there's a little bit, frankly, of a disconnect with different, this was what happens. You get like a Rashomonic, different people hearing the same thing with a different view. I've seen question number 1 reported differently than what you read by one of the reporters here. You read it as David Pecker's investment meeting thing. Everybody else I've seen has reported it is that what they want is, and this is Kyle, what's his name, from The Guardian and others. The first question is apparently David Pecker's testimony regarding his conversation with Trump. That makes a lot more sense than how some other people have reported it. So even people that are in the room that are trying to jot it down are not getting it exactly right. Although the judge.
Here's the deal, Nepser. Look. If you could find something that Biden was guilty of and stop him from running, I would sign that in a heartbeat. I think Biden is a historically weak candidate. I think it's ridiculous that this is what the two parties have come to, running two octogenarians against each other. Right? I don't like Biden's odds. Right, so if you could replace Biden with like literally anyone, because if you look at the polling, right, generic Democrat versus Republican, Democrats are winning. When you put Joe Biden in as the Democrat, though, it's kind of a loser because he's kind of a loser. And if we could just trade Trump for Biden and have, I don't know, what would it be? Would it be just Santos versus Kamala? I don't know. It's still going to be a shit show election. Like, you still have, two very corrupt parties.
And the court reporter is going to have to be directed as to what that means. Pecker's decision not to finalize and fund the assignment of McDougal's.
Trump's more lively than Biden? Only when he's on the Adderall.
McDougal's life rights. I'll talk about that in a minute. Pecker's testimony regarding the Trump Tower meeting. That's the Trump Tower conspiracy that as alleged by
I don't even like Biden. Yeah. So how bad must Trump be?
and pushed by the prosecution in their opening and throughout as a thread throughout the trial involving Donald Trump, Cohen, and Pecker. That's the heart of this case. If they want that, that's a sign of something. And Michael Cohen's testimony regarding the Trump Tower meeting. So there's 3 participants in the Trump Tower conspiracy who testified. 2 out of 3. Trump never testified. The other 2 are Pecker and Cohen, and they want that right now within the early part of their deliberation. Pecker's
2 out of 3 is not bad.
Pecker's decision not to finalize something about the assignment of McDougal's life rights, that may be to answer a question of somebody on the jury about why they went with the Michael Cohen payment plan, which went through a straw man LLC created by Michael and then covered up by, and willing participants on both sides, phony legal invoices for services that were not rendered, and then an up payment, a gross up payment related to that. So they want to find out, well, why didn't Pecker lay out the money the first time? And there might be some questions that others have. Again, what happens is not misremembering, but they've been taking in this jury, 12 different minds have been taking in a lot of information with 20 different witnesses over 5 or 6 weeks. Yes, they're taking notes, but everybody, listen, picture yourself back in some sort of class and classroom setting. No 2 people's notes are going to be exactly the same. Remember that student that had the amazing notes that you wanted to get a hold of before the exam? Right. Because not everybody's perfect, but they're remembering things and maybe even misremembering things. And they're trying to get clarity on the key issues. It's a good sign. I think it's ultimately a good sign for the prosecution or for the defense, but that they're focused so at the heart of this case. And one of the reasons I think if the question is being reported correctly, and I'm having some doubts based on different versions of the same note, but the one about Pecker's decision not to finalize and fund the McDougal life rights, there was at the last minute, literally the last minute, by Todd Blanche in his closing argument, in his summation, a suggestion that there was another alternate conspiracy that was going on that wasn't the criminal conspiracy at the heart of the matter for Donald Trump. That it was a criminal conspiracy not involving Donald Trump, but involving 2 participants at the National Enquirer and Stormy Daniels and Karen McDougal's lawyer. And I just, that had no evidential support as far as I'm concerned, and something that Josh Steinglass in his closing for the prosecution pointed out. But again, there may be somebody's like, well, what is there anything to the other alternate conspiracy theory as they're trying to cycle through these issues to remove reasonable doubt? That's the way I see. It's not a note. It's a note. It's not a question. It's a request for evidence. And you and I then try to speculate about where this all fits in the puzzle pieces and what queries are in what people's minds on that jury that need to be answered by the readback of this testimony.
Well, look, they're focusing on the meeting where there was discussion about influencing the election. That's the Trump Tower meeting. So the fact that and again, I don't want to read into notes so much and be like, this is a great note for the prosecution. But if you think about it, they're laser focused on that meeting. Those aren't the good facts about Donald Trump, right? If the jury said, I want a note to compare Robert Costello's testimony with Cohen's testimony, right? That gives you a whole other data set, right? They're focused on the meeting involving Trump's intent where Trump was present, and Pecker testified about Trump's involvement in the catch and kill to influence the elections and that deal. So
let me do it another way with you. Let me posit something to you. Suppose the note was really this, and they could do this. I'm not sure how it gets answered. Suppose the note was, give the jury all of the places in the evidence pile and testimony that link Donald Trump directly to the conspiracy. I mean, they could write that question, and maybe it's a future note, but they're not doing it that way. They're doing it in a way that, for me, if I had a bet on this, and I've been wrong on notes before, including in my own cases, but if I was a betting leaning man, it looks like it's positive for the prosecution in that they are zeroing in on the conspiracy and kind of ignoring some of the things so far that Todd Blanche argued in his closing.
Yeah, they're going right laser focused on intent. Remember, Pecker's testimony at this point was 6 weeks ago. If I was on the jury, I could see why I would ask, hey, I remember that conspiracy. I remember they talked about it. I heard about it in the summation. Send me back Pecker's testimony, though. I just want to be doubly sure that Pecker, who's Trump's buddy, testified that Trump was involved in this scheme directly. So I think that's the best interpretation of it right now. But that's note number one. We'll keep you posted as we learn more here on Legal AF and on the Midas Touch Network. Popak, you want to leave with something else?
Yeah, I was just going to say, we're going to be able to wrap it all up tonight in our live version of Legal AF midweek with Karen Friedman-Knifilo. And we may have more notes to talk about, but we thought this one was important.
Spoiler, they do. Spoiler, they do. Okay, so let's get through this. I hate that I have to subject you to this. We got David Pakman. We got all the libs. All the libs here with the scoop.
Yesterday, during closing
It's been so long since I've watched David Pakman.
In Donald Trump's criminal trial, Trump effectively threw a courtroom tantrum that, according to all reports, stunned the prosecutors, the judge, and everybody in the room. Like a little baby boy, like a toddler, he stopped looking over in the direction of prosecutors and just essentially started giving them the cold shoulder, a change from earlier in this trial. And again, another bit of behavior that the jury, I can only imagine, will be, if anything, subconsciously influenced by, if not consciously. And there are a number of reports now that are saying, is Trump turning off the jury with his behavior? Is Trump offending the jury? The sleeping. The jurors have to be there and
like, it really does depend. It really does depend, right? There is very little that that Trump can do to offend his sycophantic cult-like fan base. But yeah, other people, sure. And so the question is not like, are they all MAGA? Because they're not. But is like one of them hardcore MAGA enough to just be like, no, I don't care what this looks like. I don't care how sound the evidence is. It's my duty as a digital. Oh my God, what do they call them? The digital soldier. Yeah, they're the digital soldiers. The QAnon digital soldier. It is my duty to find Trump not guilty and hang this jury up, right? It just takes one.
Awake and paying attention, missing out on their lives in order to participate in this process and render justice as a jury of Trump's peers. Although does Trump really have any peers? That's a question for a different day. They have to be there. They have to be awake. And one interpretation of Trump sleeping is this guy isn't even taking this seriously or respecting this process enough to stay awake. He won't even stay awake. And so
if Trumpkins want to speak, they have to pay me $5 a word.
The task of the jury is to apply the facts to the law. Trump sleeping.
Pecker's testimony and not circumscribed. I want to see it all. The full uncut version of his testimony. That's right, Peachy.
Is neither a fact nor the law. But if you talk to defense attorneys, they will tell you they often will instruct their client as to how to behave, how to dress, when they have a question, how to react or not react with regard to facial expressions. And do they prefer questions or notes be written down versus
right
covering the mouth, or how should
right. They will tell you that at the top of every hour there's a 3-minute ad break on Twitch, and if you want to get out of it, you can get out of it for free or for $5 by using a Twitch Prime sub or by paying Twitch $5. You could also possibly get gifted a sub, as Firebird710 was lucky enough to catch that gift from Napster. Thank you very much. But for that sort of thing, your best bet is to be active in chat, right? If you want to get the gift subs when they come, just be active in chat, because otherwise, out of sight, out of mind. Stay in sight, stay in mind. It makes me think of Hank Becker. Yeah, it kind of is like Hank Becker.
Of these things are known to influence juries, and respect for the jury by a defendant is a big part of that. So there is speculation that Trump's behavior, childish, immature, disrespectful, dismissive of the jury, will potentially negatively affect the outcome.
I don't know. Everybody knows who Trump is, right? Is that going to be a surprise? Like, I don't feel like there are people like Ellen DeGeneres is a famous version of this, right? Supposedly she is a very different person to her staff than she is in front of her audience, right? Ellen's, easygoing and likable to her audience, and then apparently kind of a little bit of a tyrant amongst her staff, right? Donald Trump is, I'm pretty sure Donald Trump, I don't think that he has two sides to his coin. I think it's just like he's an asshole, and he's always an asshole, and people know he's an asshole, and people see him being an asshole. I don't know what he could do to make like the average person in the jury think that, oh no, he's like actually more of an asshole than I realized. I thought he was going to be chill. Turns out dude is an asshole. I don't think it's going to change anything.
Come here for Trump, and Trump scaling this up by making a big show of not even looking over at the prosecution as they speak. And particularly noticeable because Todd Blanche, Donald Trump's defense attorney, was still, which is what you do when people talk, you turn towards them and you look and you listen to what they are saying. Todd Blanche, with his full body, turned towards the prosecutors, in the prosecutor's direction. So Trump reportedly throwing a hissy fit in court. And then, of course, on the way in, the behavior wasn't much better. Trump making a very critical mistake, which we'll talk about here. We've talked on the show about the various problems in the supplement industry.
After the supplement ad, you will talk about this. What
is constantly certified?
Oh my God, that's a long
by an in-house team certified
what
sport over product quality. K plus 5 free.
What is up with David Pakman's content? Half of it is an Athletic Greens commercial. Oh my God. You know what? I wasn't going to buy it during the first 30 seconds of the ad, but since the ad went on for a full minute and a half, it was actually that last 30 seconds, right? It was actually that last 30 seconds. Like I wasn't going to get it at first, but then, I found out you could pour it in water and it mixes. I didn't know that. I thought I just had to I thought I had to just chug it out of the package like it was Lickamade, right? I don't know. It turns out it comes out with a nice wafer that you can dip into it to get that Athletic Greens. And now I'm sold. Now I'm sold. Oh my God. What the fuck, David Pakman? What are you sending me? Look, everybody, like a lot of people have a sponsor, and truth be told, I should probably have a sponsor too. But you will never see a sponsorship taking up like this much time of my stream or of my videos is with David Pakman. He's really, like, I don't want to say he's sold out. Like, I mean, he never. Okay, so what do we have? We have one more from Midas Touch. Oh no, God. This is the most lib content as you're going to see for me in quite some time. But yeah, those libs got the scoop. They got the Athletic Greens scoop. No, I shouldn't joke. I could,
It reads, we, the jury, request David Pecker's testimony regarding the phone conversation with Donald Trump while Pecker was in the investor meeting. They also want Pecker and Cohen's testimony.
Now, get Hello Tushy on the team. Wait, what is Hello Tushy? Just snort it out of the package? I mean, that sounds like a great way to get your greens. Love Donald Trump. That's what we're here for. We're here for that Trump tent, right? Trump, the tipster of presidential candidates. If NCC keeps playing Fallout New Vegas, does that mean we will have to start calling her NCR? Oh no, we're gonna have to rename them the NCC. That's what we're gonna do. That's how we're gonna manage. Let's take a look at what's going on here. It looks like Mooncat still winning in the regular chat. Man versus Bear still winning. Fallout New Vegas doing unexpectedly good. Remember, folks, if you want to put your thumb on the scale, right, it's not winning either of these polls. But it could be. It could be for the right price. $1 generally equals 1%. Now, you also have to overcome the Vox Populi, which means if anybody donates to Vox Populi, that like I subtract that amount from, but so far nobody's been sticking around to uphold the vote of the masses. Everybody's been voting for their own little thing. Hello Tushy is a bidet. Oh, I would totally sell that. Yeah, we should sell bidets, chat. That sounds great. What is going on with this? The resolution's not great.
I wouldn't like about this if I were a defense lawyer, and again, taking all Trey's caution about, not reading too much into this. If I'm a defense lawyer, I want them to focus on the records, because the charges in the indictment are falsification of the business records. If they're looking for Pecker's story, that's the prosecutor's version of events. The prosecutors portrayed this case to the jury as a conspiracy that went back to 2015 to influence the election.
So again, not looking good, considering the note, considering what's on the note, considering the evidence that they want to look at, right? This is not looking good for Trump's team.
Pecker was a key player in that. It could be that they're refreshing their recollection of the testimony. Could also be that there's some buy-in to the prosecution's theory of the case.
Oh, that's gonna hurt! Whenever one of these Fox guests there.
Oh my God, wait, this person used to be on TYT, didn't they? Wait, who is this, chat? Francis Maxwell? He was on TYT, right?
Offer a dose of sanity or context or even just perspective uncommon.
He might have jumped ship at the right time.
The Murdoch manipulation machine. Doesn't it always look like the other host is gonna cry?
Microsoft thing, $3 billion, big job creators. That's in Racine. Isn't that the same town that Foxconn said, 5-6 years ago, we're gonna build a big plant, and they never did?
Yes, and that was a huge Trump announcement back then, and he said the factory was going to be the 8th wonder of the world, but then Foxconn decided to really scale back their plans, and the land is still available, so Microsoft is going in.
It's going to be good for those people.
All right, thank you, Peter.
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
Yo!
Day one of jury deliberations, and after around 4 hours, a panel of 12 New Yorkers tasked with determining whether Trump is guilty of 34 felony charges of falsifying business records related to a hush money payment to an adult film star before the 2016 presidential election. Just in case you forgot, it's not a hush money trial, it's an election interference trial. They returned with...
I kind of forgot too. I mean, that's what the charge is, right? The fact that it's not just the hush money, it's the interference in the election facilitated by the hush money.
A note, which of course sent...
What's funny is that all the stuff in the case that's not like by itself illegal, like, right? You would think that the catch and kill scheme, like, I mean, that just reeks corruption. That is, it feels corrupt. It feels dirty. It feels like it should be illegal, but it's not. It's not, right? This is something that happens. Media outlets, do this.
Alarm bells across social media.
I feel like the best combination of sponsorships would be to have HelloFresh and then Hello Tush. So it's like you've got your food covered, and then you got what comes out at the other end also covered, right? That it's like fresh on both ends. It's fresh going in. It's fresh coming out because you've got the hello, and that's like literally what I want. I want my bidet to like say hello when it squirts me, like, right? To just like, I don't want it to just like, you know what I mean? It's kind of weird. You just get squirted out of nowhere and you're like, whoa, hey there, right? I want it to be like, hello, Tushy, and then it squirts. And I'm like, oh, okay.
Many speculating as to what it was in relation to. Now, the note asked for 4 requests.
Is David Pakman a basketball player now?
Most notably, David Pecker's testimony regarding a phone conversation with Donald Trump while Pecker was in the investor meeting. Pecker's testimony about the decision not to finalize and fund the assignment of Karen McDougal's life rights.
I feel like there's like an undervalued resource when it comes to content creators, right? And that is an accent. That is an accent, folks. Now, you know, if I was more like my sister, right? If I talked more like my sister, I would have a Southern accent, and that would be something, I guess, for content. You know, maybe people would be interested in. You know, I'm just like imagining with Francis Maxwell, right? Like if anything, like having the Scottish accent, I feel like it would help you. I feel like it's got it. So it's like the thing, like I can imagine if I was like somebody who just had like a slight Southern accent, like maybe I would like. I don't know. I'm just wondering, like, is Francis this Scottish when not on you know, in front of a camera? I'm just wondering, right? And should I pretend to be Southern while I'm in front of a camera?
Pecker's testimony regarding a Trump Tower meeting, and lastly, Michael Cohen's testimony regarding the Trump Tower meeting.
Yeah, this is interesting, and let's get in.
Francis is one of the only based people on Midas Touch. Yeah, I never watched these people.
Into it, we now have the first clues about what they're discussing, and we want to be as careful as possible. The fact that they're asking about something may or may not be what it looks like at first impression. For example, Katie, a meeting that the prosecution brought up because they say it's bad for Trump. The fact that the jury's discussing it doesn't mean they agree with the prosecution that it's bad for Trump. But these are definitely key questions about reviewing evidence, testimonial or otherwise, regarding the tabloid plot. So we have Mr.
This guy is smoking hot. I'm assuming you're saying Francis, not wait, what's this dude's name? Ari,
who of course was the first star witness.
I'm assuming you mean Francis, not Ari.
He, of course, ran the Inquirer. I think people remember. He was the AMI chief. The Trump Tower meeting is important to the prosecution's case, and our prosecutors can speak to this as well, because that's where they argue the catch and kill plot was developed. So
now, for those looking at this trial objectively, or sorry, those looking at it not crying in a weird.
Chat, did you see this earlier? This was a bunch of Trump supporters that showed up outside of the courtroom, and they were crying, and they were singing like Amazing Grace. Like they're like praying for Trump. They're like really kind of beside themselves.
Seance cult-like way outside.
This is what I love about Trump fans. They got the best cope. I want to see, seriously, chat, I want to see her pull up that Trump flag and just blow her nose right into it.
We need you. We need you.
You'd know that asking to hear 4 pieces of testimony regarding a scheme to, quote, catch and kill negative stories about Trump ahead of the 2016 election doesn't exactly bode well for the defense. And one place I most certainly wasn't expecting this point to be relayed was on Fox News. And as a result, I wonder if we'll see this fella on the network again.
Now, what I wouldn't like about this, if I were a defense lawyer, and again, taking all Trey's caution about, not reading too much into this. If I'm a defense lawyer, I want them to focus.
Ari would be considered smoldering hot, right? Or is that the Roman language? It's like a Roman language term. Yeah, stupid, sexy Ari Melber.
Focus on the records because
yeah, I assumed it was Francis. I figured.
Charges in the indictment are falsification of the business records. If they're looking for Pecker's story, that's the prosecutor's version of events. The prosecutor.
It's so weird when they say Pecker's story. Like, I keep on thinking there's something dirty about the Pecker. I don't know. Like,
prosecutors portrayed this case to the jury as a conspiracy that went back to 2015 to influence the election, and Pecker was a key player in that. So it could be that they're refreshing their recollection of the testimony. It could also be that there's some buy-in to the prosecution's theory of the case. We'll just have to see.
But anyway, why does it matter? Well, jurors requested to hear 4 pieces of testimony from the weeks-long trial, including former National Enquirer publisher David Pecker testifying about a 2015 meeting with Trump and ex-attorney Michael Cohen about killing negative stories about Trump. He also testified that he would be the campaign's, quote, eyes and ears, and would alert Cohen if he heard anything negative about Trump or anything about women selling stories, so that the campaign could ensure that those stories would not be published. And as well as this, they asked to hear Cohen's
And just so we're understanding, this is from evidence, right? This isn't like made up. This isn't like speculation. This isn't him just like reporting hearsay. Like, this was part of the case, right? This is what the case revealed, right? And this is why it looks like maybe this one, like I said before, Al Capone did a lot of things to a lot of people, but he finally was taken down for what is it, like tax fraud, right? And I mean, this is it feels like the most salacious case. Like, it actually is a case of election interference, but like, if you're talking about Trump and election interference, right, I would say that the fake delegates would be the place that I would look first. If you're talking about Trump and election interference, I would say that there's a certain phone call to Georgia that he made, the very best phone call, the very greatest phone call. He did everything right, and they indicted him, right? That you would think it would be that, right? That's what I think of with or you could even say, the whole plot of January 6th, right? There's a lot of places in which Trump seems to have interfered with the election or attempted to interfere with the election, but this is the one that he goes down for, right? This one regarding not the 2020 election, but the 2016 election. It's kind of strange.
Testimony about that 2015 meeting with Trump and Pecker.
The fact that they are asking for Michael Cohen after the onslaught he took is interesting, because that means that there isn't sort of unanimity on, like, we are not going to focus on what he said. We do not believe him. It is not useful. It is, to me, that has to be viewed as at least a potentially good sign that they are like, yes, he may need corroboration, but we want to hear what he has to say.
They're also asking, and here is the thing, right? Of course, apply all the caveats here. But first instinct is that this is not welcome news for Trump or his team. Prosecutors spent a lot of their lengthy closing argument focusing on the value of Pecker's testimony. This is basically the roadmap that they asked jurors to follow. And if they thought that road led nowhere, they'd likely not ask for more information on the matter. The fact that they want to, as even this Fox News guest is admitting, could mean that they're reading into that roadmap. And one last thing that I think everyone in the media should be.
This will be the first domino to fall. Well, here's the weird thing about this, right? Because, like, anyway, conventional wisdom says that these court cases don't matter, right? Why don't they matter? Well, because Trump is running for president, and it's going to be very hard to punish somebody who has executive privilege, right? It's going to be very hard for that to mean anything. Somebody can run for president from jail. If they're put in jail, they can still run for president. Somebody can ostensibly be president while serving a term, right? So it doesn't necessarily, like, the court case itself does not do anything to like preclude Trump's ability to be president again. However, what we do have is a very close race between Trump and Biden, and we have a fluid electorate. We have a lot of what we call double haters. There was somebody in chat earlier on Twitch kind of hoping for Trump, kind of, big fan of Trump, and also apparently a big fan of NCC. Thank you for the gift sub. You can also get yourself a sub if you want to skip the ad break yourself. So, but very generous of you to give Firebird the sub instead. But this is this kind of situation where the double haters are going to decide the election. In other words, the people that hate Biden and they hate Trump. And I am, to some extent, a double hater myself, right? I am, to some extent, somebody that's like, I'm kind of amazed, right, that the Democratic Party has served up like the presidential equivalent of a sealed tuna sandwich. Like, right? Twice in a row. Like, two really bad candidates, like historically bad candidates. I mean, I guess I understand, right? Because with the way that the Democratic Party operates right now, there's a lot of power in the institution. Hillary had a lot of power. Hillary was seen as the inevitable candidate for 2008. She got kind of taken down by the once-in-a-lifetime candidacy of Barack Obama, who's, just like an amazing speaker, and, people prefer to Obama. But other than that, it would have been Hillary. And then in 2016, she was of course going to get it, right? And then we have 2020, where we look to be moving towards somebody far to the left of anybody else. Somebody far to the left. We look to be moving towards like a real sweeping change in the Democratic Party in terms of Bernie's candidacy and the success that he had early on. However, that all ends when many candidates exit the race on the same night, throwing their support towards Joe Biden, who then goes from being like a lower tier candidate to being the top candidate and ends up winning. And we were talking about like an octogenarian that has hairy legs, that likes ice cream, that I don't know. Joe Biden is a fucking hot mess, right? But not only does he run in 2020 as the stopgap stop Bernie measure, he runs again in 2024, despite a lot of people implying that this was going to be a caretaker presidency, that he would not run for a second term just because he's so old. But they seem intent to run Biden nonetheless. Now, I don't know. I mean, could something happen? Yeah. I keep on thinking that something could come out of nowhere, and we could end up with a presidential race that is actually like neither Trump nor Biden. But again, the clock is running out. It's very unlikely. It's very unlikely that either of these two clowns are going to be replaced. So we're going to have a repeat of 2020, and it's really close. It's very, very close. So with that kind of closeness, you've got a certain segment of the population that says, when asked on a poll, that were Trump to be guilty, were Trump to be found guilty, they would change their vote. And I mean, it's enough to swing the election. So theoretically, this case being ending it with a guilty finding, even if the sentencing doesn't take place until after the election or whatever kind of shenanigans go on with that, it could swing the election. There is, I think, a narrow majority of people at this moment who think that Trump is guilty. It's like 51% to 40-something%, right? It's not a huge lead, but people are starting to come around to that consensus. And for a judge to agree and affirm that consensus, that indeed, like, not only is Trump accused of a bunch of different shit, not only is there massive smoke everywhere, there is fire. They have found fire. Here's the fire, and he's guilty, right? Could that swing enough people to change the election? This year, yes. This year, yes. So, this may be significant. This may not be significant. We don't know what's going to happen. Again, it just takes one of these people to hang the jury. Now, that doesn't mean it's the end of the line, right? In fact, very likely, if it's a kind of situation where you've got one Trump sycophant on the jury that just refuses to see what's in front of their face, then that's a situation where they very likely would retry the case. Now, does the case get retried before the election? That is another question. So that definitely hangs things up if the jury ends up hung. But you've got a situation in which the case does look pretty slam dunk. Like I told you, most people, if most people's attorneys would give them the advice to settle this case, to not take it to trial, to do a plea bargain of some kind. Trump is not most people, and he's got a lot riding on the line. So, he kind of feels like he has to place this bet. He has to play this game. We'll see how it works out for him. But so far, not looking great.
Doing while covering this trial is bookending coverage with a little segment I like to call Outside of the Courtroom. What was the other candidate for presidency doing? Aside from not having a jury deliberate on the potential criminality of his conduct, he was at a rally in which he laid bare the stark differences between both. And unlike Mr. Courtroom,
What was Biden doing? Probably getting bullied by Netanyahu on the phone. I don't know. Eating ice cream? I mean, there could be a million things.
Siesta was met with applause.
The Libertarian Party should nominate Trump.
Nominate Trump.
The United States. Whoa. That's nice. That's nice.
Hello, Philadelphia.
It's funny when he does the thing that a lot of people imitate to the point where I kind of start to question myself. Does he actually do that? Does he, like, I call it gunning it, right? You know what I'm talking about? Like he's talking and all of a sudden he puts a lot of emphasis behind certain words, right? That thing. It's like he's in a car and he's kind of like pressing the gas pedal. Like he's kind of like slamming the gas pedal a little bit. Like if you got like a manual transmission and you're on a hill and you gotta go forward, you don't want to slide back because there's cars behind you. It's like that kind of thing. The way that you gun the gas pedal.
Thank you.
4 more years of ice cream.
Thank you. It's good.
It's Sleepy Joe. It's Sleepy Joe.
It's good to be almost home. I just live down the road a little bit. The threat that Trump poses is greater in his second term than his first. It's clear that when he lost in 2020, something literally snapped in the sky. No, I'm serious. That's why January 6th happened, when he unleashed an insurrection. Now, he's running again, and he's clearly unhinged. He calls insurrectionists who stormed the Capitol patriots.
You know what? Biden reminds me of like a scary preacher who like sees a ghost. Do you know what I'm talking about? Like in a movie where like the preacher's like giving the sermon and then he's like, something supernatural happens and he sees it and kind of goes off, like loses his place in the
Patriots. If reelected, he wants to pardon, quote, every one of them. Let me ask you, what do you think he would have done on January 6th if black Americans had stormed it? Think about this. What do you think would have happened if black Americans had stormed the Capitol? I don't think he'd be talking about pardon.
And as one of
I mean, look, there's a point to be made there. There is definitely a point to be made there. Unfortunately, Biden cannot deliver it, and he just comes off sounding awkward there, right? I don't know. You really are your own worst enemy, Biden, in so many different ways.
Biden's press advisors pointed out yesterday outside the court, while all eyes are on this trial and on Trump while he's sending out endless unhinged tweets attacking anyone and everyone in his wake, while most cameras are focused on him, the Biden camp has to be there too to remind the American people of what the Biden administration are actually doing for the American people.
Why did the Biden campaign decide to come here today?
Because you all are here. You've been incessantly covering this day in and day out, and we want to remind the American people ahead of the next debate, of the first debate on June 27th, of the unique, persistent, and growing threat that Donald Trump poses to the American people and to our democracy. So since you all are here, we're here communicating that message as we will do day in, day out until the debate in Atlanta.
They're on the campaign trail while overseeing an economy that is soaring under the smokescreen of this trial.
You do it in a number of ways, right? It takes a relentlessness. That's what a campaign is all about. But you have to remind people of where we came from and where we are going and what the stakes are. We have to remind people of the historic record of accomplishment since this president took office. 15 million jobs, 800,000 manufacturing jobs, the work that the president has done to lower costs for middle-class families, capping the cost of insulin, for example, at $35 for seniors. He's going to cap the cost of insulin for everybody in a second term, the $2,000 annual out-of-pocket cap for seniors on prescription drugs, the continued work that we have to do, but also making sure that people understand that everything Donald Trump is talking about doing would only worsen the gap between the super wealthy and the rest of us. He's talking about reinstating even more tax cuts for the ultra wealthy and corporations. We see him out on the stump promising big oil executives that he'll do whatever the hell they want if they cut checks to his campaign, while he then cuts our Social Security. So we have to make sure that people understand, A, what the record of accomplishment is from the president, the work that he continues to do, but also the damage that Donald Trump would do to middle-class families if he's able to regain power. And so that's what this campaign is going to relentlessly communicate from now until November.
With a record high NASDAQ that closed
you definitely have
1,000 for the first time ever.
You've definitely got relentless down.
Well, the NASDAQ, folks, hitting yet another all-time high.
Take a look at the NASDAQ. It's crossing 17,000 for the first time.
The tech-heavy index pierced the 17,000 mark for the first time ever, right at the open.
I don't know. Look, I don't think that, like, pointing to, like, isn't this a great economy? Isn't this fucking awesome? Like, shit's actually going really well. Like, what are you talking about? Like, look, there does seem to be, like, an amnesia about how bad things were under Trump. And, like, it's fine for the Biden campaign to point that out. It's also fine, I think, for the Biden campaign to use its policy prerogatives in order to influence the campaign. A lot of people that are would normally be part of the Biden base are having a tough time wanting to vote for Biden. And at this point, I don't think words are enough. There have been enough people that have been let down. There have been enough people that have found themselves thrown under the bus that where Biden needs to, talk with his pen, talk with his executive order, right? The student loan issue is a great example of one place where Biden actually is doing that. But I feel like at this point, his best bet is like less talk and more action. And I'm so afraid that their campaign is just going to go forward and constantly be like, no, actually, the economy's really good. The NASDAQ is hitting a record high. You're going to tell that to people who are getting kicked out of their apartment. You're going to tell that to people who are getting their rent raised by the people making money off of the fucking NASDAQ. Like, please do not be that out of touch. Do not give this fucking shit away. As bad as Biden is, do not give this campaign away to Trump.
NASDAQ is on pace for its 12th all-time record high this year. And any gain will make the history books. So right now, with a 50-point jump here, we shall see.
This gas and grocery prices are falling. Biden economics continues to work for the people.
Yo, you know what would be better than that? It's like, increasing SNAP, right? Doing something for people, paying that $600 that he was supposed to, right? That second stimulus.
We also took on the issue of debt, which makes so many people feel like they can never get ahead. Take, for example, medical debt. We are now making it so medical debt can no longer be included on your credit score.
Wait a minute, Democrats. Okay, look.
So that medical debt cannot impact the...
I thought that Obamacare did that. Chat, am I the only one here having amnesia or deja vu or whatever the fuck this is? Right, I thought they had already done that. I remember some Democrat, like, at some point, like, talking about, I thought it was Obama, that medical debt should not be something that hurts your credit rating. I thought that they already had that. Look, I mean, this is bad, right? If they're coming so weak sauce that all they can offer is something that they've been promising for, like, way too long.
Person's ability to get a car loan, an apartment lease, or a home loan.
And they should be made aware of this, as well as what is going on between Trump's courthouse.
Love this video? Make sure you stay up to date on the latest breaking news.
Midas Touch. Okay, well, so hopefully that's the last we'll have to watch of Midas Touch for a while. Now we get to the cool part. We get to the fun half. I mean, not quite the fun half. The fun half is the half that you select. And let me see, speaking of the half that you select, let me see what you're selecting tonight. Because I'm curious, chat, what do you got on your mind? So I gave you the choices, man versus bear. That's a discussion that's been going on for a while now. The idea of like, if you're in a forest, would you rather see a man there or a bear there? And depending on who you are, you might answer that differently, right? So that's the man versus bear. We got started on it last night. We could continue with more of it. And in fact, it's doing pretty well at 45% of the shorts chat. We've got Fallout New Vegas coming in second place. Wow, look, the gaming frogs are at least voting. They might not be donating. And it might not be enough to actually get the game, like supplanted. Like I offered that as an option just because I wanted to see if there were gaming frogs here and if they wanted Fallout New Vegas. But, so far, I mean, that's a decent showing on shorts. Okay, so, oh, wow, things have changed a little bit. In the long form stream, Mooncat is still ahead, but Man vs. Bear is catching up. Sneeko is third place. Fallout New Vegas is last place, so there are no gaming frogs. The gaming frogs are all in the shorts chat. Who knew? Who knew that's where the gaming frogs would be tonight? But they're chirping over there trying to get Fallout New Vegas, right? If they could just get a backer. If they need a Mr. House, basically, right? They need a Mr. House to come in and like bankroll their campaign to steal the stream away from commentary and lead it towards gaming. One day, gaming frogs, one day. But yeah, and then if we, okay, so then we have to, okay, wow, okay, so this, oh my God. I'm gonna have to do math, aren't I? You're gonna make me do math. Man vs. Bear is getting $5. Mooncat is getting $10. So that's 5% that Mooncat has on Man vs. Bear. I'm gonna have to average the polls together to even see what's going on. Okay, anyway, I feel like you can see enough of this. We have before us a tier list. And I think, hopefully with no multiples, all of the Trump courtroom sketches. And we're going to rank them depending on tier. From did everything right down to fake news, right? Fake news is if I don't think this is really a courtroom sketch, right? Stable genius, it's like the, A tier. Covfefe is like the B tier. Low energy, the C tier. Not sending their best, the D tier. And then down to the very bottom, we have fake news. I don't even think that's a real thing. But yeah, keep on voting in the polls. We got 189 votes tonight on shorts. That's pretty good. We have 76 votes in the mainstream. And wow, look at that. Man vs. Bear is really mounting a comeback. It was Mooncat for a second there. Mooncat's got that boost on it because people are donating to Mooncat. People really want to see that Evo site get wrecked. This is almost like a confrontation between Mooncat and Man vs. Bear. I'm going to say that is like where the horse race is down to, right? Now, like this is just like what it's like right now. Because there's not that many donations, I feel like the field could get absolutely, if somebody came in with like a bigger super chat, I think that might actually completely change the field. But for now, it looks like it's a competition between Mooncat and Man vs. Bear. But yeah, you've got the chance to put your thumb on the scale, put your finger on the scale, put your toes on the scale, as long as your toes are clean. If you want to, when you donate, just let me know what you want me to put that money towards, and I'll add it to the total, and we'll allow that to affect the overall choice of what we end up watching. Okay, so just so you don't think I'm edging you way too long, let's do this. We'll just go in order. All right. So this first one. It's Donald Trump. He's sad. His posture's not great. I'm going to say that's Kofafe. Kofafe is like whatever, right? Nobody ever figured out what Kofafe means. So I'm just going to use it for mid. It's mid. That's mid. We got Trump looking at Michael Cohen. I mean, this is at least a stable genius, right? This has got to be at least a stable genius here. We got Trump sitting... Wait, what? Wait, is this one fake news, chat? I'm a little bit confused here. The flag is like behind the judge. If Trump was sitting in front of the flag, that would mean he'd be on the witness stand. And he didn't testify. Chat, I'm going to say this is fake news. I kind of liked this picture. This picture goes hard, but I don't think it's real. It can't be real. All right, so now we got Trump facing the judge. Okay. That's Kofafe. It's whatever. We have Trump sitting with his lawyer, not sending their best, right? That's just like, I don't know. I don't know. Is it low energy or is it not sending their best? What do you think? I think it's low energy. I'll give it a little bit more credit. Now, here we go. Here we go. I feel like this sketch artist did everything right. And I'm going to reward that by putting it at the top level here. This picture goes hard. And as does this picture. Like, these are different moments of Trump. We know these Trumps, right? You got the devilish, impish Trump, and you got the Trump looking over his shoulder Trump. He looks like some kind of a carnivorous tortoise from prehistory that like turns around to like bite, you know, right? It like turns around like something like it hears something, it notices something, and it like turns around to bite it. And its bite is deadly, not because of its teeth being particularly sharp or its bite being particularly strong, chat, but because that thing's mouth is so full of bacteria that if it bites you, you're going to get sepsis and you're going to die. So that's why it's deadly. All right, what is this? This is low energy. No, I think this is like not sending their best. Oh, this one's good though. That's a very frustrated and powerless Trump. I like that. I like that. Wait, this is like the same picture, but zoomed out. Okay, I'm making this stable genius. I think it's better zoomed in. This one not sending their best because it got cropped wrong. Look at that. We can barely see Trump. Ooh, wait, this one. Wait, can somebody explain what's going on here? I think I'm going to give this did everything right. I think this one did everything right. But what are they showing? It looks like they're showing him a picture of himself dressed in a gold suit. Like a Las Vegas performance costume. Ooh, look at this one. This is Sleepy Trump. Look at that. That goes really hard. That's Sleepy Trump. Look at that. He's past. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. This one doesn't look the same. Chat. This is. Wait a minute. Is this fake news? That's fake news. That's not an actual courtroom picture. I can tell the colors are off. The drawing is off. Yeah, that's not legit. That is not legit. Oh my God. This one. Not sending their best. Trump is here, I guess? Well, we can barely see him. Ooh, this one's good. Looking back at his attorney. I mean, it's all right. Ooh, this one goes hard, though. This is like moody Trump. He needs a changing. He needs to change his diaper. He just pooped his pants in this picture. Yeah, it goes hard. This is the frumpy eyebrow look that Trump sometimes has. He's got the frumpy eyebrows. This is also frumpy eyebrow, but it's not really showing, like, right, it doesn't have the depth of this one. I don't know, Kofefe? Oh shit, what is this? This is Rudy Giuliani, Sidney Powell. I'm pretty sure this one's fake. I think they're trying to look like the sketch artist, but they don't quite do it. And then this one. Stable Genius. It is. I still can't figure out what is this one where he's looking at a picture of himself. Have I got everything in the right place? Seinfeld versus Weasel? Yeah, Seinfeld's on there too for some reason. I think I had that on there at first, and then I replaced it with Fallout New Vegas, which normally the game doesn't get voted for. But this time I thought I'd give Fallout New Vegas a chance. It is coming in last place on the mainstream, but I think it's like second. Yeah, it's second place on the short stream. So we definitely have some gaming frogs. They're all in the short stream, but unfortunately, they can't find any couch. They can't find any change under their couch. They haven't been able to put their money where their mouth was. Their mouth was definitely there, trying to win the poll against the just unstoppable force, the dynamic force that is man versus bear, which is now at 45%. Oh my god. Okay, so yeah, Mooncat has made up. Has built up kind of a little bit more commanding lead, still 3 points over. Oh my god, chat, I'm gonna have to do math. Okay, so here's my prognosis. I feel like it's really close between Mooncat and Man versus Bear. We're either gonna wreck Evo Psych, or we're gonna have the eternal competition. Man versus Bear. Maybe they're showing him the golden Trump statue from the Republican rally? It would have to be part of like one of the trials. That's what's weird about it. It's like I'm trying to figure out what that would even be. I'm trying to wait and see if any other donations come in, so I know if I actually have to do this difficult math or not, because it's going to be some math. We're going to be doing some math. It's going to be complicated. It's going to be non-linear. And it's going to be frustrating. But I'm going to go ahead and start to put the numbers on the screen here. So we got Man versus Bear. 45. Oh no. Oh no, that's a fateful number. 45 in one poll. 33 in the other? Oh my god. Showing some strength there. 45 plus 33. Okay. And then we got Mooncat. Whoa, only 12%. People just must not know about Mooncat on shorts, since Mooncat is like a long-form video essayist. 12% plus 35%. Oh my god, I gotta get my calculator out. Chat, I don't want to have to get my calculator out. Wait, specifically to counter New Vegas. Oh my gosh. You gotta give me... Okay, wait. So, the spirit of your request, Badash, donating $5 Canadian to counter the possibility, to counter the effect of Fallout New Vegas. I don't know the relevance unless they're trying to show how insane Trump fanatical Trumpist Trump cultists are. Yeah, I don't think it's that. That's why I thought maybe it's fake news. Like, right, it's up here because that's awesome, but what if it's fake? Like, yeah, Trump sitting at the witness stand, fake. Trump sleeping, although he did fall asleep and fart, fake. Rudy Giuliani being there, fake. I don't know. Like, I kind of think this might be fake. You're feeling evil? I'm trying to figure out where to put your money because it's like, what gives you the best chance? I guess you're supporting the most, like the biggest thing going, which is Mooncat. Okay, that makes sense. So I'm gonna have to do math. Unless somebody screws up my math. Okay. Let's do this. $45 plus 33 is 78 divided by 2. $39. Okay. 12 plus 35 is 47 divided by 2. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. 23.5. It's not looking... Nobody's donated to... Yeah, -5 on Las Vegas. No, I added that to Mooncat to give the best chance of... I added it to the highest thing. To give you the best chance of avoiding New Vegas. Sifting through the fake news with Trump is and his ilk is hard because the real shit he does and gets away with so unbelievable. Yeah, and there's so much of it. Okay, so let's finish this equation. Plus 5 equals 44 plus 14 equals no, let's do this 37. 37.5. Okay, so it looks like if I do the math, right, if nothing else disturbs this, if this all remains in equilibrium weight, does it all, has anything changed? That's still 33, that's still 35. If I go over to the other chat. Oh, wait, I guess it loses, like, Man versus Bear loses like half a point from the number going down. Mooncat still at 12%. Yeah, no change. No change. Remember, chat, you can vote in, you can still vote, right, up until this is final. You can still donate if you want to put your finger, your thumb, your toe, any part of your body, well, maybe not any part of your body, but within reason, chat, any part of your body on the scale for one piece of content or the other. It looks like Mooncat got the most money donated behind it. More Mooncat fans put their money where their mouth was than anything else. However, Man versus Bear
was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading.
Man versus Bear has been a force of nature, despite losing 1 point in one of the polls. It is still ahead by what is it, $6.50.
Chelsea Rowe super chatted $8. Go Mooncat.
What? Oh my god. Okay, wait. +8 to Mooncat. And then if I do this math that I'm obviously very slow at right now, for some reason I'm not doing math quickly, 45.5 Mooncat. Whoa, coming out from behind. Chelsea Ross, you just put it over the top. You just put it over the top. I'm going to check my tier list one more time to make sure I like the order of these. I'm going to change this one and this one. Yeah, this is the best Trump pick right here. The evil devil Trump, that's really cool. The Eldritch Turtle Jurassic Horror Trump, pretty good. The Grumbly and the Tumbly before he empties his bowels into his diaper Trump, that's pretty good. And the Upsetty Spaghetti Trump, right? Those are the top. Wait, that is this picture. Oh yeah, but I give it lower because it's like less of a close-up. Am I happy with these? Yeah. Kofefe. You know, wait, this one is actually kind of better. Like, this one at least deserves to be, like, stable. In fact, it's one of the better Stable Genius pictures, I'd say. Is it better than this one? Wait, there's no reason that this shouldn't be just, like... Yeah, I mean, this one did everything right. This one did everything right. And they indicted it. Wait, this one's actually... I marked this one low energy. Yeah, I think the rest of it's good. I feel comfortable. Wait a minute. I didn't realize this, chat, the whole time. Whoa. I hit the wrong button. Let's try that again. There we go. Okay, so now you can see, yeah, I didn't realize that, like, this was kind of, oh yeah, it is kind of covered up. Isn't that? There we go. I feel good about this. I feel pretty good about this. All right, so I'm going to say at this point, we're about to go into the Mooncat content, right? Which you didn't vote for. This is a steal. This is the Mooncat. This is the Mooncat gang basically running away with it. So once again, we do have the vote changed by donations. And it looks like the winner is going to be Mooncat. Man versus Bear. We did actually watch a little bit of the Man versus Bear last night, right? And it's fairly interesting, but I mean, I think you all know what we're talking about. We're talking about the whole controversy of you go into a forest and you either see a man or a bear. Which one is more threatening? Which one is scarier? Some people say man, some people say bear. Some people say Sneeko. That's the man that you don't want to see in the forest is Sneeko. And oh my god. Okay. I'm trying to get my chair to work. It's very difficult. But it looks like the vote has been stolen. So yeah, I'm gonna say last chance to vote, last chance to go donate, going once. Going twice. Wait, are we really? Big Mooncat, right? Sneeko doesn't go outside though. Actually, he does for this one. Sneeko is what do you call it? It's like his 1 minute podcast, right? He talks to people for like 1 minute. And it's pretty bad. I mean, there's some anti-Semitic weirdness. I mean, it's Sneeko. So you know what to expect with Sneeko. Going once. Mooncat. Going twice. Mooncat. Yeah, if you're under 18, you don't want to see Drake in a forest. That's true. That's true. I can confirm that. I don't even have to say allegedly there. Not on that one. I'll say allegedly on like everything else, but allegedly, it looks like Mooncat has wrecked not only EvoPsych, but also the poll tonight. Mooncat is our winner. I just have to hit end poll to make it official. Mooncat won. And so that means, chat, we're going to watch this 7-hour... No, just kidding. We're going to watch as much as we can, okay? Mooncat does a lot of videos. This one is about EvoPsych, which might just be EvilPsych. I don't know, chat. It's possible. I debunked evolutionary psychology. Okay, well, I'm going to debunk the idea that I can't watch Wait. Oh, I've already watched, like... Okay. I was confused by the timestamp.
Damn, girl. Did it hurt when you fell from the peak of the Gaussian distribution curve of desirable female traits? Your symmetrical features tell me there's a good statistical chance you don't have a tapeworm. When you walked into the room, I could tell you were ovulating by your gait. At this time of the month, my scent receptors are enhanced. I can smell your genetic profile. It's compatible with mine. And your waist-to-hip ratio is within the range of 0.7 for childbearing, so I know your offspring will likely reach full term. But if we were to do the deed tonight, what is the statistical probability that the resulting child would be mine? Using Bayes' theorem. Sorry, I'm not naturally gifted in STEM. Well, that's okay. I have very large balls, which means I have a force powerful enough to douche your room into oblivion.
Okay. I mean, that is definitely, wow. That's one way to talk dirty.
Also, I can use my tongue beforehand to see if I can taste the genes of a rival mate. How?
I mean, that's really important. That's really important to just, like, taste in there. To, like, we need to get that started, right? I feel like I would like it if there was, like Like, there's some misinformation. Okay, chat, I'm not saying I like misinformation. I'm just saying that there's some misinformation which, were it to spread, like if they thought they could taste the presence of a rival suitor, I mean, it couldn't hurt.
How would you know what that tastes like? Don't you worry.
Oh yeah, how would you know how that tastes like?
About that. This all sounds like BS, but I have an agreeable nature, so I'll nod along. What tax bracket are you in? Basic rate. You see, feminism forced me to graduate with a master's and now I earn more than you, so I'm gonna go find a mate now with dark triad traits to fuck my problems away.
Right. That's what, yeah, be hypergamous.
To cuckold a child later. God damn it, I am so nostalgic for the Pleistocene! Those are all real theories of human sexual selection from evolutionary psychology. Welcome to the Mooncat channel, where you follow me down whatever internet rabbit hole I've been falling down recently, and we slowly go insane together. My research process for this video went a little bit like this. This paper is goofy. By implying there's a natural order to humanity, it serves as—
What is that? Oh my god, Canadian Brunch. Thank you for the resubscribe. I was like, I hear the sound of a jellyfish. Damn hypergamy, I know. Look, I want to believe that hypergamy is true.
As a purpose to retain the status quo, benefiting only those who already benefit from it. Evolutionary psychology is kind of stuck in the essentialist scientific era, but the more we learn about ourselves, the more we realize we don't have an essence. Perhaps humankind has actually evolved as a programmatic monolith and every person is a synapse within the social tapestry, just contributing threads of knowledge like droplets in an entropic ocean of reasoning, which will evaporate into the cosmos, and only then will we reach the singularity. So, do you want to join me on this journey? Ooh, nice.
Wait, what is that? Oh yeah, I guess.
Hundreds of thousands of years ago. Very difficult for women to overcome
hypergamous tendencies.
You are biologically wired to be deathly afraid of talking to girls. Social hierarchy.
Alpha male caveman. Pulling his ejaculate up to the cervix. That's built in at
what?
Fundamental level. To the zenith level of orgasm.
Dating, she could have my baby. What Darwin called female choice.
Cryptic female choice.
We all know a guy who has spent a lot of time online and seems to have biological
Yeah, chat, is there any way to recover from a bad pour? I get that that's not actually a good pour. I just don't know. Like, when that happens, is there any cure for it? Like, can you spoon out the foam? Like, what do you do, chat? What do you do when you get a bad pour? My gender is hypergamous. Mine too. Dark Pleistocene traits. Oh my god. I feel like I haven't watched the right videos to entirely know what exactly we're talking about. But similar enough stuff. Similar enough stuff.
Scientific backing for all their opinions, all of which happen to be centered around Eurocentric beauty standards, 1950s gender roles, and the economic status quo. And then as soon as you try and challenge them or criticize them, all of a sudden you're in your
feelings, you're virtue signaling, you're trying to be politically correct, but they're just looking at the facts, bro.
People
always in my feelings. Is that Mooncat's like kick channel, or is that like just a Mooncat like is imitating a kick streamer?
Happen to be centered around
your feelings, you're virtue signaling, you're trying to be politically correct, but they're just looking at the facts, bro.
People seeing culture moving away from a supposed ideal will use varied mechanisms to stop that change. First, they might use the—
Oh, the beer pour is a running gag? Well, what happens if you just drink that? What happens? Do you like have like your intestines turn inside out or something? If you were to drink that much foam, something bad. Get a straw and suck up the— Wait, can you drink it? Is that safe? I always thought the foam would hurt my stomach.
law to restrict the freedom of people moving away from this sort of norm. But once this technique has been vanquished by the progressives, conservatives may turn to more psychological manipulation, basically gaslighting the public into believing things have always been this way for a reason. And the final resort of this psychological manipulation is the misleading use of science. Evolutionary psychology is the perfect tool for this. Social hierarchies exist, but...
Okay, so look, the funniest thing for me about evolutionary psychology, right, is that its adherents look at the social sciences like they are foam on a beer. Like, you blow it away, right? It's nothing. There's nothing. There's no substance. Like, get rid of it all, right? Social science, no science at all. It's you can't. That's not science, right? But it's like all their weird conclusions are such a fucking reach. Such a fucking reach. Right? Who's the soft science again?
Okay, because your rung on the societal ladder was determined by your genes. There's nothing you can do about it, so accept it. Science itself is in a crisis. It's being mistaken for logic and reason, and academics are in a pit of misleading studies, unreplicated studies, publication bias, manipulated data, and outright fraud carried out by
But
their...
now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Welcome in, communist invading radicals. It's so good to have you. Did I press the right button?
peers, and they're scrambling around trying to figure out how to fix it. And meanwhile, it's being...
Wait, she does have a Twitch channel. Oh, that's probably where she watched. So if you don't know, there's this video, right, which is, let's see. Now, like, look, you might think that uploading a 3-hour and 21-minute video is just, like, really bad. Like, who's going to watch that, right? The idea being that, like, there's people that would watch your video, but they look at it and they're like, 3 hours and 20, no, right? Maybe so, right? But look at this. This thing is almost on 1 million views. And that's this little thing called watch time. So what YouTube taketh away with percentage watch time, or maybe even click-through rate, with people seeing how long that video is and not wanting to click on it because of that, it giveth back through rewarding watch time, because there's going to be people that sit through the entire video. And if it's a good video, there's going to be a lot of people who sit through that entire video. And that makes it kind of bang in the algorithm. And it not only bangs, but it gets, you know, obviously there's more ads in a longer video. So, and that's why YouTube likes this sort of thing. That's why YouTube rewards this sort of thing.
Communicated to...
But there is a longer sort of thing if you watch the follow-up video, which is essentially Mooncat reacting to her own video and essentially doubling or more the time, much like myself. Except I don't watch my own, I don't react to my own.
Public who don't know how to engage with it critically, and this mess is being taken advantage of. Political pundits will use small, convenient sections of it as a weapon of truth, and others will use...
Wait, she insists on pouring for maximum foam? Is that like... I thought the foam hurts your stomach. Am I wrong about that?
Use sections of it as a misleading marketing tactic to sell supplements and books. It has never been so lucrative to be a science-backed nutritionist or neuroscientist influencer. Evolutionary psychology is just one of the tools that these people will use to convince you, to fool you, because it sounds plausible. Why not use Evo Psych logic to train people in everyday public speaking skills?
And when we can't see someone's hands, something interesting happens. You should start to feel just a little bit uncomfortable. And the reason for that is because when you can't see my hands, you wonder, what is she doing back there? Because if we were approached by a stranger caveman, the first place we looked was the hands to see if they were carrying a rock or a spear. In other words, we wanted to know if we were safe, if they were friend or foe. Now, this actually still remains from caveman days.
Oh, right, because without that little story about cavemen, I never realized that it was weird to do public speaking with your hands.
It's almost like... It's almost like the way that YouTube works. where so much is writing on your title and thumbnail. So much is writing on like the packaging, right? In fact, you just like some people will only do videos if they can come up with a good title and thumbnail first, just to know that there's a way to, you know, sell this video once they do the video. Sometimes the concept, sometimes the title and thumbnail are like the first thing, right? Just like that, it almost feels like this Evo Psych is packaged in a way where we're like, you know, if we could tell a narrative, right? Like the hands are the reason that we like to talk with our hands is because the reason that talking with your hands works so much is because people trust a person whose hands they can see that they are not concealing a knife, they are not concealing a weapon, they are not concealing any sort of, you know, deception, and they are front and in front. Like, right, it's a nice story, and then you just like generate, I don't know, whatever kind of paper that you can to suggest that. And that paper bangs.
Behind your back. That's what I've been doing wrong the entire time. Wow, thanks, cavemen.
Now, this is actually a good thing. As humans, this keeps us safe. Dr. Paul Ekman has studied something...
no.
Wait, who's Dr. Paul Ekman?
He's haunting me. No. Why not use evolutionary psychology to train your dog?
You know, you're a caveman back in the caveman days. You think cavemen were hanging out, worrying about clickers? No, they would just get their dogs down and they'd start to grab them and wrestle them and pretend that they were fighting bears and stuff.
Come on.
What?
You got decapitated by a rival tribe. You know your dog would have been first in the queue to hump your severed head.
I mean, really? Really?
Scam people into buying your course on how to
Really?
be an alpha male.
You'll have access to the sub-knowledge that your mind has, and instead of having to overthink it, and instead of being dragged around by your emotions, you're gonna make decisions and speak from presence. Really what we're accessing here, in my opinion, is what a caveman would have accessed when hunting down a fucking woolly mammoth.
Yabba dabba fucking do! Or if you've ever cursed your irises with
Oh my god. Okay, well that's an image for sure. That's definitely something. I do get a little sick with the whole. Do you remember what was the actual diet that was like paleo, right? That was the diet that was like really popular. There's like different versions. There's like paleo, there's primal, there's what Jordan Peterson does when you're just like, oh, you only need to eat meat. You don't need any vegetables. Vegetables can have carbohydrates, and there's no necessary carbohydrate. There's no essential carbohydrate, so therefore you shouldn't have any. Bucko. It was that whole thing, yeah, like, right? I think it was paleo that was like the most popular, and the idea is like literally of like figure out what cavemen ate, and assume that your body is evolved for that particular diet, and change your diet as much as you can to that, you know, with some weird adaptations, some weird stuff that like, oh yeah, pork rinds, that's paleo. You gotta get the pork rinds in. It wouldn't be the Paleolithic era if it wasn't for the pork rinds. That's what I remember about fucking cavemen, is they were constantly frying up pork rinds. Foam helps keep the beer cool. Does it not make your stomach upset though? I think Paul Ekman was the one of the reading body language. Oh god, I remember that. Yeah, paleo. Like, and like, look, I mean, like, to a point, right? If what you want to do is take your processed diet that comes from the middle of the grocery store and change it into a fresh diet that comes from the outside of the grocery store, I think you're onto something. Right? In principle, the paleo diet, the concept kind of takes us in a potentially good direction. But the problem is that the prescription is like to go so far into that direction, we end up sort of limiting, you know, some other things that would be just as healthy that don't fit into the paradigm in some way. But yeah, no, eating less refined food, that's a good thing. But it got into like this whole paleo lifestyle, caveman lifestyle, live like a caveman. What kind of shoes should be wearing? Not shoes. You should be wearing some kind of weird Vibram shoes, because that's what the caveman wore. Vibrams. There was no cavemen in Crocs. They were wearing Vibrams. And then it got to be like there was so much stuff. What are you doing? I'm grounding myself. I'm walking around on the ground with no shoes on so that the particles, the electro charge from the ground, you see, can transmit itself into my body, and therefore I will be healthier because the charges like even out, right? I don't know. There was just like all this shit that kind of came with it that I was just like, no, this is like, this is too much.
Naked Attraction, a British dating show in which participants do dating but backwards and are...
What is with the tacos, chat? Now it's making me hungry for tacos.
Subjected to the genitals of their prospective mate, then their torso before revealing their personality. Rounds are interspersed with what the...
Wait, this is like Jubilee. This is like Jubilee meets The Button with like pussies. I don't know. Button.
Find attractive because we can't make up our own minds. No, science will tell us what we like.
It's a very nice curvy figure.
That's how you counter 5G. Oh my god, that's too much. We gotta be a little bit...
Conceiving a child who will join Mensa.
Look, I don't know, chat.
Studies how our bodies and brains have evolved.
I gotta be careful.
So that boy meets girl. They find that men react differently to women. Men are turned on visually. For women, the ideal mate is more than just a source of fertile sperm.
Oh, really? Well, what if all I want is a source of fertile sperm that I don't ever have to speak to? Ever. Never underestimate the wants and desires of a woman in her ape era.
She seeks the more intense
fertile sperm
characteristics, such as reliability, loyalty, kindness.
And the top of the hour ad break. But she doesn't have to get the top of the hour ad break forced on her. In fact, if she happens to have Prime, she can get out of the top of the hour ad break for free. There's 3 minutes of her life that she will have back. She will not have to watch those ads, and she'll be able to watch the entire stream in the comfort of her gamer chair or whatever she's sitting on right now, right? She could also pay $5 to get out of the ad break, to get herself some weasels, to give herself the gift of weasels, or potentially even be gifted weasels through the kind generosity of somebody else in chat who's looking to do a good deed and pay the weasel, pay the weasel forward. Although that the kind of thing more likely to happen, that kind of weasel more likely to come her way if she is active in the chat. And there we go.
That suggests a good husband.
That's got to be an 8 out of 10.
I'm not looking for a father. I'm looking for daddy.
You called?
Shut up.
She needed to remember what he did last Valentine's Day, what he promised last Christmas, what he didn't do last summer. She needed to remember to see if he was going to be a good husband and a good father. That's what women do all the time. We get on the telephone and talk to other women, constantly recounting what he did and didn't do.
Yeah, he just tried talking to me.
Oh shit, chat. I do this a little bit. Chat, I'm like impressed by the strangest things. Like, right? Like I had one of my ex bought me a giant Valentine's Day card. An absurdly, obscenely, needlessly large card. And it was like, it sat on the floor. You know what I'm saying? It was a big card. It was like a big card. And I was impressed by that. I was like, that is the biggest card that anyone's ever gotten me. And I love that it is, like I don't know. It was like having a cardboard cutout. You know what I mean? It was like, it's like this Valentine's Day card became part of my life. And I was really impressed by that.
In the men's character, and that they build up a memory map of their behavior in order to determine if they will be a suitable mate and father to their children.
What do you want for dinner? I bought us some pizzas for
that also impresses me, yes.
From Sainsbury's earlier, and I got us some beer. I also fed the cat.
Not so much the beer, but yeah, he takes care of cats. This guy's a keeper. Oh no, now I'm worried about the music.
Are you okay?
As a boy reaches puberty, testosterone secreted by the testes promotes the growth of particular masculine features.
Yeah, I'd probably be making a face like that as well if puberty was causing me to be haunted by my own gigantic sperm. Over on the most cursed corner of the internet.
Does that ever happen?
YouTube, EvoPsych is most commonly used in the context of giving dating advice, most of the time to men. It can be used to explain why you like big butts so much. It's because you're thinking about your potentially sexy daughters.
Studies show that women with lower waist-to-hip ratio are more likely to bear daughters who would also develop low waist-to-hip ratio, thus making it a heritable trait.
You will like big butts, and you will not lie. You other brothers can't deny.
The reason for this type of sexual preference has to do with bearing children. Specifically, women with wider hips are supposed to bear children with more ease.
When a girl walks in with an itty-bitty waist and a round thing in your face.
Further, females with 45-degree curvature would have had the advantage in foraging during pregnancy, as such body type would prevent them from spinal injuries.
Cool! Someone should tell the 90s, the 60s, and the 20s. Somebody should also tell the era of tuberculosis chic in the 1800s. I'm not sure those women were attempting to depict fertility. Oh, and could somebody go back 30,000 years and tell the makers of the Venus of Willendorf that the artifact they're making actually doesn't conform to 21st century beauty standards? Yeah, it's amazing and everything, but would the guy who made this YouTube video about arses stick his cock in it? Or
Let me get your angles really quick. Yeah, you gotta check that Q angle.
I don't know, just use it to dunk on women on your alpha male podcast with facts and logic about why it's okay for men to cheat on them, actually.
Men, we're biologically hardwired for it to not be that serious. Like for men, sex is like taking a piss. I hate to say it like that. So, huh?
The science behind that?
Because clearly the men
why is it gotta be piss?
Have girlfriends and always have.
Why is it gotta be piss?
Multiple chances to cheat on them.
It's like for survival reasons, it's like just hardwired naturally in our DNA that's what we want.
But don't worry, if it's the other way round and your girlfriend cheated on you, then there's evolutionary explanations for that too.
Duckmaster51 asks, are you high? I'll get back to you on that.
That is, they're trying to get investment from one guy, like the good dads, but good genes from another guy.
If a man's attached, here's what happens. She'll twist the knife and pull away or try and purposefully hurt you because it proves her hypergamy right that you're now weak for her. When you see a woman lose her...
What? Oh no, this is real. This is real. Like, this looks like my... Is this guy a personal trainer? He's got to be a personal trainer. Like, only a personal trainer would draw on the dry erase board like that. Oh my god.
Respect and desire for a man, all morals, all normal human behavior goes completely out the window. The primal instinct kicks in and she's just like, oh, weak man, do not want his genes, do not want him to procreate, do not want him to carry on, goodbye.
Men will literally fill an entire 120 by 90 whiteboard with armchair evolutionary psychology instead of going to therapy.
She could be the smartest woman in the planet, and then when she's going to make a sexual decision, it's a chimpanzee that takes over. It's a primal brain, and it's just like flinging poo and throwing her vagina out there. Like, it's just, it doesn't have it. It's like...
Oh my god. What? Do you see the face that he's making? Wait. So what are we... Wait. When it comes to choosing a mate, the chimpanzee takes over. It's like flinging poo and... I have suggested that random dude before? Personal trainer, whiteboard, conspiracy theorist. Yeah, like... Oh my God. Okay. We'll let it go forward.
You know, and then they're like, what happened to me? I don't even know what I'm doing, right? That's most women. So that person, her opinion of you.
Wait, okay, that happened to me once, but I mean, I don't know. Like, that did happen to me once, okay, but I mean, that was a different time. That was. This is why I choose bear. It's the bro science.
Is garbage.
That's what we're dealing with. We are dealing with personal trainer bro science.
You know?
I don't know, Paul, Apex mindset.
Apex mindset. Everybody's got a mindset, okay? Until they get punched in the face. No, everybody's got like a mindset. You got the gorilla mindset. I don't know if anybody remembers the gorilla mindset. Mike Cernovich. Gorilla mindset is when you turn somebody's joke into you take somebody's joke about Maison scene way too literally and try to get them canceled and fired from MSNBC. That is the gorilla mindset of Mike Cernovich. You've also got the wait, what is this Apex mindset? The Apex mindset, okay. And we've got, of course, famously, the Bronze Age mindset.
I'm sorry that happened to you, but maybe her prefrontal cortex was active, and maybe she wasn't some kind of shaved ape woman, and she just didn't like you that much.
So she pooped on you.
Try jerking off instead of recording a podcast next time. We even use the elusive caveman lifestyle to legitimize fad diets.
Many of the foods we're eating today.
There we go. That is the other connection to Evo Psych. Oh God, these people.
Our bodies really aren't genetically designed to eat.
We evolved to eat lots and lots of meat.
Primal!
We only eat primal!
Oh my God, he's gonna eat that dude. Wait a minute. Okay, this is really weird, right? I don't know if this, they showed somebody that I didn't expect to see.
Next time, we even use the elusive caveman lifestyle to legitimize fad diets.
Many of the foods we're eating today, our bodies really aren't genetically designed to eat.
We evolved to eat lots and lots of meat.
Okay, wait, no. I'm trying to pause it. Oh my God.
Jerking off instead of recording a podcast next time? We even use the elusive caveman lifestyle to legitimize fad diets.
Many of the foods we're eating today, our bodies really aren't genetically designed to eat.
We evolved to eat.
That is not a paleo lifestyle coach, right? That is a vegan, or like not, I guess you wouldn't call him like a vegan. But it's like a basically vegan diet. Like that, this guy's does the like Whole Foods plant-based diet. In fact, maybe just more like the plant-based diet, right? Like this is it's funny because like he's in the middle of we evolved to eat lots of meats, primal, we only eat primal, right? This guy doesn't. I think he's making fun of it or something. It's just weird the way he gets put in here. It just makes him look like another paleo. But I actually know this dude, or not like. Literally no, but like I know of John McDougall. Not sure if he's still alive, but
eat lots and lots of meat.
Primal!
Yeah, it was a video called The Diet Wars where he's like talking about what's up, Vash Bandicoot? Welcome to the stream. That is good for you. When you combine it with sugar, it turns bad. You could say sugar is good. No, just kidding. Or you could say that we need all the macronutrients.
We only eat primal!
Nutrition is out of the scope of this video, but just for posterity, this is...
Yeah, I would say that,
I've done steroids.
I would say that John McDougall's diet is probably a little too low on fat.
Much of this is people falling victim to naturalistic fallacy, a tendency to believe anything deemed natural is good, but what natural even means can really be called into question. I mean, a banana looks nothing like it did before we started.
Oh my God, that's a banana.
cloning them, and I mean, I don't know, I quite like having shelter and a computer and healthcare, but cyanide isn't great. Well, let's rewind the clock a bit and figure out where this all started. 164 years ago, the Father Christmas of evolution, Charlie Darwin, produced his seminal work. I always think that sounds a little bit like a euphemism for jizzing. On the origin of species. It cast a new light on the way we view humans.
We evolved to eat performance-enhancing drugs, yeah.
Not as
That's what the Liver King teaches us.
Divine creation summoned into existence by some intangible, mysterious deity, but as a product of millions and millions of years of random genetic mutations naturally selected to develop beings suited, like perhaps imperfectly, but in a sort of equilibrium to their environments. It wasn't this bearded white guy from the Bible saying, make the most perfect animal that ever existed. Now put tiny knives in its hands and have it find joy in bringing twitching, half-deceased
rodents. Peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Rodents inside. People realised evolution was actually just Mother Nature being a messy bitch and throwing gene spaghetti at the wall and seeing what would stick.
Yeah, wait. Oh no! That's a penis snake! That's a penis snake! I can't unsee it! Wait, what even is that? Is that a real creature? Or is that like a gooey duck? Wait, a gooey duck looks like the other kind of penis though, the one that's uncircumcised. That kind, right? But this is... What is that thing? What did I just see? What did I even see there? What was that? The penis snake. I've never seen this. Play it again? I mean, I guess we'll have to. I mean, it's scary, but...
But in a sort of equilibrium to their environments. It wasn't this bearded white guy from the Bible saying, make the most perfect animal that ever existed. Now put tiny knives in its hands and have it find joy in bringing twitching, half-deceased rodents inside. People realised evolution was actually just Mother Nature being a messy bitch and throwing gene spaghetti at the wall and seeing what would stick. Penis!
Yo, what's up with the penis snake?
Snake! And this was a pretty mind-blowing revelation for a lot of people, especially the ones who really liked the God Dude. They really wanted to believe, for some reason, that the God Dude that they pray to every night was the same guy who thought up this...
Played again for science? No, there it is. There's the penis snake.
In a way, the belief in
how does the penis snake even work?
But not in the form of a god.
Like, how does that thing even work? Where's its mouth? Oh my god, chat. Is its mouth like underneath? Is it like one of these deals? It goes like that? Oh my god, chat, that's so creepy. One-eyed purple people eater? Oh my god. It's like a one-eyed purple penis.
But rather an almost godlike perspective of Darwinian evolution, which I in part blame Richard Dawkins.
It's an amphibian?
In her mind, that's always...
Okay, wait. So it's not a snake, it's an amphibian. I mean, a Tratocoana icelti? Unsolicited Tratocoana.
It's an evolution. Do you understand what I'm saying? Yeah. It is primary for her genetics. If you guys ever read The Selfish Gene by Richard Dawkins, it is primary for her genetics, her genes to pass themselves along.
The guilty gene.
It's a weird sort of one step up from creationism, this belief that our brains developed alongside the rest of our bodies in this sort of perfect utilitarian manner, which allows us to pass our genes to the next generation in the most efficient way imaginable. Like we're all driverless meat bags programmed by our gonads, and there's this little guy in there at the controls just dictating our every move. Like, don't date that guy, he's low value. How will he support my eggs? Don't date her, her waist to hip ratio is 3 percentage points out. This means she won't be able to cultivate the genes in my spermatozoa to the optimum efficiency. Evolutionary psychology bases its assumptions on the theory that our base traits were established in what is called the EEA. Yes, the European Economic Area. I am joking, you idiots! The EEA in this context is the environment of evolutionary adaptedness, the Pleistocene savanna, which conveniently happened too long ago for any of us to really know what went on. No one was on their phones, everyone was living in the moment, so we happily project current gender norms onto it. Time for a moon history lesson. So, quite a long time ago, all the countries in the world were in one big block.
Pangea!
Dinosaurs lived together on it in perfect harmony, until one day the Pangea came along with a pint and started
I'm gonna be right back.
certain groups of dinosaurs as if they weren't as good as the other ones, and this made them get all mad at each other.
Some non-paleo foods to eat.
Pangexit created loads of separate continents, including one that they called Africa, named after a hairstyle that hadn't been invented yet. And this is where humans first appeared a few million years ago. Once they'd started living in caves and drew this AI-generated lion orgy on the wall, they all had a meeting and agreed that they'd peaked and they should stop evolving there and then, so that future evolutionary psychologists could call this the environment of evolutionary adaptedness to make their jobs a lot easier to do. The hypotheses that evolutionary psychologists formulate tend to reveal more about the person doing the hypothesizing than about actual humanity. Most evolutionary psychologists hide behind their Google Scholar pages, racking up citations in a perpetual circle jerk with other evolutionary psychologists, but some professors just love the spotlight. Meet Jeffrey Miller. He'll appear in your documentary leaning up against his F-150, exhibiting his accumulated resources for the ladies. Jeffrey appears a relatively meek, soft-spoken man in interviews, which is not what you expect when your first exposure to his viewpoints is via his Twitter feed, on which he goes by the name @PrimalPolly, which just conjures up images of a Neanderthal Zeus surrounded by ovulating cave women lining up for a drop of his prime genetic material.
The funny thing about sexual selection is it's a very powerful evolutionary process, but it's not blind, dumb natural selection. It's driven by our tastes, our pleasure.
Hundreds of thousands of years ago, humans started selecting partners who were more intelligent.
Oh my god, chat.
Intelligence began to grow in our species.
He spends what seems to be most of his waking hours on Twitter.com just pissing out the hottest takes. He thinks that contraception is
I did the Hassan thing.
The root of all evil, and everyone trying to eradicate ableism, eugenics, and racism from science is a woke ideologue, and he thinks there should be a YouTube channel that teaches feminine beauty tips to young men, not in the name of diversity and challenging fashion norms, no, but actually so when a man goes on a date with a woman, he can judge how long she took to get ready for the date. Then he can know whether the look is smart and classy or not. Jeffrey seems to think he's the originator of the manosphere, since he was the one talking about the hypergamous nature of women.
Wait, this was the this guy's like the king of the manosphere? Like, he's got an interesting hairstyle.
20 years
and an interesting head style.
And he hated women before it was cool, but says it's since run amok with his ideas. He thinks that the red pill is now in its rebellious teenage years, just tacking on extra beliefs like semen retention and making women the enemy.
It was...
Oh no, they're doing semen retention?
Second...
Oh my god, chat. Yeah. Wait a minute. They're doing semen retention? Like, that is some purity of essence shit. That is some Dr. Strangelove. Like, really? They're retaining it? What does that even mean? They're not retaining it like Sonichu style, are they?
Ideas from...
They're not like mixing it into beverages, are they?
Like my early work, getting kind of recycled into manosphere, like wisdom or or good advice or often bad advice, and then get into arguments with manosphere guys who are like, Miller, you don't understand human sexual dynamics at all. And
This is my fucking work.
But you see, lovely meek Jeffrey believes that men should follow their natural, evolved desires, but in a way that respects women. Aw, thanks, Jeffrey.
Getting in touch with your sexuality, your sexual desires, the ways that you view women, trying to make those both consistent with your evolved desires, but also kind of find your ethical path.
I don't know, Jeffrey, why don't you allow your eyes to live consistency with their evolved desires? Why do they have that woke glass over them, distorting their realistic view of the world? Take your glasses off, Jeffrey! He serves as a middleman for incels who think too intelligent for the Fresh and Fit or whatever podcast on which there once lived an era of unassuming and
oh my god, wait.
or underage women being coerced on to be
that was weird.
Into giving answers for cathartic.
Wait, what is up with this show? This is whatever. Why is there a World War I German uniform in the background?
Distorting their realistic view of the world. Take your glasses off, Jeffrey!
Yeah, exactly, Canadian brunch. Women seek my essence, Mandrake, but I must deny it to them. Wait, no, yeah, that's right, Mandrake's the British dude. I don't know why I was giving, the line with the British accent.
He serves as a middleman for incels.
What is up with the... Cause like, right, there's like a, isn't there like a chick in the background too that wears like the Kaiser helmet?
Who think they're too intelligent for the Fresh and Fit or whatever podcast on which there once lived an era of unassuming and sometimes drunk and or underage women being coerced on to be manipulated into giving answers for cathartic takedowns by a host. But this has since morphed into women being fully aware of the scheme, being paid a guest fee, and then making even more money on top of that from the OF signs up, while the milquetoast host is too dumb to realise it's a bit and looks like he probably refuses to stand up at the end of the interview.
I just I'm sorry, lay you until, you know, like you're...
Wait. Oh my god. I'm glad we couldn't see that any better. Yeah, see what I mean? The Kaiser helmet. What's up with the Kaiser helmet? It's a pickle helm? Do you play pickleball with it? Is that like a pickleball thing? Did you see what I said about Gokunaru? Gokunaru on stream the other day was talking about how people shouldn't watch porn and should not masturbate to retain sperm. Wait a minute. Okay, so they're not saying like to pinch it on the end and to keep it from coming out or to like reconsume it after it does come out. They're talking about like what? Not... Oh no, God, that's so bad. That's like not going to be good for Gokunaru. Right? Wait, is that basically nofap? Is that basically nofap? Are they talking about nofap? Is Gokunaru really talking about nofap? I feel like I would debate somebody to intercede to like stop them, to save them from nofap. Nofap is bad. Do you hear me, YouTube Shorts? NoFap is bad. NoFap is dangerous.
You're like, oh my god, I have no more inside my body anymore.
But with Jeffrey, we've got a sort of, oh, poor women. They can't help being hypergamous, manipulative cheaters, disgusted by the idea of having sex with you. It's just in their genes. He's also a big fan of the peacock's tail, which you'll find is a bit of a common boon within the EvoSite community because, of course, that's the most grandiose display of sexual selection adaptation for the choosy females. His wife even wore them in her hair on their wedding day. Aww. Jeffrey's wife, Diana Fleischman, the incel's wet dream. She's not like other girls because she's open and honest about what she wants.
Because I'm incredibly emotionally transparent and my facial expression is very transparent, and it doesn't bother me to say exactly what I want. I think many women don't want to say exactly what they want because part of the Q investment that they're looking for is for somebody to use enough cognitive cycles to guess what they want.
She believes Jeffrey is a high status male.
No, I like that. I'm like that, chat.
To herself. So she
like, I don't know. I always want people to guess what I want. I know that's like bad. Yeah, what was that uniform? It was like a really shitty, I think it was supposed to be a German World War I uniform. His mod was adamant to repeat that porn is evil. I was like, no, Gokunaru. Yeah, I know. I'm worried about Gokunaru now.
decides to let other
free Gokunaru. What am I eating? It just looks like mango. Oh my god. It's non-paleo. Okay, you just have to promise not to go to the paleo community and get me canceled because it's legumes. It's lentils. It's lentil curry. Oh my god, in a rice cooker because that was all I had on hand. And
women enjoy his high status fruits.
I think Jeffrey is wonderful. So in some sense, I would feel guilty monopolizing him entirely. And it's actually very much kind of...
It looks like mango. Yeah, it kind of does.
And most people would not think about things that way.
I must be towards one of the more extreme ends of the Gaussian distribution when the x-axis is labelled female innate propensity to view Jeffrey Miller as high-value mate. But each to their own. Someone else can have my slice of the Jeffrey pie. I'm not hungry. They're in a polyamorous relationship because they basically means that humans actually didn't evolve to be monogamous. Monogamy has just been this temporary fix to prevent a pool of incels from running around and starting podcasts. But now, because of feminism, we have that pool of incels running around starting podcasts. And they talk about this a lot on podcasts. Now, I've got nothing against polyamory between consenting parties, although Jeffrey and Diana seem to be doing it because they want to accelerate human evolution by allowing men like Jeffrey with his prime genetics to impregnate multiple women. So if polyamory were the norm, this would supposedly reintroduce sexual competition and increase the genes in the pool that are highly desirable for sexual selection, which is the cringiest reason to be in a polycule. Like, at least join one because you're running a global crypto Ponzi scheme from a penthouse. And
no, I really seriously, like, I want to talk to Gokunaru. I gotta talk to Gokunaru. I gotta know. I gotta find out about this nofap thing. Like, I want Gokunaru to explain the theory of nofap. Like, what is this gonna do? Why do you think this is a real thing? Why does this work?
Bahamas, and you've got money coming out of your ass, so you're bored.
Yeah, you're happy. I think it helps that you're bisexual.
Yeah. It helps a lot that I'm bisexual.
They are the literal embodiment of, hey, my wife and I saw you from across the bar and we really dig your vibe.
This couple. This couple.
A data point in our study on the effects of polyamory within a socioeconomic context. Jeffrey's favourite area to discuss is sex differences, a subject on which he has written multiple books, including The Mating Mind, Spent, and Mate, Become the Man Women Want, a book which he wrote with Tucker Max. Remember that guy who made that awful film, I Hope They Serve Beer in Hell? Based on a book of true stories he wrote about his boozed up escapades and having sexual
That's real?
with women that teeter on the edge of consent.
And talking to the turtles.
Are they telling you to kill that fat girl behind us? Because that's what they're telling me to do. What? How can you be mad about that? Fat girls aren't real people.
You can credit the founding and legitimization of the entire field of evolutionary psychology to John Tooby and his wife, Leda Cosmides. John Tooby passed away last year, passing on the baton to Dr. David Buss, someone I touched on quickly in my Manosphere video. He has written multiple books about what he contends are the ingrained differences between the male and female mind, offering the supposed evolutionary framework backing up every unhinged r/red pill post in existence, something which without fail gets him invited to regular appearances on the...
Here's my problem, okay? So there's too many weird dudes making up too many weird philosophies, doing too much weird stuff to keep track of, right? We talked about NoFap, we talked about Red Pill, we talked about MGTOW, and now we've got it. I don't even know what to call this. Like, these are the most annoying people on the face of the planet. They're like, no, like, I'm polyamorous because of evolution. Like, really?
3-hour broadcast circle jerk.
What I call the mate switching hypothesis. The mate switching hypothesis. Like mate switching hypothesis.
This is how he gets you to swing.
Only sex difference.
This is, wait, is that called swinging? What is it called when couples like meet and then they like trade partners? Is that swinging? Is that what swinging is? I never like understand like the difference between like swinging, like, you know, the different forms of non-monogamy, but that's swinging. Okay. But like, he's like the perfect, like, you know, like he would tell you, like you would be like on a double date with him and his partner, and he'd drop this on you that, like, you know, oh, we call this the partner switching. That's a little thing that we, and you're like, oh, really? Tell me what's with this partners? Well, you know, you just kind of change partners and try something new for the night.
That EvoPsych deals with. It's also sometimes, yeah, race differences. Thankfully, this side of evolutionary psychology remains mostly pushed to the fringes of political discourse nowadays. The ones who still believe its claims are at most not openly discussing this in public, and I'd like it to stay that way. So I'm going to be focusing mostly on sexual selection theories and gender differences in psychology, as that's in the mainstream, but the way that I tie this all up in the end is pretty much going to be blowing it all out of the water. Destroy! Yeah, this girl's for the streets, I got the receipts, a freak in the sheets, a leopard print too, she do what she wanna, Savannah Explorer, she hot like a sauna, she hot in Megafauna. I didn't want to satisfy my lizard cave woman brain ravenous for confirmation bias and fly.
I feel like these kind of video essayists, they're setting a new standard. It's like, you gotta write one or several songs, or else you're like a diss track, or else your video essay isn't finished. There's like a musical component now.
So I started to delve into some articles in defense of evolutionary psychology.
It's called swinging because of how our ancestors would swing from trees and bone and like switch partners through that somehow.
Yeah, I got a whiteboard for this video. I have a lot of things to teach. Stop passing notes at the back. So EvoPsych is a field which...
Wait, your pee smells like, yeah, asparagus when you eat it? Wait, what's the deal with that? Aren't there some people that can't smell asparagus and pee? I feel like it's either like some people that don't produce an asparagus smell when they pee, or there's like some people that can't smell it. Like, so you could pee and it could be asparagus and they'd be just like, it's a regular pee. I don't know why they'd be smelling your pee, but that's a different question.
Attracts a lot of criticism from other scientists, but a lot of the time for good reason. You might assume that EvoPsychs would say everything is on this end of the spectrum, everything is nature, but they do admit that the environment and culture has heavy impacts on the way that we think and act. And conversely, many academics who are mostly nurture do agree that there's probably certain mechanisms in the brain that are ingrained from birth. The main contention is really where you come down on this nature-nurture spectrum. If you think it's entirely nurture, you're all the way on this end of the spectrum. That's what they call blank slatism. Your brain is essentially a tabula rasa, an entity subject to the experiences it is exposed to from birth. But academics, they tend to get into fights, and there is this tendency for many non-EvoPsych academics to assume that all EvoPsychers think that the brain is entirely molded by the Pleistocene. Either that or Plasticine. I can't remember which. shit. Fuck. But it's not surprising when you read some of their papers and are exposed to the type of language that they use to describe human nature. It's a bit like looking into Sam Bankman-Fried's mind, which seems to be so cooked by affective altruism to the point that he's unable to see anything outside of the myopic perspective of probabilities and equations. It's like this sort of ostensibly dispassionate and algorithmic approach to the well-being of humankind. For example, anyone not absolutely brain broken by EvoPsych would just be like, you know, maybe it's just nice to be nice to other people because we've evolved to be a social species who live in groups who like look after each other. Whereas academics in the field of EvoPsych are like, hey babe, long day at the EvoPsych lab today. It took a while to apply our findings from mice to humans, so I brought you some flowers to say sorry. Oh babe, you didn't have to. Actually, yes I did, because in order to secure the passing of my genes to the next generation, Darwinian evolution provides an explanation for cooperative behavior in which, where W is probability and C is cooperate and D is defect, W exceeds C over B. So if we extrapolate this finding to acts of indirect altruistic reciprocity between strangers, natural selection favors those who adopt these strategies that base the decision to help on the reputation of the recipient. So as you see, but they don't really help themselves when they try to defend their field by saying that they're doing the very thing that other behavioral scientists would say is extremely bad practice. The most common criticism
it's like that story about, I think it was like Abraham Lincoln talking to someone and defending, oh my god, this doesn't sound like a real story. Like, this has got to be fake news. I learned this somewhere in school, but I have a feeling it's just got to be fake. There's no way. Right? The story is that Abraham Lincoln was talking to somebody, and they were talking about, like, you know, whether they thought that altruism existed, and Abraham Lincoln thought that it didn't, that psychologically humanity was egoistic, right? And so you know, every action of a human being could be explained solely through self-interest, right? And then supposedly the train stopped, there was a muddy field, and this has got to be a fake story, right? This, as I'm retelling this, like I'm just like realizing how fake this story's got to be, right? There's a muddy field, and there's a pig stuck in the mud. A pig, you know, traditionally thought to enjoy mud. This pig was immersed in mud, was stuck in mud, and was in a bad way. And Abraham Lincoln, in his clean, you know, clothes, went out there to save the pig, to get the pig out of the mud. And then he comes back on the train, and the guy's like, what are you talking about? You just said that, like, everybody's motivated by self-interest. What was your self-interest there, Honest Abe? What was your self-interest? And he was like, I never would have been able to sleep knowing that I had left that pig in the mud. This has got to be a fake story. I don't know where I heard this. This is like, how did I ever believe this? Max Stirner disguised as Abe Lincoln. There's no way that's a pig got stuck in the mud. What the fuck? No, come on. Abraham Lincoln would get stuck in the mud before a pig would.
Is that it's rife with just so stories, which essentially means
pigs have +2 saving, you know, like +2 rolls in mud.
An untestable explanation for it.
Wait, I have 2 pigs and they both hate mud and avoid it at all cost. Would they be like in danger if they were stuck in the mud?
Theory. And these
or would they just like eat the mud?
Fuckers will come up with anything. Like, they observe gorilla breasts as being flat, but human women breasts are rounded. So this must be, they say, for the pleasure and sexual selection of men to show that they're fertile. So why didn't the gorillas evolve them like that then? And what if women had evolved breasts that are like flat and 3 meters long and they have to unfurl them like Hubba Bubba bubble tape? Well, of course it would be so that they can throw them over their shoulders and keep the cave babies fed.
Wait, bubble tape? Sour apple.
While they get impregnated by another cave Chad. But the practice of telling just so stories in this field is defended badly. Laith Al-Shawaf in this article explains that in evolutionary psychology, there's two main ways you can generate a hypothesis. You can either use the top-down approach, which is having your theory about human behavior based on knowledge of early civilization and then testing it, or...
Wait, does Gokunaru have any sort of Evo Psych-like explanation for the nofap? Is there some kind of poop people? Wait, where are the poop people?
There's the bottom-up approach, which is noticing something about humankind from within current culture, testing this thing you've noticed to see if the data backs it up, and figuring out your evolutionary hypothesis from that, and then generating new theories from the hypothesis you generated.
Okay, so let's break it down, chat. The elements of a video essay, right? Bisexual mood lighting, lo-fi backing track, copyright free, of course. And
Survey the primary literature.
Whatever this is.
Evolutionary psychology. You'll notice two things. One, rendering this research essentially immune to the just so charge. And two,
yeah, Mooncat should do a nofap deep dive. That way I won't have to. I'm scared, chat. Yo, I had a friend that I brought to a protest with me, and like how I sold it her on it was that like there was a group that believed in, they were like against masturbation. And she was like, oh, I will protest the shit out of that. Fuck that shit.
most of the bottom-up evolutionary research does not stop halfway through the process. Rather, the researchers usually generate novel predictions from the hypotheses they just concocted, and proceed to test those novel predictions in new empirical studies. This means that most bottom-up work in evolutionary psychology appears not to fall into the just-so storytelling either.
The only difference between bottom-up and top-down is whether you first thought up the hypothesis because of what you think you know about human behaviour in the Pleistocene, or whether you thought up your hypothesis because of something you noticed within modern culture. The very definition of a just-so story is something that's untestable, and the very nature of evolutionary psychology renders all hypotheses essentially untestable, because your hypotheses will include the contention that we evolved the trait that we're testing.
Oh my god, that's just what I was talking about when I said the title and the thumbnail come first, right? It's it's not what you assume. When you think of YouTubers making a video, you think of them coming up with an idea. You think of them writing a script, recording the video, and then they're like, oh, what do I want my title to be? Maybe this, right? What do I want my thumbnail to be? Maybe this. That's kind of the assumption, but a lot of people don't do it that way. A lot of people, you know, because they know that the title and the thumbnail are so important, the packaging, the idea, if you're talking about Evo Psych, the narrative is so important that they'll put that out in front and then try to work from, you know, inductively to justify it. And I mean, that sounds like what we're dealing with here.
That bit is the just so story because you literally can't prove it. But what's the rebuttal of this?
It is certain that our ancestors, like other old world primates, nursed, had two sexes, chose mates, had color vision calibrated to the spectral properties of sunlight, lived in a biotic environment with predatory cats, venomous snakes, and spiders, were predated on, bled when wounded, were incapacitated from injuries, were vulnerable to a large variety of parasites and pathogens, and had deleterious recessives, rendering them subject to inbreeding depression if they mated with siblings.
I mean, this is true, but it's also true of most mammals. It's simply not enough knowledge for us to make the kinds of connections evolutionary psychology makes between its evolutionary predictions and the data it finds. The just so story is when the hypothesis connects the data gathered to something about early humankind that we don't know and will never know, such as how they chose their mates based on behavioral traits, or how they actively avoided pathogens, if they even did, because it might just have been pure luck. A large part of evolutionary psychology is is focused on disgust, because there is a belief that it actually underlies a lot of our political affiliations and biases, i.e. you're more likely to be conservative if you're more susceptible to disgust and sensitive to potential pathogens. Like there is this propensity to avoid foreigners because of the risk of disease. But the science isn't even settled on that. I mean, this study revealed that the feelings of disgust and recognition of others' disgust doesn't start happening until about 5 years of age, meaning it may well be learned. And I mean, have you ever seen a baby piss in its own mouth? They're disgusting.
No!
When you really delve into the studies behind much...
Like, she's right, though.
You'll find that the science just doesn't even hold up when you apply even the slightest bit of...
She's right, though. Babies are disgusting. Like, I never want to say this, right? Because, like, it's a bad thing to say. People got babies. You want to say your baby's disgusting. But, yeah, babies will blow, like, fucking snot bubbles out of their nose, and the snot will drip down into their mouth, and they'll eat it, okay? That's a thing that a baby does. That is a thing that a baby does. In Buddhism, it's believed that all of our actions are rooted in our desire to relieve our own suffering. But since we're blind to the nature of reality, we create more suffering instead, like a giant wheel.
Scrutiny. I'm just gonna pop in a disclaimer here to start. These studies are written by people clearly under the assumption that gender is very binary. I realise that this is not the case, and I will be talking about that more later in the video. I just didn't want you to think throughout the whole thing that I think that way. I don't. I'm just speaking in terms of these studies as they are written.
There had been 100 years of theory-free research looking at spatial cognition in humans, and people kept finding a male advantage on certain kinds of spatial cognition.
One of the most proud findings evolutionary psychology has is the marked gender differences in the ability to rotate images in one's head in favour of men. But it was found that even slightly altering parameters of the test evened out the gender differences. Using more realistic-looking images in the test rather than 3D images rendered onto a 2D plane, such as shadowing or using realistic everyday objects, or even just giving participants a simple 2-week training course, evened out the scores. There's also a psychological phenomenon called stereotype threat. In a separate study, a situational manipulation of social power enhanced mental rotation abilities in women to the point where they were as able as the men, and in another, even just telling the female participants that women excel at these types of tests boosted their confidence enough to perform equally. Unfortunately, this isn't the type of science that makes it into the facts before feelings crowd who like to vent their frustration at vague concepts of wokeness through comparing women to apes.
It's true, we are objectively better at everything. They are true obligate inferiors. To encourage their ambition is cruel because they will fail at it.
Obligate inferiors.
Everything they attempt without male supervision and leadership.
Babies have to be cute so you don't leave them in the woods? Yeah. That's how babies evolved.
There was a banned study conducted at a left coast university that showed
left coast
how the female brain is not only incapable of
they banned it because it was
objects in the mind.
They banned it because it was too the study was too based.
But it is also incapable of rotating concepts, ideas, and deeper comprehension of all subjects within the female mind's eye. Of course, you're better at household management and childcare than she is. The only thing separating her from the great apes is less hair and vocal cords, and only one of those features benefits us as men. And it ain't her ability to speak.
Well, just for fun, I decided to do one of these tests myself. And guess what? I scored 90%, baby! Like, literally everyone on average is like 67%. Yeah, you ain't gonna threaten me with your bloody stereotype threats. Guess what, bitch? I'm imagining Margaret Thatcher spinning in her grave right now. So if men are the hunters who, for some reason, it's beneficial for them to rotate 3D images in their minds, then women must harbour advantages when it comes to gathering activities, right? So they come up with the hypothesis that maybe, perhaps, women are better at remembering where things are in a certain area.
Some of our colleagues thought, well, what would you need, what kind of spatial cognition would you need to be a good gatherer? And they said, well, you need to remember where things are in a complex array. You need to be able to, plants don't get up and move around, but they might not be fruiting now, they might be fruiting later, so you want to remember that, you want to be able to go straight to one of those patches and so on. And through a series of experiments, right from the beginning, they found the first female advantage that any psychologist had found in spatial cognition.
Gotta remember where those poisonous berries are and tell our mates about it. Remember the meta report?
Gatherers have to walk around and figure out where the berries are, where the
Wait. Is that Anthony Robbins? Okay. So is it weird of me? No, wait. I think I know. He has like a genetic oh god, I'm trying to remember what it's called. Hyper like it's like a endocrine thing, right? This dude is kind of funny. Is this Anthony Robbins though? Super tall? Yeah. But it's a thing. Like it's like a condition. Like it's the reason, because I was like trying to, like at first I was like, wait a minute, is this guy like on steroids? And then I think I remembered that he's actually
else. And as they're going, they got to remember it all, because otherwise the bats or the other animals get it. You got to get it right at the right time, or the family doesn't survive.
The bats will get it.
You what they learned out there in the meadow. We call it the meadow report.
Okay.
Memories. Well, let's look at the data, shall we? Okay, so in this one, it's a pretty large sample size, 250,000 men and women across 40 different cultures. They all took an internet spatial memory test, and women significantly outperformed in 35 of the countries. Okay, and in this one they thought, well, why don't we test this with actual foods? We need to recreate what women would have done when gathering fruits and vegetables in the rolling grasslands of the African savannas. So we'll take them for a walk around a local farmer's market and see how well they remember where all the foods are. Bonus points for remembering the olive oil, because that's the most calorie dense. Because Savannah Neanderthals knew how to make olive oil and bottle it. Well, they did find that women outperformed on that one. Okay, well, we don't want to look at just these two studies, so we'll look at another. Okay, so on this one, we've got a few more testing methods used. Okay, so men are better at rotation and space relations tasks, but women are
Wait, is it acromegaly?
Telling it object memory and location memory. Okay, so, well, let's check out this one then. Okay, so now women excel in recalling object location, and they really excel by a magnitude of 70% when recalling items and their locations in a natural setting, such as a waiting room, but under the same conditions using objects that were not easily identifiable. Women only excelled when they were under incidental learning conditions, not directed learning conditions, in which men performed better than women. Okay, so let's look at another. Okay, so it turns out during a series of computer-based tests supposed to recreate the gathering process, men outperform women when it comes to search and gathering skills according to single items, multiple items at once, and recall of items previously found in a video game. So this researcher comes to the conclusion that maybe we were wrong all along, and women are actually no better at gathering tasks. They just ended up doing it because the all-round superior men were too busy hunting. Okay, what do the meta-analyses say? Men are better at all of the visual spatial tests, apart from location memory, but the male advantages are not significant enough to account fully for sex differences in spatial abilities. Okay, well, what about this meta-analysis? Well, they thought that the differences might lie in a comparison between small-scale and large-scale spatial abilities, and these guys even used fMRI imaging. The result? Men outperform in everything, especially large-scale spatial abilities. Why? Women's susceptibility to their emotions is messing with one of their brain wrinkles. The science is in! Women's emotions make them smooth-brained! The bats ate all of the berries and the children are hungry. A Mooncat meta-analysis. Okay, so we have proof that men excel in mental 3D rotation and space relations tasks, but women are as good as them if you give them a 2-week training course, or if you use realistic objects, or if you just tell them that they are. And women most often excel in spatial location memory, but only in specific test environments, otherwise men are better. But women are especially better at spatial location memory under incidental test settings and with real-life room settings, but only in small spaces. Don't give them a big space or they'll cry! But Jeffrey Miller and pals also carried out a study in which they gave women 3D models of penises and then took them away and then asked them to recall what size they were later. And it turned out women were able to do that pretty damn accurately. So I guess it turns out as soon as the 3D model is of a dick, we're the experts. Okay, so how can we get to the bottom of this? We need to prove that these differences, if there even are any, are wired and not culturally ingrained. Well, we could do that by seeing if they're present in infancy. So this meta-analysis clarifies that these differences only seem to emerge at around 13 to 17 years of age, and this one says that a small male advantage emerges between 6 and 8 years old, which suggests that this could be a cultural phenomenon and not intrinsic. Alright, well, maybe we can get to the absolute bottom of this by looking at infant tests. Okay, well, it seems infant tests are few and far between, and the ones we do have piss poor sample sizes. This one used 20 babies of each sex, and all were from the same area in Australia. And this one used 17 boys and 13 girls. Damn, I guess the trouble is it's kinda difficult to get parents to agree to bring in their infant children for scientific experts. When they do, it's kinda hard to test them anyway because they refuse to talk. They're too busy pissing in their own mouths. But even if we proved beyond any reasonable doubt that spatial abilities between infant children are equal, it still wouldn't convince any evolutionary psychologists.
Teeth and breasts illustrate what is wrong with this principle. They are both adaptations par excellence, but they are not present at birth. Instead, they emerge at the appropriate developmental stage of the organism's life. Natural selection builds adaptations that emerge at the correct point in ontogenic development, not adaptations that are necessarily present at the moment a baby is born.
So basically, girls, your ability to remember where the olive oil is in the farmer's market is your brain's pubic hair. But we don't only gather the olive oil at the farmer's market, no. We also gather victims. This study found that female serial killers are more likely to murder men they are in a relationship with in order to take the man's resources. And this is clearly because of our evolved tendency to gather. How's that for a meta report, Tony? Goddamn hypergamous serial killers! But are men hunters? And are women gatherers? Well, this recent meta-analysis of ethnographic studies found that in 80% of hunter-gatherer societies, women are reported to engage in hunting, and in a third of those, women hunt big game. So the entire theoretical framework that these studies are being based on isn't even settled in itself. And even in the case of this meta-analysis, you have to consider the societies being witnessed are current-day foraging societies, some of which are living in very close proximity to their Western neighbours. It's also a meta-analysis of studies.
I feel like we gotta redo The Simpsons with like bigger muscles for Betty and Wilma.
Carried out mostly by men from dates as early as 1888 by people from Western countries operating under their own biases that they are likely to project onto societies that they're witnessing for the first time. If you look at some of the earliest literature focused on foraging societies, such as Man the Hunter from the 60s, you have enlightening quotes such as this.
Human hunting, if done by males, is based on a division of labor and is a social and technical adaptation quite different from that of other mammals. The biology, psychology, and customs that separate us from the apes, all these we owe to the hunters of time past.
Basically implying that all human evolution is thanks to the activities of men. Women are literally described as beasts of burden in this book, at the same level in the hierarchy as the dogs.
Women and dogs have been the principal beasts of burden since Paleolithic times. And these are not universally available for the
Oh my god, chat.
Always at the site of killing and butchering, and many people did not breed dogs suitable for packing.
Among the great inventory of hunting technology is the ancient and widespread boas. Its principle, common to the bull roar sling and centrifuge alike, is simple enough for women and children to manipulate and helps explain some of their substantial contributions to the hunting economy.
Aw, thanks boys for letting us swing your balls with our pathetic little weak arms. Much of what is said in Man the Hunter is simply based on the assumption that men hunt and women gather, despite the fact that in the memoirs of expeditions that they reference, women are often documented as actively taking part in hunts, but the language they use to describe women's activities is draped in the stereotypes of modern Western nuclear family norms, like, for instance, describing male members of the tribe by name and describing women as a homogeneous group just accompanying male activities. Since the 70s, this presumption has been continually challenged, such as in the book Woman the Gatherer from 1981, but the ideas from Man the Hunter have permeated evolutionary psychology to this day.
I get the point you're trying to make, but I have yet to meet a hetero woman who enthusiastically participates in sex.
That is...
Has your man prized you apart and eaten you out like he's trying to tongue the last of the flavouring from the crevices of a bag of Monster Munch? And you've...
Okay, I don't know what Monster Munch... Chat, can you help me out here? What is Monster Munch? Like, I'm just imagining some kind of like a chewing gum with flavor crystals. Pickled onion. Monster Munch is OP. Wait, what is Monster Munch? I have no idea. We don't have Monster Munch where I come from. Like, I'm imagining a shredded bubble gum, right, with the flavor crystals sprinkled throughout it. Like it's like it's like a strawberry gum, and then there's some kind of like watermelon, like a sour watermelon or sour apple. Yeah, there's sour apple crystals they're in it, right? But like, I know the monster mashed. Yeah, it was a graveyard smash. I was thinking Crunch and Munch toffee popcorn, deep fried onion with garlic toppings. That's what Monster Mash is? Wait, like deep fried, like crunchy onions?
Down to the top of his...
It's like a puffed corn snack?
Cute little head and thought, why are you doing this?
Okay, I get it. That makes sense now.
But evolutionary psychology...
So it's like the dust of the Doritos or Cheetos or something. Okay, maybe not the Cheeto dust, because Cheeto dust is mostly flavor. Yeah, like you would eat like you would scoop down, like after a bag of Doritos, you're gonna scoop down and try to get the last few crumbs.
Has the answer. Apparently, even though they admit a possible explanation could be that men would
infidelity detection
satiate women.
Oh, this is so good. This is so good. They're trying to taste the sperm.
Other men. Like, taste other men. They're supporting evidence. A cited study which concluded that...
I mean, look, when you can't retain enough of your own semen, you might as well supplant it by performing oral sex in order to get some of someone else's.
Men at greater recurrent risk of sperm competition perform deeper and more vigorous...
Wait, if this whole semen retention thing was true, like, wouldn't, like, being, like, a receptive partner make you, like, you would gain every time that, like, he, like, you know, comes? Like, you would sort of gain his power? I don't know.
Copulatory thrusts during sex.
Is that how that works?
With their partner, according to both men's reports and women's reports. What possible universal comparison scale could they have been using here? So on a scale from threading wet spaghetti through the eye of a donut to pneumatic jackhammer, how hard would you say your boyfriend fucked you last night? But according to Jeffrey, the only reasons these papers get criticised by people on Twitter is because their limbic brains think oral sex is icky and gross. Okay, Jeffrey. David Buss hypothesizes the reasons for gender differences in sexual jealousy based on just so evolutionary theories.
And so the sexes seem to differ in which aspects of the infidelity, with women more attuned to, more upset by the emotional infidelity, men more by the sexual infidelity.
Communists invading radicals. Oh my god, 2 of you.
That serves several adaptive functions, okay? One of which you mentioned is a paternity certainty function.
If culture had been constructed around the ideals of women being sex-crazed and men as emotional wallflowers, then perhaps we'd be hypothesizing that women are more worried about the sexual infidelity of men because they'd be more likely to impregnate other women, leading to them having to split their time between multiple baby mamas. And we might be hypothesizing that men would be more upset about the emotional infidelity of women because that would mean that they wouldn't care as much about the children with his genes. Yeah, that's right. I just hypothetically just sewed the fuck out of my woke feminist agenda. Destroyed! So the only question is, why in current culture is this emotional/sexual infidelity phenomenon happening? Perhaps you could entirely blame it on the patriarchy? Women are understood to be faithful and emotional, so perhaps if I were a dude, it would be upsetting. I would assume the emotional investment in the other person was quite strong and quite serious, and men are understood to be hypersexual, unable to resist the urges. I was literally told at school when I was a child that men think about sex every 7 seconds, and I believed it. So maybe within
I believed it too.
Cultural context, I would be more upset if a man got emotional.
I believed that too.
Invested in someone, because if he just fucked someone else, I'd be telling myself that's just his primal urges. Maybe one of the 8,228.5714287 times he thought about sex during the 16 waking hours of that day, he just gave in to his urges. I mean, who wouldn't? That's like Chinese water torture, but coming from your own balls. A huge mystery to evolutionary psychologists is the elusive female orgasm.
Female orgasm has been a mystery that psychologists have been attempting to understand for decades.
Wait,
I have done studies with...
is this the thing where they like try to justify it? They try to like evolutionarily, why would it be advantageous for women to have orgasms if with the null hypothesis being that like, yeah, like the only reason for the orgasm is for ejaculation, and therefore the partner that doesn't ejaculate doesn't need to. I don't know. It's just it starts from a really weird assumption.
Vibrators and so on, indicating that, some of the other great apes do seem to have contractions.
Why is it necessary to have an orgasm?
Oh my god.
Selection have favored having an orgasm sometimes and not others. Why does it happen so infrequently?
In an attempt to give the female orgasm meaning, in this study, Miller and friends hypothesized that women who are unable to orgasm with partners must be less likely to pair bond with their partners, but they just found that to not be true. They also drew up multiple other hypotheses, like seeing if women successfully orgasm more with men of high status, men who earn more, masculine men, liberal men, men high in extroversion, neuroticism, psychoticism, or impulsiveness, and they all failed. Maybe you should have...
Oh, even the liberal dude.
Women what she likes.
I thought the liberal dude was going to succeed, but no.
And listen to her. Maybe that could have given some clues. Oh yeah, baby, give me that dark triad dick. Why aren't we questioning why the male orgasm evolved? Why should men find sex pleasurable? Why don't they just sneeze out the semen? Men are the ones who are supposedly more desperate to spread seed. After all, they don't need any biological incentives. So, if anything, the women do if they're the ones needing to be convinced to have sex all the time. So, like, why didn't men simply evolve a completely arousal-free crank mechanism down there for women to derive an orgasm from whenever they please? Where is my crank mechanism, boy?
Yeah, really.
They need a goddamn factory reset every frickin' time. They need a full night's sleep and 2 hot meals before they can reboot themselves. Not exactly prime conditions for an organism designed to inseminate as far and wide as possible, is it? Why isn't that the goddamn mystery? Bring on the sex robots! Most of evolutionary psychology's main theories come from the disparity in the number of men's and women's gametes, meaning men produce between 70 to 150 million sperm every day, whereas women produce just one egg every cycle, or around 300 to 500 over her lifetime. Evolutionary psychologists use this knowledge to come to the conclusion that women are more choosy about who gets to inseminate their gametes, whereas men are just fountains of jizz, I guess, and this causes psychological gender disparities in mating habits. If evolutionary psychologists come across any hard evidence that this assertion is in fact untrue, well, they've evolved to be remarkably resilient. They'll science their way out of anything. Case in point. Here we have a TED Talk from Dr. Bussey. Oh, I'm sorry, a TEDx Talk. It's a 17-minute presentation of
Dr. Bussey?
Everything wrong with the field of evolutionary psychology and why people don't care.
So I'd like you to imagine someone of the opposite sex walking up to you on the street and say, "Hi, I've been noticing you around lately. I find you very attractive."
That's Dr. Bussey.
And they ask you one of three questions. Would you go out on a date with me? Would you come back to my apartment with me? Would you have sex with me? Hi, I've been noticing you around. I find you very attractive. Would you have sex with me? So these are actual empirical studies. These are the results of that study. Of the women approached by the male, 56% agreed to go out on the date with the guy, 6% agreed to go back to his apartment, 0% agreed to have sex with him. Of the men approached by the female of the experimenter team, about 50% agreed to go out on a date with her, 69% agreed to go back to her apartment, and 75% agreed to have sex with her.
Unsurprisingly, the outcome is different for men and women, not to mention of cultural shame, risk of violence, risk of pregnancy mentioned as contributing factors. No, simply a male desire for sexual variety and female sexual pickiness. Keep in mind, this study was published 34 years ago, but is
Wait, they're talking about like he and she, like, right? They're talking about n equals 1, right? This is like one person on each side, right? That's the study, is like, you got one person to say these things to a bunch of people.
Based on when the experiments were actually done in 1978 and 1982. So 42 and 46 years ago, when cultural...
Did they ask any bears? That's the real question.
Oh, I'm sorry, the study called...
That's the real question. Bears have been close really twice, right? We've almost done the bear versus man.
Genital union.
Genital union.
Now, this same phenomenon is apparently
genital fusion.
Why women get more upset when men lie about being in love with them for sex, rather than this being the other way around.
So if you want to upset a woman, declare that you love her. I really love you. I have deep feelings for you. Now let's have sex. And you have sex, and then after the sex, after he has an orgasm, he says, actually, I was just kidding. I don't love you at all. Goodbye. Well, women in our studies extremely upset by that. On a 7-point scale, ideal number of sex partners, women said on average they would like to have 7/10 of a sex partner over the next month, gradually escalating to a full sex partner at 6 months and leveling off at about 4 to 5 in the lifespan. Men thought 2 in the next month would be about right, 8 in the next couple years, and 18 in the lifespan. This was after eliminating 3 men in our sample who said they would like 1,000.
Of course, now we've got this sexual variety versus sexual pickiness theory proven with 2 experiments from 40 years ago and 2 of his own student surveys. Absolutely bulletproof. But we've got to find more evidence. So Buss hypothesized that men would have more affairs than women. Sexual variety. But then he hit a hurdle. Women are starting to have affairs more and more. Fuck.
Studies point to about 40 to 50% of married men have an affair at some point during the course of their marriage, and it's about 20 to 30% of women. Women are actually catching up with men.
I'll let you into a secret. It's because over the last few decades, we've started letting women leave the house more. More chances just to meet a guy who's just there. More chances to meet a guy and just... But why does Bussy think women are cheating? Time to come up with a new hypothesis. The dual mate hypothesis.
My evolutionary...
Oh my God, what is going on here?
...who study this have advanced what's called the dual mating strategy hypothesis, or the good genes hypothesis, where they basically propose that women can get the best of both worlds by getting investment and resources from one man and good genes, like genes for good health, from another man.
Oh no, oh no. No, I've definitely heard this shit. This is definitely influential towards the like red pill thing. This is what they say about the cock carousel, right? They say that like women, like they're the whole hypergamy thing, right? It's the idea that there's like 20% of men, they're getting sex with 80% of the women, and these women are finding these guys when they're young. And then like when they get to a certain age and they can't do that anymore, then because they're not right, they want to find the nice guy, and like the guy, that's the guy with some money, right? And but like it's weird, even in that thing, I think they're having the nice guy's like kid, but I don't know. It's they call it the cock carousel. It's literally, there's a name for it, like the cock carousel.
Alphas with superior genes and using the beta cook men for stability to raise the kids. You might remember that one from the Manosphere too. It's got various names.
Yes.
One being alpha seed beta needs. Alpha
seed beta needs?
There's reason to be skeptical about this. One of the reasons is that we know from DNA fingerprinting technology that only 2 to 3% of offspring are actually fathered by men who are other than the person believed to be the father, the husband.
Shit. So what now? Well, we're going to have to find a way to bring this back to survey data, because that's easier to manipulate. So here we have Buss's final hypothesis. Women actually have affairs because they're cultivating backup mates just in case their current relationship fails.
Women who have affairs tend to be sexually and emotionally unhappy with their regular relationship. But it turns out it's not true for men. If you compare men who have affairs with men who don't have affairs...
Why is this Seinfeld music?
...in their marital happiness, 70% of women become emotionally involved with their affair partners or fall in love with their affair partners. Now, if you're just trying to get good genes, this seems like a very bad strategy. Why get emotionally involved or fall in love? The qualities desired in an affair partner turn out to be more or less identical to the qualities desired in a long-term mate. And so what I think this does, this set of clues combined with other evidence, points to the mate switching hypothesis, which I think is a more compelling hypothesis about why women...
There it is.
What is his evidence? His own survey of
mate switching apologist
students.
In our
hypothesis,
also documented that women tend to cultivate what we call backup mates.
In the study, both genders said, in general, that they look for the same qualities in opposite gender friendships that they look for in romantic partnerships. Something that can easily be put down to cultural expectations of genders, but, you know, it's probably your first thing, Bussy. You know, the backup mate thing. Yeah, it's probably that.
One woman told me, she said, men are like soup. You always want to have some on the back burner, okay? In case something goes wrong with your relationship.
Am I missing something here? Am I womaning wrong? Am I supposed to have binders full of backup men? The logistics sounds like a fucking nightmare. I'm not Andrew Huberman. And the way in which Bussy finally bolsters his point home is to throw in some tasty anecdotal evidence.
A female colleague of mine who was complaining to me one day, she said, David, why is it that all the guys that I'm interested in don't seem to show any interest in me? Yet I'm pursued by all these guys who are trying to chat me up, and I have no interest in them. And what I told her is, I said, I was brutally honest, I said, on the mating market, you are an 8, seeking 10s and being lusted after by 6s. And she said that this single piece of information, when she thought about it,
was more important to her, was more helpful to her than 3 years of psychotherapy to figure out what the problem was.
Oh my God.
So you see, we wouldn't be wasting all of
Look, what bothers me is that, like, this guy is, I mean, what is he? He's doing studies, right? So he's some kind of academic. He's got some sort of university job, right? He's doing what Fresh and Fit are doing, but like with bullshit case studies to back it up. He's not really that much beyond any of the manosphere do. Like that's like literally, that's something you could get from Fresh and Fit. That's something you could literally get from. Like, the fact that people look at this guy and they're like, oh, the professor, the doctor, this guy. No, you got to listen to this guy. This guy's smart. This guy's really fucking smart. And it's like, is he?
our time and money on the pointless field of psychotherapy if women would just date uglier.
Yeah, Jordan Peterson was an academic. I mean, at least, you know, professionally.
Evolutionary reasoning accepted. The audience laughs along.
Yeah, it's Dr. David Bussey.
People leave comments praising Dr. Buss for doing real science.
Pragmatic/realistic psychology is my favourite type of psychology. It invalidates most ideological views over the subject in a heartbeat. Someone give this guy a beer! Someone give this man a medal! The poor fella in the brown blazer at 1738 looks like he just had his whole world demolished by that fact. LOL! P.S. David Buss is a smoking hot man. Damn, he be bussin'.
If this does not red pill you, then nothing will.
She's not yours. It's just your turn. Mooncat!
I didn't know Gary Busey was this smart. And this isn't just his TEDx talk or podcast appearances. He'll do this in his books rather consistently.
Women's desire for status shows up in everyday life. A colleague overheard a conversation among 4 women at a restaurant. They were all complaining that there were no eligible men around, yet these women were surrounded by male waiters, none of whom was wearing a wedding ring. Waiters, who do not have a high-status occupation, were apparently not even considered by these women. What the women really meant was not that there were no eligible men, but that there were no eligible men of acceptable social status.
Cool story, bro. And he sometimes seems to even confuse himself as to what is an anecdote that he's just pulled out of his ass and what is empirical evidence, even if it is his own heavily biased evidence.
Wives often complain about receiving insufficient support from their husbands. Indeed, lack of sufficient economic provisioning is the most frequently cited divorce complaint of women.
The most common divorce complaint for women is unreasonable behaviour. According to survey data, this is most likely to be men not pulling their weight with the housework, and thank God for the self-sufficient economic provisioning women now have access to. Otherwise, there'd be no way to escape unreasonable behaviour.
Oh, but wait. Yeah, there we go.
From earlier decades, I surveyed.
There we go. Of all the, yeah, like this is exactly what I was thinking, right? This is exactly what I was thinking. The Steven Crowder situation, right? Of Hillary Crowder, who apparently had like a pretty good job prior to marrying Steven Crowder, then became a traditional wife, a trad wife, as it were, and you know, sort of stuck in the situation where they have one car, famously the Ring camera footage, where you know it looks like she is just miserable, in a miserable situation, stuck with Steven Crowder. When this shit happened, what did Tim Pool and all those assholes say, right? What is their answer? Oh my gosh, no fault divorce really fucking sucks. Something needs to be done. We can't have this going on. You've even got people, you know, mad at the fact that Hillary Crowder, being in that situation that she was in, was given some of Steven Crowder's income in order to hire an attorney. When, you know, what would the alternative be for somebody who has left their profession in order to, you know, be a stay-at-home parent, right? What would be the for them not to have legal representation whatsoever? Oh, maybe for them just not to get divorced, right? It's like there is a legitimate movement, right? You know, the joke being that divorce court is like the highest like center of radicalization for the right wing. You know, it's a cliche at this point. What's your political ideology? Divorce dad. And you know exactly what that person, you know exactly what ideology you're talking about.
To 1,491 Americans in the mid-1980s using the same questionnaire. Women and men from Massachusetts, Michigan, Texas, and California rated 18 personal characteristics for their value in a marriage partner. As in the previous decades, women still valued good financial prospects and a mate roughly twice as much as men did.
Newsflash, Dr. Buss, all countries in the world still operate under a patriarchy. There are things called wealth distribution and political power. This could possibly be why there is a trend of women still needing to marry up in order to live a comfortable life and support children. What Bussy Boy fails to mention is that it has been reducing as women earn more. Here's another example of EvoPsych going back on its original hypothesis when new evidence comes to light.
Does nubility indicate more than high reproductive value? Nubile primiparous pregnancy outcomes in evolutionary.
Paging the Libertarian Party. Paging the Libertarian Party. This is a question they want answered.
Perspective.
Steven Crowder needs the answer to this question.
Basically, they're trying to find excuses for old dudes being creepy with teenage women. They originally hypothesized that men are attracted to low BMI and high WHR, waist to hip ratios, because this was a cue of health and fertility in a woman. But they realised that this is true for women between 16 and 20 more often than women in their early 20s, and women between 16 and 20 have lower fertility and are more prone to infection, so this doesn't make sense. Shit! Why are men attracted to women between 16 and 20? Well, now it's because they have high reproductive value, meaning they're less likely to die in childbirth because they have smaller newborns. We can all collectively breathe a sigh of relief now because we've given ephebophiles an evolutionary get-out-of-jail-free card. Homosexual people, the gays, you have been dubbed by psychologists the Darwinian paradox. There just has to be an explanation for you.
Oh my god. Chat, I was about to end the stream right here, with this, and then it goes on to talk about this.
Trying to explain you, and they've come up with some of the most interesting failed hypotheses in EvoPsych to date. Top 10 failed evolutionary explanations for gay people. Number 10. A displayed lack of interest in the other sex makes you appear choosy and hard to get, and therefore of high status. Number 9. There aren't enough members of the opposite sex available in the population, so you resort to someone of the same sex. Number 8. The birth control pill is turning women gay. Number 7. Gay people are more intelligent, so we didn't need them for the babies, we needed them for their brains. Number 6. Male homosexual behavior helps negotiate alliances that extend trade networks. Number 5. Female homosexual behavior strengthens economic security within polygynous marriages. Number 4. Gay people are kinder to kin and help with siblings' offspring. Number 3. Men find female homosexual behavior hot, so if he can get 2 gay ladies in bed, he can get them both pregnant at the same time. Chicky. Number 2. Your genetic makeup as a man can make you extra popular with the ladies, but when these genes are taken too far, you end up gay. And number 1, take a deep breath for this one.
So it's like there's like a hotness gene in guys, but when it goes too far, it's too much hotness, that person is gay. So it's like it's trying to maximize hotness, but then going too much hot maxing equals gay.
Your parents subconsciously judge your reproductive value and manipulate you into being gay if they're worried about the ability of your siblings to care about
bisexuals are smarter than gamblers, yeah.
grandchildren. So if they encourage you to be gay, you'll help out with the other kids and grandkids.
Encourage you to be gay?
Kids instead of having your own kids.
Nobody needs to be encouraged.
The value of you having your own kids is less than the value of you.
Nobody needs to be encouraged.
Helping out your siblings' kids. Subconsciously. And sorry guys, unfortunately none of these hypotheses have been backed up by actual data, so you're still the Darwinian paradox.
Nice argument, Senator. Why don't you back it up with a source?
My source is that I made it the far
Oh my god. Okay, and with that, chat, I'm gonna have to go to bed. It is super late. I owe you a stream tomorrow. I'm gonna try to be there with something interesting, and we're not gonna do Trump watch again. I might throw this back in the hopper though. If you want to watch this is 1 hour of the video, right? I literally watched 1/3. In fact, yeah, exactly 1/3 of the video we watched tonight, right? There's 2 more thirds of it. Maybe I'll put it back. Maybe we'll watch it again. Maybe we'll find better things. Maybe the gaming frogs will get their shit together and actually buy a stream for themselves. That could happen. They did have a strong showing in terms of votes. There definitely are gaming frogs. They're just like, sometimes the frogs don't put their money where their mouth is. So I don't know. Sucks to be a gaming frog, but I'll be back with a gaming stream legit before too long, so you won't have to wait much longer. I just ended up starting streaming so late tonight that like it just kind of pushed everything back. So again, apologies for real, Fallout New Vegas people. I thought that maybe we'd get a stream in tonight. Looks like it's not going to happen. I've got to get to bed. You might have to get to bed. We've got to get to bed, and I've got to get you something fun for tomorrow because we need a banger. Anyway, I'll see you tomorrow. Make sure to watch the Brianna Wu Jesse gender video. I just got done with that. It looks like it's finally found an audience, and I just want to make sure that everybody gets to see it, whether YouTube is serving you those recommends or not. But are the chemicals in the rainwater turning the frogs gay? That's what it feels like. I kind of wanted to spend some more time talking to chat because I feel like I haven't gotten to do it enough yet. Keep on asking how much to buy a stream, but now I don't have the money. Oh my god. Well, I don't want it to be like all just like on one person. Like it's better when like a multiple amount of people support me a little bit, that rather than when somebody is like, kind of, I want somebody to feel like all the burden on themselves, that's like so some people legitimately cannot afford to contribute, cannot afford to donate, and just hit that like, right? Because that is actually a donation that I appreciate, and it is appreciated, right? So thank you for being here, thank you for liking the stream, and I'll be back tomorrow with another one. Until then,